Good morning, Chair.
Morning. Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, colleagues. So today we've convened this.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Good morning. Apologies. I think I'm coming down with a bit of flu. So if at any moment during our meeting you see me coughing, please don't allege that I'm giving you COVID. It's not COVID, and it's just flu, but it will go. So we convened today a colloquium on student accommodation and the NSFAS accommodation cap. We convened this meeting, I think, in June for August. Initially, we wanted the meeting to be physical, but after the proclamation of the elections, we understood that there might be a challenge of us having this meeting physical so close to election. We did take chances, but on Monday, the whips of political parties in Parliament indicated that the meeting can be physical because today, as you may know, is the last day of registration of councillor candidates. And as members of Parliament belonging to different political parties would have indicated that they would want their members in their constituencies doing their political work. On Tuesday, we did communicate with all of you that we had invited that unfortunately the meeting will no longer be physical. The meeting is going to be virtual. And that is why I was surprised from last night and this morning when some people were calling to indicate that they are in Cape Town to attend the meeting, and we had indicated we are not in Cape Town. The meeting was long moved to virtual for reasons that I've already given. So I'm going to ask colleagues, because our meeting is streamed, and would like, when you introduce yourself, would like you to open the video so that we're able to put the face to the name and the voice, firstly. But secondly, it's because the meeting has been streamed, and it will later be played on Parliament TV. I want to indicate that this topic is extremely important. Today's meeting is extremely important, and I'll cover that when I do my official opening. So I'm going to start with members that I can see first on the platform. And then after that, I'm now going to ask people that I see on the platform, call their names, and then when we do, you open your video, and then you introduce yourself, the designation, and the name of the entity that you represent. Okay, maybe let me start with the invited guests that I can see on the platform. Let me start with Andile Qalane. You can unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself, Andile Qalane, and tell us which institution you come from. You are muted. Yeah, you are muted. Okay, let me go to Riza Musa. You can't unmute yourselves. Okay.
Good morning. I am Riza Musa and I represent Sensa.
Thank you. Let me go to Phakama Nasengo.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Pagamanya Sengo. I represent SEPSA. I'm the deputy chairperson of SEPSA. I'm also a landlord, property owner in the impoverished areas of KwaZulu-Natal. So we service University of Zululand, and we also service Walter Sisulu University in the area of Dua Butterworth. Thank you, Chair.
Nokuthula kunene.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I'm Nokuthula Kunene from the University of Zululand. I'm the Vice Chancellor and was also invited to this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, VC. Musa Moshabela.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, Minister and members of DHET and other colleagues present. I am the Musa Moshabela. I'm the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, but I'm also representing USAF today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just on a lighter note, VC, maybe you can call Prof. Kunene and please help her to position her face correctly in the screen. You see how you are appearing. Please, no, thanks, Prof. I see.
She's a friend, Chair. Thank you. I'll speak to her.
No, she's fixed it now. No, thank you very
Thanks,
much. Samantha Jennings.
Good morning. I'm Samantha Jennings. I represent a SANSA member. I'm a student accommodation provider at the Walter Sisulu region in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Maybe moving forward, you can just say your name and the association, if you're an association member that you represent, so that we avoid people listing where they are doing businesses. If somebody is doing businesses in all 26 universities, it might take us the whole day to get through this exercise. Tulane Shabalala.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tulani Shabalala from the Office of the Deputy Minister, Mr. Yusuf Kasim. Thank you.
What are you doing at the Office of the Deputy Minister?
Cabinet and Parliamentary Support, Chair.
Thank you very much. Tato Ram. Tato Ram. Okay, they've left. Andile Gwabene.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Andile Kwabeni from the Competition Commission of South Africa.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ramogondo.
Making sure, Chair, that you can see me. I am Professor Eroni Ramugondo. I am at the University of Cape Town, serving as Deputy Vice Chancellor, People, Culture and Society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy Denson.
Good morning. I'm Associate Professor Kathy Idenson. I'm the Interim Registrar at the University of Cape Town.
Kagisho Mamabolo.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Kahisho Mamabolo. I'm the CEO of the Private Student Housing Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Ntumu Siwedi.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Dumu Siwedi, and I'm representing SANSA, South African National Student Accommodation Association. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Skalo Mahlalela.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Tselo Mahlalela from the Valley University of Technology. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Resources and Operations, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Duma.
Good morning, Chairperson. I am Amanda Doma, Asset Manager at Adore Property Developers, and we are here as members of the Private Student Housing Association.
Thandile Meiswa.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Thandile Meiswa. I am representing the Private Student Housing Association. I am the board member of the GRC committee. Thank you.
Thandile Win.
Morning, Chairperson. My name is Thandi Lu, and I am from the University Education branch at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Morning to the members as well.
Wasim Karim.
Good morning, Chairperson, members. My name is Wasim Karim. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at NSFAS.
Duncan Monks.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson. It's Duncan Monks. I'm the Chairperson of SANSA, representing about 300,000 beds across the country with 6 associations under us. Thank you, Chair.
Saroj. Saroj. Sobs Ngiza.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Sonwabile Ngiza, PLO in the Office of the Minister, Higher Education and Training. Thank you very much.
Nolwazi Gasa.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, the Minister. My name is Nolwazi Gasa. I'm the Deputy Director General for Planning, Policy and Strategy. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for this colloquium. Thank you very much.
Please mute DDG.
Of course. Thank you. Apologies.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Mamiki Siabela from Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kaukgole Chokwe.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Chuka Kagalo. I am the National President of SADVETA.
Thank you very much. Can you please mute ourselves when we have not called your name, please? Sam Zungu.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, and the DG and the colleagues. My name is Sam Zunga. I am the DDG responsible for TVET in the Department of Education and Training. Thank you.
Kesti Gelderboom Bloem.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and colleagues. I'm Khaira Kirsty Gelderbloem, PLO, in the Office of Deputy Minister Yusuf Kassim, DHET. Thank you.
Mabatu Sebake.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mama Sibage. I'm the manager responsible for membership support and development at the PSHA.
There's a lot of traffic now here. It's disturbing my line. South President.
Morning, Chair. Igama usiyabonga handsome Moses Kambako, the President of South. Thank you.
Mam Gungubele.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure if I'm visible. My name is Quindi Gungubele. I am the chairperson of the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority, called the PPRA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can mute now. I called you because you had unmuted. Let me see. I don't know. Okay, I think those that have not called, they will call. They will introduce themselves when they speak. But let me ask DG Sishi.
A very good morning to you, Chair, and esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee, our Minister and Deputy Ministers, executives in our department and other departments implicated in the meeting today, and all the. My name is Nkosinathi Sishi, and I'm the Director General for the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Minister Monamela.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Buti Manamela, Minister of Higher Education and Training.
You're struggling to unmute.
I'm struggling to unmute the video and to switch on the mic.
Okay. Members, Ngobin Sazane. Please open the video. We can't see you.
No, ngaxolisa sidalo ngisaya endaweni office yokuhlala kahle phansi ngiyaxolisa kakhulu sidlala ngicela ukuvala ivideo for network. Ngithi bengibingelela kuwo sidlala omkhulu ngibingelela kumalunga ahloniphekile nawo wonke aba-invitees igama lami ngumnqobi wakamsezane ilunga le-portfolio committee on higher education and training. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu sihlalo ngisaya endaweni ene-network right nendawo yokuhlala, ngiyaxolisa.
Okay, Dr. Christians.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Apologies, Chair, for my video. I'm a member of Parliament and a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Ngubane.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to colleagues. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, Ministers, and to all the department officials and all our invited guests of the related student accommodation entities. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. Is Honorable Souls here? I think I did see him earlier. I can't. I did see him earlier in the meeting. I think he's not here. Honorable Lonzi. Is there any other member of parliament that I've not called? As people join in, this thing is Deputy Minister Yusuf Kassim.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all participants. Yusuf Kassim, Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members will introduce themselves as and when they speak, just in the interest of time. But also my list there, as I was looking at the screen, got distracted. So we're now going to go to the opening by myself. I hope all of you have the agenda before you. And if not, Anela, please email them so that they are able to know where they are or when they are going to speak. Maybe before I do that, Dr. Matutu, are you on the platform?
Yes, Chair. After traveling to Parliament, good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the honorable members, starting with the honorable Chair. Good morning to the ministers, the deputy ministers, the senior colleagues within the department, senior colleagues within the PSAT. My name is Petwe Matutu. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Universities South Africa. I've just joined in now. I'm supposed to be with Professor Musama Mushabela. And also there's been an apology sent for our chair. He's abroad, and our deputy chair. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. They've already introduced themselves, and we did acknowledge the apologies from on email from the chair and the deputy chair. So the representatives from the ministry, DG, NSFAS, USAF, is the president of South African Principal College organizations here. President of SAPCO or SAPCO or SG of SAPCO or any representative from SAPCO. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, Zubenati, please close your video, and if you are going to speak at any time in the meeting, please wear clothes that do not show any political affiliation in our meeting of Parliament. Please do so. So before I give the minister to give us the keynote to this colloquium, I want to firstly greet all of you. Start with the minister, deputy ministers, the director general, representatives from Department of Higher Education and Human Settlements who are here, leadership of NSFAS, USAF, SAPCO, SAUS, SAFETA, the Competition Commission, the representatives of the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority, and private accommodation providers, including the associations that you represent. I want to welcome you to this important colloquium convened by the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. It is both an honor and responsibility to open today's engagement on one of the most pressing issues facing PSAT system, which is student accommodation. While access to higher education has expanded significantly over the past 30 years, access to safe, affordable, and dignified accommodation has not kept pace. For too many students, the promise of higher education is undermined, not in the lecture hall, but in the place they sleep at night. Today's theme, we said it's towards accessible, affordable, safe, and sustainable accommodation for all PSAT students. That captures a simple but profound truth. Accommodation should not be a luxury. It is an essential condition for learning, success, and human dignity. Every year, thousands of young people arrive at universities and TVET colleges carrying the hopes of their families and communities. Many are first-generation students. Many come from rural villages. They come from township. They come from informal settlement. They come from poverty-stricken families. They have earned their place through hard work and determination. Yet the academic journey often begins with uncertainty. Where will I stay? Will it be safe? Can my family afford it? Will NSFAS pay in time? Those are some of the questions they keep asking themselves. And these are not administrative questions. They are questions of equality, of justice, and constitutional right. As Parliament, our role is not to manage institutions or administer funding. Our constitutional responsibility is to provide oversight, is to ensure accountability, and create a legislative environment that serves the public interest. This colloquium forms part of that responsibility. It is an opportunity to listen, to interrogate evidence, and develop practical solutions that place students at the center of the policy. The debate around NSFAS student accommodation cap has generated significant concerns across the sector. Some students have argued that the cap does not always reflect market realities in different cities. Universities have raised concerns about implementation. Private providers have questioned sustainability, while government must ensure that public funds are spent responsibly and equitably. The committee has deliberately brought all stakeholders into one room because sustainable solutions cannot emerge from isolated conversations. We need government, institutions, students, regulators, and the private sector to engage honestly with one another. Our objective today is not to defend predetermined positions, it's to answer fundamental questions. One, how do we make accommodation genuinely affordable without compromising quality? How do we protect students from exploitation and unsafe living students? How do we ensure that value for money in the use of public resources? How do we expand the supply of quality student housing across both universities and TVET colleges? These questions require evidence rather than ideology. One of the realities we must confront is the uneven geography of student accommodation in South Africa. A student in Tata faces different challenges from the one in Cape Town. Rental markets differ, municipal infrastructure differ, availability differs. A uniform policy must therefore be informed by diverse local realities while remaining fair, transparent, and affordable. Equally important is the issue of quality. Affordable accommodation that is unsafe, overcrowded, or structurally inadequate cannot be regarded as acceptable. We have all seen reports of students living in buildings with poor sanitation, fire hazards, and inadequate security. Such conditions are incompatible with the values of democratic society. Every student deserves an accommodation that protects their safety and their dignity. I also wish to emphasize the importance of the TVET sector in today's discussion. Too often, national conversations focuses predominantly on universities. Yet hundreds of thousands of students are enrolled in TVET colleges, and many face even greater accommodation challenges. If we are serious about building a skilled nation, then the accommodation needs of students must receive equal attention in planning, in funding, and in policy. To our student organizations, SAUS and SATFETA, your voices are indispensable. Students experiences these policies directly. We expect your contribution to be constructive, evidence-based, and solution-oriented. Parliament values organized student participation because meaningful policy is strong when it is informed by those affected. To the Competition Commission and the PPRA, your participation reminds us that accommodation is also a regulatory issue. Markets must function fairly, prices must be transparent, competition must not become a vehicle for exploitation. Where there are structural barriers or anti-competitive practices, they must be identified and addressed immediately. This colloquium should not conclude with another report that gathers dust on a shelf. It must produce actionable recommendations that can influence legislation, policy, oversight, and implementation. This portfolio committee intends to carefully consider the outcomes of today's discussions as part of an ongoing oversight of the PSET system. I therefore encourage every presenter to be frank about both successes and shortcomings. We are not here to assign blame. We are here to solve problems. Honest reflection is the foundation of credible reform. As chairperson, I ask all participants to engage in the spirit of mutual respect. We may disagree on policy instruments, funding models, or regulatory approaches, but we should remain united by one objective: improving the lives and educational opportunities of South African students. Let us remember that behind every statistics is a young person with aspirations. Behind every funding model is a family making sacrifices. Behind every accommodation policy is the possibility of the student completing a qualification and changing the future of an entire household. This is the significance of our work today. I wish to thank all of you, Minister, Department, institutions, student bodies, regulators, and all stakeholders for accepting the committee's invitation. Your willingness to participate demonstrates a shared commitment to strengthen our post-school education system. It is my pleasure to declare this colloquium officially open, and I thank you. I want to then go to the minister to give us his. I know the minister has got an apology to leave just after he speaks because he has. I actually asked him to come and deliver this one, even though he had a program somewhere. So thank you very much, Minister, for agreeing to come and speak to us, even though you have delayed your other program by an hour. We really don't take that for granted. We appreciate it. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Tebogo Letsie. and also to the honorable members of the committee who are present today, our Director General and officials of the Department of Higher Education, and also representatives of the Department of Human Settlement, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, leaders of our universities. I've seen various vice chancellors and also TVET college principals, both who include our DDGs from the branches, the president of SAUS, and of SAVETA, and also various student representatives who are here, the Competition Commission, property practitioners, regulatory authority, but also student housing associations and providers, colleagues who are here. Chairperson, earlier this year, you would remember after leaving Parliament during the State of the Nation address, we encountered students from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology who were trying to secure accommodation. I, together with some honorable members, worked with them as officials worked to place them in their rooms, but also where we inspected the rooms that they stayed in. Some, ultimately were placed, but for those students, student accommodation was not an abstract debate about a cap, an accreditation portal, or even a funding formula. I think for them it was a difference between beginning the academic year with dignity or beginning it displaced. And so between attending classes, rested, and attending class after a night of uncertainty, it's also between access to education in law and access to education in life. Yes, the Constitution guarantees this right, but also that it has to be practicable in its experience. So that experience gives us the question that should guide this colloquium. When the state says to a young person, you've been admitted and you've been funded, have we completed the promise if that student still has nowhere safe and affordable to live? And my answer is no. A bursary without a bed is access on paper, and a bed without safety is shelter without dignity. And I think an accommodation system without accountability can become a subsidy for failure, exploitation, but also corruption. So we really welcome this opportunity afforded by Parliament for us to engage on this, and the number of stakeholders who are here, who are part of this engagement, and that it's also a continuation of some of the discussions that have been taking place. And I'll also indicate towards the end how we think as government we need to take further this discussion. You'd recall, Chairperson, we both met at the summit that was organized by the students, and I think we need to take some of those things seriously. But we need to also think about where we come from. The accommodation crisis did not begin with the NSFAS cap in 2023, but it also did not begin just now in 2026. It has been built over decades through, you mentioned one of the things, apartheid geography, unequal institutional development, the mass expansion of post-school access, insufficient capital investment, but also deferred maintenance. And our democracy opened the doors of learning to millions who had been deliberately excluded. And that is one of the great achievements. But we expand access faster than we build the places in which that access could succeed. We open the doors of the institutions without building enough rooms around it. And so the ministerial review appointed in 2010 and reported in 2011 gave the country a chilling baseline. I remember that time it reported that there's about only 108,000 university residence beds, enough for only about 1 in 5 full-time contact students. Only 5.3% of first-year students, often those most vulnerable and furthest from home, could obtain a university bed. And so the estimated shortage at the time was already at 200,000 beds, alongside more than 4 billion in maintenance, in refurbishment, but also in modernization that's needed, or that was needed at the time in 2010. The inequality was not evenly distributed. For instance, historically disadvantaged institutions carried older buildings, larger maintenance backlogs, but also weaker balance sheets. Many students traveled long distances or lived in coveted offices, old hotels, backyard rooms and buildings, which were never designed as learning environments. And so in the TVET sector, where the position was even thinner, by the middle of the last decade, approximately 10,120 beds served a college population of about 710,000 students. So this is the historical mischief we've been trying to address. Too few beds, unequal infrastructure, unsafe and unsuitable accommodation, inconsistent standards, and of course, poor students carrying the cost of a market failure they themselves did not create. And of course, government did not stand still. We adopted minimum norms and standards. We increased infrastructure grants. We also established the Student Housing Infrastructure Program and partnered with the DBSA and National Treasury. And we are reviving this engagement with Treasury and the DBSA in order to ensure that we maximize impact in terms of the number of beds, and a whole range of partnerships that we need to look at so that we increase our inventory. We enabled universities and colleges to develop residences, also to lease buildings, but also to work with private providers. NSFAS accommodation support also gave hundreds of thousands of poor and working class students purchasing power they would otherwise never have possessed. And so by March 2025, we reported 9,721 phase 1 beds completed through the Student Housing Infrastructure Program. Further projects are under construction or preparation. I think you would see, Chairperson, during oversight, most of our universities and our TVET colleges are construction sites, but also the local economy itself, is a construction site, because private investment has also expanded the supply of beds, particularly in urban centers. And in many places, old commercial buildings have been converted into functioning student communities. Responsible providers have also become important partners in widening access. The central NSFAS accommodation system also attempted to solve genuine problems. It sought to introduce a common national portal to standardize accreditation, but also to make providers visible, link them with students to approve property, impose price discipline, and pay legitimate providers directly. Those objectives, of course, remain valid, but the accommodation cap was introduced, Chairperson, because public money could not become an open check, and because some prices were escalating without a transparent relationship to location, quality, or costs. One of the honorable members, I think Honorable Msazana, wrote to me about a college in northern KZN where students were paying at the cap, but the grading of that facility itself is, of course, dubious. So we should therefore resist the temptation, importantly, to rewrite the history as though nothing worked. More students are being funded now as we speak. More birds exist. More private capital participates. And I think you've had, led by Kagiso, amongst others, the many private providers who, are operating within the system. There's also greater national visibility than before. And we also have a clearer set of standards, an expanding infrastructure pipeline, and also a stronger public expectation that student accommodation has to be regulated. So what has not worked? Because this is also important. Firstly, supply still fails far short of what's needed. Our preliminary information as the department shows that 9,000 university-owned beds are presently unavailable because renovation remains outstanding. In the TVET sector, in March, when we did a survey, only 9,968 institutions owned beds. 39% of responding residences were assessed as being in poor condition. A bed under construction is, of course, not yet a bed for a student. And a bed standing empty because a bathroom or roof or bulk connection procurement process have failed is also not a bed for a student. So there's that first challenge where supply still falls short of need. Secondly, the cap has disciplined prices, but a single blunt ceiling has produced unintended effect. And we've got to be realistic about this. In high-cost urban markets, the gap between the cap and actual charges is transferred to students or institutional debt. And elsewhere, the cap can also become a price signal. Accommodation that previously cost less is moved upward because the public ceiling is treated as the market price. And so the choice before us is therefore not simply to retain the cap and change or abolish it entirely. We must retain price discipline while making it, much more intelligent in terms of that. The third challenge is we placed, accreditation, onboarding, placement, contracting, payment and monitoring pressures onto NSFAS, while the scheme's primary mandate and capability are those of a financial aid institution. Centralization, yes, created visibility, created more access, created more capacity, but it also separated important decisions from the local knowledge of institutions, which buildings are close enough, which neighborhoods are safe, and whether the students actually occupies the room, whether as transport works, whether complaints are resolved. So a much more closer alignment between the policies that govern students who are staying on campus and the policy that governs and regulates students who are staying on campus. So that balance is important. Fourthly, which is a fourth challenge, the system is fragmented. And its data does not always speak, to one another. For example, institutions, NSFAS, providers, students can hold different records of registration, of placement, of occupation, lease dates and payments and so on. And this is how legitimate providers go unpaid. Some students face eviction. Empty beds are funded. I think we've seen the outer report. We've also seen the judgment just this week from the University of Johannesburg. Or in some instances, payment continue after occupation has ended. So every rent paid for a ghost bed is stolen twice, one from the public purse and once also from the student who need a real bed. So that's the fourth challenge. The fifth one is accreditation, which has too often been treated as a once-off inspection instead of a continuing, obligation. Once a 5-star, always a 5-star. I've had horrendous stories, chairperson and members and participants to this colloquium, where students would see the picture of a building they're supposed to be staying at, the equivalent of Sun City. And then when they get there, the room itself is something else. So issues about accreditation are important. A property can be compliant on inspection day, but also fail students 3 months later. It could be broken sanitation, it could be plugs that are open, electricity, overcrowding. It could be poor security or unreliable transport. It could be a whole range of those things. Just 2 or 3 days ago, students in one of the campuses were protesting, I think in the Western Cape, protesting because in the private accommodation where they were placed, there has not been, bulk water supply and connectivity. So we must address accessibility for students also with disabilities. I think that's one of the crucial things. And the particular exposure of women students to gender-based violence in on-campus accommodation, all of this. And then sixth, infrastructure delivery has been too slow. Some projects stall during feasibility, procurement, construction, bulk service connection. Maintenance is sometimes deferred until whole blocks become unusable. So the question of the slowness of infrastructure is important. And finally, accountability. Accountability. When a student is stranded, everybody can explain why another institution is responsible. You call the NSFAS there, they point to registration data, the institution points to the NSFAS, the provider points to delayed payment, the municipality points to zoning or safety compliance. The student is left carrying a system made up of institution, but without an institution that owns that outcome. We need to solve that out. So what settlement do we need now, Chairperson? This colloquium should not, as you said, be just another talk shop. It should not choose, but it also should not be placed in a position where it chooses between students and fiscal discipline, between public provision and private investment, or between national oversight and institutional responsibility. I think we require a settlement that holds all of these things together, and that's crucial. I propose that we, look into a system that is centered around a simple test: the right student in the right bed, at the right standard, for the right price, paid at the right time, and with the right accountability. A student should be able to know, who do I speak to if I cannot find my student? So this discussion has to be about how do we change the student experience. The first pillar that must be differentiated but also regulated is pricing. We need a pricing framework. The benchmark that we were working on, 52,000, which has been publicly cited in the present debate, is rooted in the 2025 metro non-catered rates. And so the formal 2026 rate position and methodology must be stated clearly. So what are we working on? And, but the answer cannot be to abandon ceilings altogether. Without price discipline, public funds can be captured, through unchecked escalation. And at the same time, one ceiling cannot fairly price a shared room in a rural town, a university residence with accommodation and catering services, or an accredited private accommodation provider in Cape Town or Joburg. So those distinctions need to be looked at. The future framework should also look at how we establish transparent bands based on geography. It must not be that those who provide the rooms set the price unilaterally. So we need to look at geography, accommodation grades, room type, utilities, and so on and so forth. And on the basis of that, then should be able to determine, what the price are, the costs are, and those costs must be, made known. Providers should not be able to hide the price charged to NSFAS and the price charged to private students, or the services included. There must also be hybrid accountability. We set policy, norms, price regulations, and standard, and system oversight. And, the NSFAS then work on eligibility, provide appropriate allowance, execute or assure payments, and also reconcile expenditure and look at possible fraud and so on. Institution must help us to plan the demand. They must identify and accredit appropriate local accommodation that place students. There has to be a role that institution play, because these are their students at the end of the day. Around what role what role do institutions play in verifying occupancy, for instance, in negotiating with providers, and responding to, to complaints, and so forth. But also providers have to take some responsibility. We have to disclose issues around ownership, around pricing, around capacity, around occupancy, and the fact that we had buildings where only 50 students were from the NSFAS, and about but the NSFAS was made to pay for thousands of students. That is not just failure in administration and corruption on the part of the institution and of the NSFAS. It is also on the part of providers. So we need responsible providers who will also ensure that standards are properly maintained, throughout the lease, and who also will accept that there will be inspections and that there will be sanctions. This does not mean that we must return to an uncontrolled institutional model, Chairperson, but it also does not mean that we must preserve centralization merely because it is central. So responsibility must seed where capability and knowledge exist. So we must all know what our role is. So that's in terms of accountability. But the system itself must have integrity. We must have one register of properties, so that we know who provides services to which cluster of institutions, and so on and so forth. And that information could be and should be easily available to help us with some of the challenges that we've had. And then student protection, student safety should not be negotiable. And then the supply, because we have to make sure that there's a comprehensive supply of this. We, as I said, together with institutions such as the DBSA, with National Treasury, and maybe this discussion has to be extended to human settlement. We've had discussions and should continue with public works in terms of land. Municipalities have to be involved, and I think the other people that you have here, Chairperson, who are the investors, must also come to the party to ensure that we deal with the crisis. The shortage and quality of student accommodation. Now, I think that we have to look, Chair, for this colloquium, at least at a minimum of these 6 questions. What's the verified demand? So we have to be practical now. Yes, there are policy issues, there are oversight issues, there are expectations from the from the providers, from the students, and so on and so forth. But I think importantly, we need to ask ourselves the question: what is the verified demand and supply of beds? Who needs a bed? Who doesn't have it? Who has it? Per institution, and so on. We somewhat have a picture, but I think we need to consolidate that information in order to prepare for 2017. What does decent student accommodation actually cost, and which costs should the state subsidize? We must also look at the differentiated ceiling possibility, which will protect both students and public money. We also need to think about, of course, how do we expand the system? What become the role of all of us in ensuring that we deal, with all of this question? Chairperson, I think, as you may be aware, in the last few months, I think it started some time ago with issues that related to student accommodation, which led to the Special Investigations Unit that has been investigating challenges around student accommodation at the NSFAS for quite some time. We've seen and acknowledged, for instance, the outer report on student accommodation, which reported, ghost beds and so on and so forth. We've also seen, Chairperson, I think recently the report from the Public Protector, some of the reports from the AGSA, which pointed to challenges around student accommodation. As I said when I started, the student movement itself has been having discussions on this. We've also been inundated, with engagements, of course, from USAF and so on. And I think that we believe as a department that we need to go deeper into, post this, the lessons that, emerge from this, that we need to go deeper into looking at how we consolidate all of this information that's available on on student accommodation, the challenges that we face in the recommendations that are coming out of, so that all of these discussions are able to influence what ultimately become the accommodation protocol for 2027, but also how do we have a proper student accommodation policy as a department. We believe that it's now or never, and I think taking cue from how this discussion would roll out here, Chairperson would really want to work with the organizations that are participating here, but importantly with Parliament, in ensuring that we go deeper into this, and plan properly for the academic year 2027. We should, in conclusion, Chairperson, avoid easy villains. Easy villains and easy answers. Not every private provider is a profiteer. Not every university, I must add on, is managing accommodation well. Not every central system is efficient because it is central. And not every call to protect or increase the cap protect the students rather than the price. Our task is to regulate a market substantially sustained by public money. That's our responsibility. Expand supply faster and than demand grows. Protect students from exploitation and unsafe living conditions. Pay legitimate providers fairly, but also protect every rand entrusted, to us. And from here, we're hoping to hear from you, Chairperson, around how we contextualize and deal with the fact that accommodation costs are outstripping all other costs, especially core costs that has got to do with education. We've got to answer the question also, for instance, yes, around the cap. We have to answer the question around how do we deal with some of the challenges relating to the management of student accommodation itself. And I think from this discussion, we hope to emerge the better as the department, as the ministry, and as the sector as to how do we take forward student accommodation so that we change this student experience in the year 2027. Thank you very much for having us here. We're hoping to benefit quite a lot from this discussion together with our new Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister Karim. Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister, for a comprehensive speech that you've just given us. It is worthy of being recognized indeed as a keynote. We really appreciate. We are now going to move to the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training and the relevant DDGs. They will tell us how they're going to present the topic that we had given them was to deal with student accommodation funding in the PSET system, the role of the department in overseeing and regulating student accommodation within the PSET system, an overview of student housing expansion within the PSET system. And I now invite the Director General, Dr. Nkosinathi Samuel Sishi, to take us through the presentation of the department. DG?
I've never been Samuel. I'm Patrick.
Apologies.
A saint.
Apologies, Patrick. Thank you.
Very, very good morning to you, Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee. Your remarks have contextualized the platform and the comprehensive address by our minister has provided more than just a strategic overview, but I think the minister has also provided and asked just very specific questions and suggested the way forward in some of those. I am going to be careful in my presentation that I do not repeat what already has been covered sufficiently by the Minister. And my colleagues will add in areas where I would have missed important areas. The report on the Ministerial Committee on the review of the provision of student housing at South African universities, published in September 2011, established that accommodation of students in broader than a mere provisioning of beds, which would encompass, establishing living, learning, and social communities. And that report, has framed the conversation for today. And as the Minister has observed, in South Africa, as across the world, there is a significant shortage of student accommodation in higher education and training institutions. This is coupled with substandard living conditions in much of the existing student accommodation. As a Department of Higher Education, in this context, we have stressed that South African institutions on campus and institutional owned accommodation should prioritize first year and more vulnerable students. And I think that really is crucial, and because first and foremost to us, the student is the priority in our considerations for policy. Student accommodation.
Sorry to disturb you, Patrick. Is there a possibility that you can flight your presentation or your speech, that we can give you the rights so that other participants can follow your presentation?
Thank you very much. David, you can do that for us, please. Or Tandy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. You can continue.
So I think the slide, Chair and esteemed members and our Minister, simply complements the overview by our Minister, and in this regard suggests that the provision of affordable and appropriate student accommodation is not the singular responsibility of universities and colleges or government alone. As the Minister has observed, it's an issue that requires partnerships across multiple, stakeholders. NSFAS, therefore, is not responsible for student accommodation provision. In terms of the current student financial aid model, it supports students with accommodation allowances, and its mandate has therefore grown, but should be limited to the determination of the appropriate allowances and effective payment to support eligible student access to accommodation.
DG?
In 2019, if we were to speak about
those to the DG, please indicate that his network is a bit, and please, David, those who are closer to the DG, please ask him to close the
estimated need from
Those closer to the DG, please ask him to close the video for bandwidth, because we are now struggling to follow him. David, please help the DG there. I think the system kicked him off. Hopefully will join just now, and David and those closer to the DG, please ask him to rejoin and then close the video. Apologies, colleagues. This is why virtual meetings are a problem. Let me try and get David to help us there.
Sincere apologies, Chair. It is Nola Zikasa here. I will try and get hold of David, and then we will resume accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
DDG, the minister, the DG asked me to continue so that we don't waste time. I'm sure he'll let me know when he gets his connectivity back. But I will continue. I'm going to keep my video off just in case there are any issues, Chair.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so just to continue with the presentation. So in 2019, the Student Housing Provision Surveys estimated that the demand in the university sector was approximately 362, 381 beds, and the estimated need in TVET stands at 182, 748 beds. And this is a presentation of what the partnership between private student accommodation providers and government have yielded up to so far. The 2026 bed capacity at 26 public universities at the moment is 525,497 beds, which includes institution-owned, institution-leased, and accredited privately owned student housing. Of those numbers of beds, 135,353 are university-owned, 68,102 are university leased, and 331,945 beds are privately owned beds that are accredited for offering to students. 9,907 university-owned beds are unoccupied currently due to outstanding renovations, something the minister spoke about, and this does unfortunately reduce the total beds owned by universities in the current year to 125,446 beds. We are expecting 3,100 additional new student beds to be completed for the 2027 academic year across 4 institutions where the SHIP program is active, and that is SMU, TUT, UKZN, and University of Limpopo. The estimated need in the TVET sector, and this is based on a 2018 survey done by the International Finance Corporation, stands at approximately 182,000 beds. South African student accommodation market in the TVET sector shows that about 9% of the beds are owned by TVETs, which is a very small amount. TVET colleges traditionally have not owned their own accommodation. So the remaining backlog is 171,418 beds. According to a survey that was conducted in March this year, the bed capacity at public TVET colleges is 9,968 beds for institution owned residences only, and the shortfall for TVET-owned beds is 76,574 beds. We are concerned about conditions of existing residents in TVET, as 13% of the respondents indicate that conditions are good, 48% indicate fair, and 39% indicate poor, which is showing us that there are problems. I'm going to ask DDG Gasa to come in. These are the slides that relate to the work that she does in the infrastructure provision space. DDG Gasa?
Thank you very much, DDG, Prof. Lewin. Indeed, thank you very much for the setting the scene for the work that we have done. As indicated by the minister earlier on, and as introduced by the DG and Prof. Lewin, in the main, as the portfolio chair, please go back to the slide earlier on. The main issue here is about the fact that we have data that reflects 2019 data that reflected that student housing provision survey estimated that the demand in the university sector was at 381 beds. And that in the TVET sector, it was at 748 beds. And that we recognized that as government, it was very critical that in partnership with the private student accommodation providers, there were challenges in terms of bed capacity. In the 26 public universities, 497 beds, inclusive of institution and owned and institution leased and accredited private-owned student housing, there were shortages. And in a nutshell, honorable members and all stakeholders that are present here, as the honorable chairperson indicated, and as the minister outlined, we are facing a crisis. And this crisis necessitates a need for partnerships that will ensure that students have got beds that are not only necessary for them to sleep, but that enable them to be able to access teaching and learning. Let's go back to the slide. I didn't ask for this slide to move. For teaching and learning, but more than anything, for safety and security, to address what His Excellency, our president has indicated that if student accommodation is not addressed in the way that it should be, we face gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. So what we have recommended is that we need to be in partnership with private student accommodation. And we are saying that the bed capacity in public universities is as reflected in the slide that is in front of you. We have reflected that in university-owned beds, those are the numbers that are in front of you. And we have reflected university-owned beds that are unoccupied. due to outstanding renovations, reducing the total total beds owned by universities in 2026. We have also outlined for you that there are challenges in terms of additional new student beds that must be completed in the 2027 academic year for 4 institutions: SMU, TUT, UKZN, and the University of Limpopo. And what we wanted to demonstrate is not a university-oriented presentation only, but we wanted to demonstrate for you what the estimated need is for the TVET sector. According to a dated, we admit, 2018 survey, the need for TVET sectors is 182,748 beds. According to the International Finance Corporation, IFC, the market assessment report, TVET sector owns 9% of the beds. Yes. And then according to the survey in March, which we commissioned ourselves, the numbers are in front of you. Next slide, please, because I know I've got limited time. So in terms of overview of the student housing expansion within the PSET system, in 2019, DHET entered into a tripartite national agreement with DBSA, DBSA, National Treasury, and ourselves. And it focused on solution to the acute student housing shortages. We terminated this because we felt we needed to revisit how we could address student housing challenges that continue to beset the PSET system, which is necessary for the safety and security of students, for them to access teaching and learning, and for them to be able to contribute to what His Excellency said in SONA, is skills revolution. The new SHIP MOA with DBSA and DHET signed in 2024 mandated DBSA for program development execution to support this. As the minister indicated, we have had discussions with DBSA, but we are eager and we are at pace, as the minister indicated, to finalize and pursue this so that these student beds form and inform the MTBPS of the Minister of Finance, as advised by the President, that our minister meets with the Minister of Finance to ensure that we address this issue. Our students cannot be robbed of student accommodation challenges, because they will not be robbed by some institutions and by private institutions who put them in places which are not safe. And and they are then not able to fulfill their mandate of participating in ensuring that they address intergenerational poverty, and they address the matter of ensuring entrepreneurship, and they address the issue of unemployment, and they address what the president says, that if we don't have proper student accommodation, gender-based violence and femicide continues. Next slide, please. And I will be very short moving forward. So we have outlined for yourselves what we have done with DPSA moving forward. SHIP phase 1, there are numbers there. I will not go through that. Yes, Chair.
Just note that you guys have got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So I will not go through that, but those are the numbers that are there, Chair, of what we have completed, how much we have spent, each SHIP phase 1, and please move to the next phase, to the next slide, and we have indicated how much we have spent. There are universities who have withdrawn or have asked to reduce student beds. There is what? The next slide, please. We have indicated what we have applied for, and our concern is that, as the chair indicated, there are institutions and officials and private stakeholders, some of whom are here, who have failed our students. Next slide, please. Now, what we are saying is that we recognize that we have got challenges in terms of infrastructure as DHEADs to plan, procure, construct, and maintain infrastructure efficiently. Now we are busy in terms of working with universities, TVET colleges, and CETs. We have been guided by our minister to ensure that we have a seminar and we address the norms and standards, and we want to make sure that we address issues of construction, maintenance, and partner with people who are good in addressing this. Next slide, please. Our immediate issue, as guided by our minister, is a PSET-wide infrastructure summit with all key stakeholders and an infrastructure strategy to address infrastructure-related challenges that face the PSET system, including the shortage of student beds. Minister of Finance said it is not acceptable for us as DA to constantly say that we've got a shortage of such, but we don't tell him what we need so that he puts that into the MTBPS. The issue of monitoring and enforcement framework for institution-owned and institution-linked and accredited privately owned student housing is being addressed in the policy on minimum standards, norms, and standards for student housing. The President's Policy and Research Services is working with us, and we are making sure that we want to gazette this and we address so that our students are not short-changed. The next slide, please. Its trend is it seems to be a student accommodation. These are issues that my fellow colleague will speak to when she speaks to issues around NSFAS and the role around the cap and models and things like that. And I so submit, Chairperson, and appreciate the opportunity to have placed my comments, and I know that DDG Prof. Lewin will be provided an opportunity later to speak on matters pertaining to NSFAS. Thank you, Chairperson, and all colleagues that are present here. I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thandi, can you conclude?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gasa. I'm going to just conclude. I'll jump the slides because I think, Honorable Chair, that the Minister adequately covered many of the issues about what the key priorities are that we need to address in both as government and as people working in the sector. And maybe just to say that we recognize the fact that we need an ecosystem approach and that we are working on what needs to be an urgent accommodation review to understand the costs and the cost drivers, as well as the realities across all universities and TVET college campuses. And then just to go on to the immediate actions, Chair, I think, again, the Minister adequately covered this, but I think that we are looking obviously with NSFAS, with support from the universities and TVET colleges, that we try and look at a hybrid model that we can consider immediately. We need to take into account protocols that NSFAS is developing, but also consulting with the system to think about how we can improve both the accreditation and offerings for 2027. We agree, Chair, and the Minister again also spoke to this, that the accommodation cap does need to be reconceptualized. It needs to take into account the realities of provision and costs, as well as to provide graded costs for different accommodation provision. And Chair, we know that we do have to be very cautious about government spending, and we can't just offer a blank check, as the Minister said. We obviously, as Ms. Gasa has talked to, are going to continue working to grow the provision of student accommodation, both through the public investment vehicles that are available, as well as in partnership with the private sector. And we hope that this can continue to be planned and accountably developed. We are also looking, Chair, at the possibility with appropriate controls and accountability, as ministers discussed, that PSET institutions, where it's possible, could take back some responsibility for accreditation and the negotiation with accommodation providers. But obviously the accountability framework is critical to this. And the Minister also mentioned this, Chair, we are very keen to do an urgent investigation into accommodation, accreditation and costing practices, which we feel should be initiated given some of the evidence that we're starting to see, Chair, and that you also spoke about of fraud and corruption in the sector. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Department of Higher Education and Training. We'll now move on. Do we have a representative from the Department of Human Settlement?
Minister from the Department of Human Settlements.
Yes, maybe Teresa, you can continue. Are you able to flight your presentation?
Yes, Chair.
Please flight it. I normally don't want to stop presenters, but we're given the program to all the presenters and indicated on the program that we have 20 minutes. So let's try and manage time. The D had used about 35 minutes. I allowed them to do so. But please, let's try and manage time.
Okay.
You can just put it on slide mode.
And thank you very much, Chair. I will remove my photo so that it doesn't disturb. And I think I've forgotten something about my laptop. It does freeze. Hey, I'm not enough for colleagues on call.
We keep losing you.
That's show.
It does, but it's not on flight mode. But it's we keep losing your. I'm worried about your bandwidth. Yeah, it is correct now.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay. I'll try and gallop, Chair, so that I don't waste a lot of time. I'm not going to go through the overview of the presentation. I think you've asked the department to talk to. It is the role of the department in terms of provision of student housing. And it is the role that are being discussed to create access to safe, quality and affordable accommodation. Safe and affordable accommodation and the post-school education training. It is the are supposed to provide affordable accommodation for South Africa, not necessarily for the post-school education. I'm not going to go through this slide. I think the message I was trying to share or reflect, Chair, is that we are governed just like your department. We have a highlighted a few in relation to what we have. Our mandate does come from Section 26 of the Constitution, and the key one is the programs that we have, which recently, not too recent because it's in 2024, approved the white paper for human settlements, which gives us more sustainable human settlements for the country. I've reflected on this one, Chair, just for the members and colleagues to appreciate when we talk about human settlements, what is it that we are referring to? It is about the totality of the human community. It's about what we provide in different settlements, be they urban or rural or even a whole range of things, which is around what student accommodation will provide for, where we acquire land or landed property. Complete or not being concluded that needs to be granted. We do pay for that. And we also deal with issues of infrastructure where we provide water, sanitation, refuse removal, stormwater. And in this regard, we'll engineering service. Amenities and amenities, I'm referring to schools, clinics, make our settlements more sustainable. And it will also also include places of employment and universities and all the facilities that cover education. There are aspects that we regulate. I heard the minister talking about the issues of cost, which I think as human settlements, we are also affected by that. The labor forces, they build for us or deal with all elements that relates to human settlements. They do get to affect us because of the pricing in terms of what they charge when they build the units or refurbish, or even in terms of acquiring the material. We do also cover the grants which we issue. I think we have about 4 of them. And they fund our products, which I'm going to talk to. And we do talk to our people. I think I heard my other colleagues referencing the issues of numbers in human settlements. We have what we call a national needs register. In the National Needs Register, it's where we record the issues of demand for housing. Currently, we are sitting with a demand that is above 4 million, irrespective of the fact that we've already provided about more than 5 million housing opportunities to the South Africans. And some of them, they may have end up being part of the units that get converted by those that have passed the 8-year sale restriction clause and convert them into student accommodation, because we are not monitoring post what beneficiaries will do beyond what we provide. In this slide, Chair, I'm just reflecting the provisions of the Constitution and what our Housing Act does provide for. I'm not going to go through it. I think the main one is the fact that we determine policy, including the norms and standards, which I think I heard Minister talking about the norms and standards also in human settlements. We have the Housing Act, which still gives us that mandate, and also in the Housing White Paper, we do make reference to the provision of the norms and standards for housing development and human settlements development. I've also extracted some provisions in the Housing Act, which I thought it will provide context, so that when I say what our role in terms of student accommodation is, you will understand that I'm coming from a basis that says we would have funded certain things in the value chain, which yielded some of the units that you'll end up providing student accommodation on. We do obtain funds for land acquisition. We do establish and finance some national housing institution. And there are roles and responsibilities that are attached to provincial departments, and also what the national department does provide. I've just highlighted more aspects pertaining to what we do as national in relation to determining the code, so that at least when we get to answering the question around what the plans are, you will understand that the provisions that we'll have, they'll end up being contained in the code, because the code, it becomes our Bible that we utilize for all the provisions that we will be providing, offerings that we will be providing. There is also Section 7 of the Housing Act, which talks about coordinating housing development, which is a municipal function. As national, we do lobby for funding, we do determine policies, and provincial departments are responsible for implementation. And municipalities, they have a role in terms of determining what municipal programs, but they do not have a housing function per se. The housing function, it is a national and a provincial competence, so it is concurrent between the two. Like I indicated in the value chain, what we also have entities. We have the Housing Development Agency, which is our agency that helps us to acquire land. And when they acquire land, they would acquire land for the entire settlement. And in that settlement, given that it's supposed to have all the amenities, the HDA would have played a role in terms of ensuring that land is acquired. It does get taken through the necessary approval processes that are made a reference to, which are within the municipal space. There is PPRA. I think because our program has a detailed presentation around that, I'm not going to go through what they do, but it is our entity as National Department of Human Settlements. We do have our entity NHBRC, which is the National Home Builders Registration Council. It is responsible for quality assurance in the country. When you construct houses, you're supposed to ensure that it's quality assured, it does not fall It does not have issues in terms of structural integrity. So NHBRC does provide those services. So if you have those issues that the minister has spoken about, we do have our NHBRC, which is a quality assurer. They do provide a warranty over a period of 5 years in relation to what would have been constructed, as long as it is a home. We have our other entity called the Community Schemes Services, which is CSOS. It does operate within the gated communities where you're supposed to pay levies for them to resolve the disputes that are available. So in the event, the gated community that has been constructed has student accommodation, they will be playing a role in relation to resolving the disputes. We have our other entity called the NHFC, which is our bank. It's the National Housing Finance Corporation. We are funding housing development within the corporation. Some of the student accommodation providers have been funded through the NHFC. The last one, it is the Social Housing Regulatory Authority. It does help us in terms of providing what we call social housing. Over and above what I've shared with the entities, there are programs which are in the code. These are the ones which I'm making a reference to say, when we deal about the role of housing and human settlements, there is what we call the housing chapters of the IDP, where we reflect around the different interventions that will be in an area. Working together with municipalities, we do fund that program such that it does cover. So when the colleagues were talking about the demand, I was saying, I suppose, in our engagement with municipalities and looking at the different data sets we have, we can be able to collaborate around the writing of the housing chapters of the IDP, or maybe add a segment that says areas in municipalities where there's student accommodation, they need to do something around that such that we are able to determine the demand and come up with other interventions that we can be able to provide. I've highlighted the sections on social and rental chair, owing to the fact that student accommodation is more of a rental in nature, but in human settlements, we do provide hostels. Some of the students may end up residing in hostels, some they may end up residing in social housing because more of them are more of rental. But they can't be coming from anywhere, even including what is there in terms of informal settlements that we are upgrading. So our role is around the settlement itself and the construction of the houses. We are not responsible for constructing the student accommodation. It will be the providers that will be constructing. So we do provide an enabling environment for us to be able to construct housing. And we don't say this housing is going to be for students. So it will be for those qualifying South Africans, because we do have a qualification criteria that we utilize for people who will qualify for services. The other question, Chair, that you've asked is the role of the department in terms of regulating the private accommodation providers. Like I indicated, we are determining policy. We have a lot which we have put out in the public domain. There is what we call a neighborhood planning and design guide, which is a guide that determines how you should put the settlements and the layouts. It will provide what you should do in relation to providing for persons with special needs, people with disabilities, water, sanitation, and all those related services that are supposed to be there. The other things we've provided for, it's the norms and standards for rental, which did get published around 2023, but they was approved by former Minister Kupai around 2022. And we initially, when we were crafting them, they were addressing an issue that was coming from our Rental Amendment Act of 2014, which we were amending the 1999 Rental Act, which is the act that sets the rental housing tribunals. Owing to the research that we had undertaken, we were advised there are challenges in relation to the norms that exist. Some people residing in backyards, they would be residing in units that don't even have a proper foundation. So from that 2014, the determination was that we should be able to provide the norms for settlements and in rental accommodation. which will cover both what is in the public sector and what is in the private sector. Public sector, we only have 2 instruments, which I think I've already referenced in the other slide. But what came through with that is that in the norms and standards, we had to gazette, we had to deal with specific issues in terms of the lease, given that students will be playing a role, participating, residing in certain units where there must be leases. In our norms and standards, we are very clear that there must be written leases. Yes, in the past, we had a situation where a rental will be provided verbally, and when there are disputes, you wouldn't be able to respond. The other things which we emphasize in the norms and standards, it's the safe and soundness of the units that must be provided and the adequate space. It does vary according to what we provide, given that as human settlements, our service offerings are not the same. For RDP houses, we provide units that measure 40 square meters. For rental, they range between 30 and 45. For military veterans, we have units that go up to 50 square meters, and we also provide higher density designs, which will be double-story, triple-story units. So when we're defining habitability, we're looking at those aspects such that we protect the tenants from the health risks. So what we're looking for is those who are renting, and by virtue of private rental accommodation providers playing a space in the rental market, we expect them to provide units that are structurally sound, that have adequate space, that aligns with the norms and standards that would have been gazetted by Minister of Higher Education, because there are those standards in terms of size and all those elements. The other issues that we've elevated, it's the issue of the landlord and the obligations they have. To say they need to play their role, because in some instances there will be where there are deposits that get paid and tenants have rights. They need to be protected against the unfair practices, and we have set up what we call rental housing tribunals, which plays a role in terms of responding to the disputes that arise between the landlords and the tenants. And all we are trying to do is just to provide an enabling environment, Chair, such that even those who are operating as private service providers, they are able to get a service in relation to what is available. I've already explained this one, Chair, without going into the nitty-gritties around it, but we do have the rental housing tribunals. These are the bodies that resolve the disputes in the provincial, in all the 9 provinces. We do have offices, they do issue orders and rulings to ensure that they enforce them in relation to whatever that would have been raised as an issue, as a dispute. And NHBRC have also explained what they do in terms of quality assurance and making sure that the units are structurally safe, and they do provide a warranty cover for the housing, which has a time frame. The other area, Chair, which I thought we can elevate, is to share that we do have a social housing program. And this is one of our service offerings from that code that I've spoken about. It does provide about 4 pillars where there's tenure of security, it's only for rental, and it's never for ownership. And the primary market, I heard a minister talking about the cap, and I thought probably there could be a relationship here in terms of us aligning and ensuring that at least there's value for money in terms of what we provide. Our primary market as human settlements, it's around those who are earning 1,850 to 6,700, and the secondary markets, it's around 6,700 to 22,000. There are conversations around adjusting, but as it stands, social housing, it is provided by our social housing institutions, which also get accredited just like your student accommodation providers who go through certain processes that they are able to provide. So it's a similar setup that we have here. And we do have other private, other delivery agents, ODAs, which also provide or play a role in relation to providing this program. And our social housing units, We say they need to be provided in areas that we have designated and called them with a special name called restructuring zones. And these are geographic areas in municipal spaces that would have been identified by municipalities, supported by provinces, and also gazetted by Minister after consulting. The manner in which this model and this instrument work, as a social housing institution or other delivery agents will have to get a loan or debt in a bank. We offer a grant, which is the institutional subsidy combined with the restructuring capital grant, now commonly known as the Consolidated Capital Grant, CCG. And you bring your equity, whatever that you have, such that you produce a unit. It does help in terms of providing rental accommodation. So, Chair, I think with the two long story that I've given you, I've answered question 1 and question 2. The last question is around the proposals that are being discussed for creating access to safe, quality, affordable accommodation. And like I said, it's for South Africa. It's not only for the PSET system. I've told you about the housing code, which currently it is a housing code with those programs where I had shaded some and only went into the rental ones. We are developing what we call a human settlements code, which will contain new programs that will be implementing to support the white paper that got approved. We are engaging with the sector and the country as a whole around different instruments, and it should be instruments for ownership and instruments for rental. The president has already pronounced, I think at the beginning of the year, that we should be changing the housing model. So we are working around that. Our role is changing to be more of an enabler, a regulator, and a supporter of housing more than a provider. So we are crafting instruments that will be working following the marching orders that we've been given by President. We are engaging with colleagues in the National Treasury, colleagues in the Presidency under Operation Vulindlela. The key instruments that are coming through, which still needs to be consulted, we are refining the draft such that at least there is something that we are able to put on the table and talk about implementation maybe in the next financial year if policies do get approved. And there are also conversations around piloting them in the current financial year without us maybe finalize the policy instrument just to test the market. The first instrument is what we call a demand side rental subsidy. We are saying it will be more or less a twin to NSFAS because we've learned lesson from how you've dealt with student accommodation using service providers that already have housing available. Our mandate is to house the nation and provide shelter. And the manner in which we've operated was to provide construction of houses from scratch. And with those challenges of some of the projects remaining blocked and incomplete, it created a situation that we have to come up with new instruments. So understanding that there are units, some of them are standing empty, structurally sound, we can be able to accredit these service providers for them to house South Africans. We are still developing a criteria such that it will work well. We are within that demand side subsidy, rental subsidy, talking about identifying buildings which are in the inner city, in the key major cities and towns, secondary cities, and maybe converting them into rental accommodation that will come with parameters in terms of income, especially for those who will be employed, but we should be accommodating those who are in the low to medium income, which will address maybe those students that will be coming the post-school education and training system. And in the event they get jobs in the cities, they should be able to benefit from the first and the second instrument. We are also talking about providing a capital subsidy such that we are able to construct more units similar to what we have under social housing. Working with the support of the banks, we are thinking this can work and try and increase the bouquet of services that we currently have. We are also talking about providing a voucher for emergency housing for those who are sitting in the buildings that are not safe, such that they are able to go and find accommodation for themselves in other areas. There is also a talk around transitional housing for those who come into the cities, urban centers for a shorter period of time, given that the hotel model, it does work for the hotel, but it comes with a higher rate and it becomes a little bit expensive. So transitional housing, it's one of the instruments that we are talking about, such that we are able to offer such, but it should be affordable for those that are looking for shelter for a shorter period of time. There is a reform social housing. Yes, Chair.
You can conclude in 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. There is a reform social housing. I've already explained we are reforming it. It is not working very well. We have not been able to provide more than 100,000 units. We are looking at changing how we finance it such that it works better. Currently, it works with a model that is having 70% of government funding and 30% will be coming from the debt and the equity that I've spoken about. There is public sector rental stock and hostel redevelopment. We have hostels which are known as community residential units. It's what we are reforming and converting it such that it becomes units that are affordable for those that will be residing. So the other instrument, it's the small scale rental. Chair, it's a fancy name. We are using small scale, but it is basically in simple terms, accommodation that should be made available through backyard rental accommodation. We also have land release and land assembly, which we say municipalities need to identify land that is available, assembly it such that the studies are done, the units are not built, or people are not given stands in areas that will later have sinkholes and create other disasters for the country. So we say assembly the land and release it for South Africans that qualify. There is also a talk about the change in the subsidy quantum, like Minister indicated in terms of your costing. We also have similar changes in terms of the cost. The unit cost for a BNG house, it's about 183,000 rand. We have been using the instrument called Building Cost Index, which comes from the data sets that we obtain from University of Stellenbosch, which we use to change the figures, and our figures are still a little bit behind. Listening to what Minister was saying we need to be firm around the 2026 pricing. Even in human settlements, we are sitting with the same, with the costs that are outdated going back to 2023. We are also talking about rolling out innovative building technologies owing to some of the issues we are dealing with in terms of climate change, and we want to build units that are using maybe different alternative technologies such that we are able to respond to what is there. We do have a partnership with NSFAS. I'm not going to go through the slides. I think the colleagues who are on part of the call, they know what we have done. We are proud that we have the rental housing tribunals, which are active in all and functional in all the provinces. And we still have a long role to play in terms of resolving the disputes. And we do offer our offering that students, they can lodge these complaints of unfair rental practices in the different provinces. I'm not going to go through all the slides. I think the last slide, it's about the examples on unfair labor, unfair rental practices that are there, where maybe the providers just change the rental. Some of them, they don't return the deposits. Some, they make you reside in a unit that has unacceptable living condition. There's overcrowding and all those things which we say need to be regulated as part of our norms and standards, which we published around 2023. And I think, Chair, I'm going to wrap it up at that with the hope that there is additional information that I've made available. We are having an email address in the event there are concerns or questions or any other ideas that colleagues could be having, they can drop it and direct it to the Director General. I've provided a set of additional slides just for colleagues to read some of the areas that I did not go in detail in terms of explaining, just for colleagues to have a full appreciation of what we are dealing with. Thank you very much. I hope my 5 minutes is exhausted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Telezi. We really appreciate. We're now going to move quickly to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, to brief us about the student accommodation funding in the PSET system, the role that NSFAS plays in overseeing and regulating student accommodation within the PSET system, the role of NSFAS in accrediting private student accommodation, and the implementation of the NSFAS student accommodation cap. NSFAS, I'm not sure who's going to lead your presentation with 20 minutes. NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair. It's Hina Valji from NSFAS, Senior Manager for Student Accommodation. I'll be leading the presentation. I'm just going to share my screen.
We did not give you a chance to introduce yourself early. If you can introduce yourself and show face, and you can close the video when you are doing the presentation. Hina? Hina?
Good morning, Chair. It's Hina, Senior Manager for Student Accommodation at NSFAS. I'm just trying to share my screen. If you can give me a few minutes.
We'll give you a few seconds. In the meantime, Dr. Matutu, you will come after NSFAS. So if you can also prepare your presentation so that we save time. Thanks.
Chair, I'm just checking if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm going to be presenting on a few of the items on the agenda today. The number one, the student accommodation funding in the PSET system, the role of NSFAS in overseeing and regulating student accommodation within the PSET system, and the role of NSFAS in accrediting private student accommodation.
Lina, please put it on slideshow. Yes, thanks.
Okay, if we look at the screen in front of us, what we see here is student accommodation funding from 2023 to 2026. What we see from here is a growth in a funding of almost 54% from 2023 to 2026 attributed to student accommodation. It shows a growth year on year from universities for funding student accommodation of almost 2 billion rand per year, with a smaller increase annually in the TVET space. We see a bigger increase from 2024 to 2025 in the TVET space with the funding for student accommodation due to more TVETs coming online for students to be placed in accommodation during that time. The assessment of accommodation for 2026 shows that the majority of funding relating to students is now diverted to student accommodation. The accommodation funding is at this point more than the tuition funding in certain instances. And if you look at the number of students that are registered at the university and TVET, almost 80% of students that are currently registered within the university sector are funded for accommodation versus 20% which are funded for transport. The accommodation cost then relating to the funding of this 80% of the market of the universities lands up to the number of 18 billion, which you can see on the screen in front of you as a projection for 2026 based on the current rates and caps that we have in the system. At a TVET level, it seems to be more evenly spaced in terms of the number of students that are on an accommodation allowance versus the number of students that are on a transport allowance. So what this means for us is that at an institution, and especially at a university level, we need to look at the rules that are implemented around accommodation criteria for students versus the criteria for transport for these students to determine if the number of students that are currently being funded on the accommodation model are sustainable going forward. More students are being funded in the system from 2023 right up until now where we find ourselves. And with the bulk of these students being funded on an accommodation allowance, this does push the amount that is required to fund the accommodation model across the country to the numbers that we are seeing currently. The role of NSFAS in overseeing and regulating student accommodation within the PSET system. Student accommodation is managed in two ways. It is managed directly by the institution, or the student accommodation that's managed by NSFAS. Where NSFAS manages student accommodation, the whole process is managed from the accreditation, from the assisting of placements at various private accommodation, grading tools, and disbursement processes, with the entire system being managed through third-party solution providers. The institution-managed accommodation is a process that is managed entirely by the institution, from the accreditation of the accommodation, from the placement of the students, the grading according to systems that the various universities may have in place, who then submit a claim to NSFAS for NSFAS-funded students that are placed in these institution-managed accommodations for payment directly to the institution for those students. For small, medium, and large private accredited student accommodation providers, they are managed mainly through the solution partners. On-campus institution, which is owned by the institutions, is managed by the institutions with claims to those accommodation providers paid through via the institution. Private unaccredited accommodation, those claims are paid directly through to the students. The role of NSFAS in accrediting private student accommodation. NSFAS has designated partners known as accreditation agents who conduct inspections at properties who are wanting to provide private student accommodation to NSFAS funded students. These properties would then need to meet the standards that are required for student living. The inspection process would assess factors such as safety, cleanliness, and the availability of essential amenities. Once this is complete, the properties are then graded based on the criteria that they have met. Once the property passes the inspection, it is accredited and listed as an approved private accommodation option for NSFAS funded students on the portal of the solution partner in the province that it is based in. Accreditation ensures that students have access to safe and suitable living arrangements. The accreditation outcome will be accessible on the accommodation providers portal, which is linked to the solution partners portal. The accommodation providers will be able to access and view the outcome of the accreditation process and the reasons for particular grading decisions, especially in instances where accommodation providers believe they should have received a grade A and instead received a grade B or C, and what can be done further to their properties to enhance it in order for them to be awarded the grade A status. In a pictorial view, this is what I've just explained. Accommodation providers log on to the Solution Partners portal, they create an account, they have to complete a whole lot of steps, which includes the uploading of the various compliance documents relating to their property in order for them to be an accredited accommodation provider. Once all these steps have been completed with the number of beds that they will be providing, a payment is then made for an accreditation agent to go out to their property to inspect it. The accreditation agent goes out, does an inspection, works off the list of the DHET norms and standards for what needs to be provided at the accommodation in order for it to be safe and conducive for student living. Once the accreditation agent has completed that process, that information is then submitted on the portal and comes through to NSFAS internally, where those documents are worked through before an outcome is given on whether the person assessing the documents agrees with the grading that has been suggested by the accreditation agent. And if not, it will be declined with the reasons on why the accreditation was declined. The offer letter will then be generated and made available on the Solution Partners portal for the accommodation provider to view. If they are happy with the grading that has been assigned to their property, they will then accept the offer letter, which states clearly the number of beds that they are accredited for on their property, which means they should not be housing more students than what is listed on that accreditation certificate, together with the rate that they will be paid per bed based on the grade that their property passed in terms of the inspection. For the implementation of the NSFAS student accommodation cap, I'm going to hand over to Wasim.
Thank you very much, Hina. Greetings, Chairperson. Sorry, I just want to get the presentation up.
Maybe
All right,
before
thanks, Chair.
maybe before you come in, I see the hand of Honorable Lonzi. Honorable
No,
Lonzi.
thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just a brief one. In the last engagement we had with NSFAS, we had requested the names of these accrediting agents. So I was hoping, the reason I waited for the manager to finish, I was hoping that it will be part of the presentation, but if it's not, can we please get them even in writing so that we know these characters that we're dealing with? Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. NSFAS, in the meantime, if you can get us that list so that by the time we come and ask questions, we're able to go through the list as per the request of Honorable Lonzi. Thanks. Sorry, Wasim, can you continue?
No problem, Chair. So last year, upon the appointment of the board would have instituted a legal review into student accommodation, also just to help the board understand in terms of the interpretation of the NSFAS Act, how some of these intricacies are interpreted. What the legal review, which was conducted by Edwin Nathan Southernberg, revealed was that NSFAS statutory mandate in terms of the NSFAS Act does allow it to impose accreditation-related conditions on APs as a condition of NSFAS funding. So NSFAS is allowed to say that an accommodation must meet a minimum standard in order for an NSFAS beneficiary to live there. We may prescribe conditions on the accommodation in which NSFAS students may reside, and NSFAS may determine the financial allocation for the accommodation allowance to student beneficiaries. All of these three things do not conflict with public universities' accreditation powers under the minimum norms and standards of student accommodation, nor does it stop them from remaining responsible for accrediting accommodation for students more generally, including those students who are not funded by NSFAS. In respect of the accommodation cap, which I think is quite a topical issue at the moment, the NSFAS does have the legal authority to determine the value of the accommodation allowance that it provides to students. So NSFAS does have the power to set an accommodation cap. It lies at the heart of what we are actually established to do. What NSFAS does not have the power to do is to determine what an accommodation provider must charge for a particular rental rate. Therefore, we do not have rate-setting powers within the market. If an accommodation provider wishes to charge above the cap, they may be allowed to do that here. While accrediting accommodation providers offer accommodation that is conducive to studying, we do not have the power to determine what those rates might be. And I think that is for two reasons, right? One is that accommodation providers should be entitled and encouraged to compete and drive prices down lower than the rate prescribed by NSFAS, which is currently not happening. In fact, we think the converse may have happened when the accommodation cap was instituted, is that many people have raised their prices. And really what we see for the future is that the marketplace for NSFAS accommodation must be that accommodation providers must be able to list rentals which are lower than the accommodation cap, so as to determine how we can drive prices down in certain areas here. Yeah. Second is that if accommodation providers charge more than the accommodation allowance, that is of no concern to NSFAS. NSFAS will simply not pay more towards the accommodation than the accommodation allowance that it offers to its students. Where, of course, this creates quite a bit of challenge is that those costs are now, of course, being passed down to the students, either at university level or at private accommodation level, and students are incurring debt or they are using allowance costs that should be used for meals, living, and personal care towards the payment of accommodation. In summary, the view is that NSFAS does not have the power to prescribe the rate that accommodation providers may charge. That's in a market related. However, we may set a cap on what NSFAS is willing to be able to pay. This is because that rate setting by public authorities has a significant impact on ordinary competitive forces that operate in a market. When the legislature empowers bodies to set rates, it usually does so expressly, as in the case of tariffs, which are, for example, set by NERSA or ICASA. Against that legislative backdrop, the absence of any express rate-setting power given to NSFAS is a further indicator that we do not have the power to regulate how the actual market operates. But again, we do have the power to be able to say what we as NSFAS are willing to pay for any level of accommodation. Chairperson, we will pause our presentation there for now. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, NSFAS. Can we move to Yusuf? Dr. Matutu? Andile Galan, sorry. Andile Galan, if you can just close your video. We note your very good-looking bedding, but please close the video there. You can continue, Dr. Matutu.
Thank you very much, Chair. When I introduced myself in the morning, I omitted the private providers together with the private sector, players who are available here together with the students. I'm not alone, as it has been mentioned. I'm with Professor Moshabela. He decided that I should just go ahead and start the presentation. I'm not sure whether it's showing, Chair. Is it showing?
Yes, it is showing.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, we have been given certain headings to focus on, and we're sticking to what we have been provided with. We'll just start with the contextual overview. Why is it not moving? This is strange. It looks like it's not moving from my side. Is it moving on your side?
It's not moving. Maybe
It's not.
restart it. Yeah.
It's not moving. I'm just wondering what's causing that. Let me share again and see if that will make a difference. Let me just see if once I put it in presentation mode, it looks like that's where I struggle. So we start with oh, wonderful. Okay. With the overview of what the universities are saying at this stage regarding the enrollment, they are sitting at about just above 1.1 million. And the university-owned residences, about 136 beds, just over that, accommodating about 20% of the students who require accommodation, not total enrollment, but those who require accommodation. And then they have accredited about 371,000 beds, just above that, which accounts for about 41% of the students who require accommodation. So overall, the students who require accommodation, about 61% of them have been accommodated either in university-owned residences or the privately owned residences. And overall, when it comes to accreditation, there's some overlap between what universities do and also what the NSFAS does, creating some duplication and monitoring challenges. And there has been funding constraints, which are due to the operational costs, both for affecting both institutional sustainability and student affordability. So the costs tend to be way, they are above what sometimes what students can afford, and also they do affect the sustainability of institutions. And NSFAS remains a dominant funding source. As universities report a difference in the gap between what this accommodation cap cost and the actual costs. So at the core of the issue of NSFAS is that what we were promised was that every deserving student will be funded fully. And it is important that at a national level, we come to an agreement that that promise cannot be carried out. Because to say that NSFAS has got the rights now to say the maximum that they can pay, that maximum is not the full cost. And that full cost is what they promised to pay. So that shortfall goes to student debt and also goes to escalating the sustainability of universities, the unsustainability of universities. So we have to come clean and not just discuss this at a parliamentary level, discuss it with the public of South Africa to say that we're no longer able to pay what was promised in 2017. The coordination becomes quite important at universities level, at government level, at NSFAS level, municipalities, private providers, in order to meet the student accommodation demands. We're also asked to look at the accommodation funding by universities, and what we have found is that universities use multiple sources of funding in order to fund accommodation, starting with NSFAS accommodation allowances, with the DHET government grants, and the institutional funding available, external bursaries, the donors, the sponsors, the seaters, the loans, students, family contributions, and the strategic partnerships that they have with funders. And some institutions use public-private partnerships. It has been mentioned, for instance, by DHET, a similar arrangement with the National Treasury together with the bank. These public-private partnerships can involve leasing arrangements or also leasing to own, and to expand capacity without carrying the full capital burden in the process of getting universities to own the residences. The recurring challenge has been the cost between the provision of accommodation and the funding that can be recovered from students or from NSFAS. We have discussed the student debt, which is becoming unbearable for universities. And NSFAS is a key contributor to that, with its own right and legal position, which are not aligned with what has been promised. The issue, therefore, both is that of a student funding challenge and also institutional sustainability challenge, in such a way that we can be able to deal with the two while providing what is necessary for student success and student well-being. So this is the role that universities play in overseeing and regulating accommodation, their own accommodation. They are closest to students and also accommodation providers, and therefore they play quite a crucial role in the operational oversight. And also the universities have established very strong governance structures which involve accommodation. They have got a student affairs office, they've got residence administration, they have the finance division, they have the facilities division, they have the infrastructure division, and this can be as high as the level of TVC for some institutions. Risk and compliance functions and the relevant committees which look at the oversight which have been mentioned below, which safety and security, quality and maintenance, student welfare and residence life, the financial controls and accommodation provider management, complaints and incident reporting and compliance. So in a nutshell, universities have established these structures, they've established policies, they've established guidelines that promote the integrity, transparency, consistency, and quality assurance of the accreditation processes, and also managing their own accommodation and regulating their own accommodation. So the roles of universities in accrediting private student accommodation is as follows. They are very close to the accommodation and also the students, as it has been mentioned. And they focus on this number of steps. The application and submission of supporting documentation, they manage that. The assessment against the DHET minimum norms and standards and the institutional requirements, the physical inspection of the properties, the accreditation, provisional accreditation or corrective action process, ongoing and where applicable, unannounced follow-up inspections. So some universities also use the grading or category systems to distinguish accommodation according to the room arrangements and the service levels which are provided. There is, in general, support for universities continuing with this role because of their proximity, as it has been said, to the accommodation providers. And also they do understand their local context and are directly accountable to students. The areas which require strengthening in this area is the alignment between the university accreditation requirements and the NSFAS requirements, and the clear delineation of roles between NSFAS and universities, with universities responsible for accreditation of private student accommodation and NSFAS perhaps providing an oversight role. And there needs to be a common accommodation metrics that can help distinguish accommodation categories and services while allowing for the local context. The municipal processes, particularly the zoning and documentation, can delay accreditation. And also it has been highlighted that some municipalities treat universities as if they are profit-making businesses in terms of the costing of the municipal rates and so on. Accreditation should not be a once-off exercise. Regular quality assessment is important. There's a need for consistent monitoring, clear consequences for non-compliance, and efficient information sharing between universities and NSFAS regarding the status of accommodation. These are the cost determining factors for student accommodation that is charged by universities. The cleaning, maintenance, insurance, staffing, ICT connectivity is taken into account when charging accommodation. The institutional overheads, student support, residence life programs is taken into account. The catering, the meals, they are the major cost driver for catering residences. The transport to campus or the security to campus, security within the residence itself, and the safety requirements. The municipal rates, I've mentioned that, the taxes, the utilities, the land, building, construction costs. Just because a building is owned by the university, there's ongoing maintenance that has to be conducted. Each time it's holidays, there needs to be maintenance so that the upkeep of the building can be taken into account. The compliance upgrades, the refurbishment, the renewal, life cycle maintenance requirement. If you've got infrastructure, we all know that there is the building process, there is ensuring that the buildings are fully functional, and from there, it is the maintenance of the building. And there is a stage of decommissioning of the buildings and ensuring that something else gets done on those buildings for them to come back to life again. So all these things have to be taken into account and catered for. Otherwise, the infrastructure it doesn't operate like something which will forever stand there. So these are the USAF's perspective on NSFAS accommodation cap. USAF advocates for an evidence-based NSFAS accommodation cap. A single national cap is neither suitable nor realistic. Now, this departs from what Mr. Wasim has just presented. Our understanding when we are saying this is that NSFAS is trying to cover the full cost. It was not on the basis of how much is NSFAS able to afford. So our understanding is that they were still standing on their promise to fund the full cost. In that case, then, the accommodation cap has to be based on some kind of evidence. And also, we don't expect it at a national level to be the same for every institution. And in the similar vein, the methodology should be evidence-based, informed by utilities, security, maintenance, insurance, mills, land, building cost, compliance, student support. And the metro and non-metro distinction should not be the sole determinant. The geographic regional cost differences should also be considered. The cap should account for differences between catered and self-catering accommodation, for genuine differences in service and quality. The annual adjustment should reflect accommodation inflation, building inflation, and other material operating cost changes. Universities should have a transparent mechanisms to motivate for local adjustment or approved exceptions where compliant costs exceed the cap. So I think, Honorable Chair, this point on where NSFAS stands versus what our expectations are is a crucial area that needs to be debated and also communicated throughout the country. So the proposals for creating access to safe, quality and affordable accommodation in higher education, USAF advocates for a sustainable student accommodation model, a positioning of student accommodation as a national development priority, integrating it into national and local housing strategy. Why? Because if we look at accommodation that is being occupied by students, that would have been occupied by the general public, it makes it a national requirement for the country. If we're talking about the 4 million beds that were highlighted by the Department of Human Settlements, if more students are occupying those beds through rental, through other forms, that could have been accommodation that is provided for our community, our society generally. So it is a national development priority. Recognizing universities as active partners that can contribute land, projects, expertise, predictable demand, governance capacity, investment partnerships. So universities can be very strong partners in the development and also management of accommodation for students. Increased accommodation provided by universities to meet the needs of students while supporting communities in which they operate. And we have seen this. If you look at institutions such as Rhodes University, during the Arts Festival, their residences are being occupied by community at very reasonable prices in order to promote that Arts Festival. That's promoting the community and does bring a lot of revenue for that society, which is the Makanda Society. And similarly, if you look at institutions such as UCT during holidays, where they use the same accommodation, and there could be other services which are provided which enrich this accommodation in such a way that communities can benefit as well. The integrated long-term planning aligned with enrollment growth, the spatial development, transport infrastructure, land availability, local accommodation markets. That is important for us to start to think about this accommodation in a broader context, which is very much developmental in nature, while at the same time ensuring that we expand the equity and access to higher education. We need a flexible blended funding approach that supports the development, acquisition, conversion, maintenance of student accommodation. So it's not just big projects that we're talking about. It can be small projects to refurbish small residences within universities. We do need that kind of flexible funding. A coordinated framework involving government, universities, NSFAS, municipalities, private providers, and investors is required for us to achieve what is being proposed here. And the regular reviews of NSFAS accommodation cap to reflect the actual costs, the inflation, and the regional differences. That is on the assumption that NSFAS is still prepared to pay the full cost of accommodation. Improved funding administration and payment processes. The solutions appropriate to different institutional and local context are necessary. And then these are the principles that we would promote for the successful student accommodation model. We need a student-centered model which will support academic success and safety and well-being. We need a quality-assured student accommodation which would apply, monitor minimum standards consistently. We need a context-sensitive student accommodation model, which would recognize regional and accommodation type differences. We need a financially sustainable student accommodation model, which would support the full cost of safe and compliant provision. We need a collaborative student accommodation model, which would promote shared responsibilities among government, universities, NSFAS, municipalities, and private providers. We need a transparent, accountable, and predictable pricing within the process, which would ensure clear evidence-based processes and timely communication of funding parameters. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matutu. We will now go to the principal's organization. Is Mr. Ndlela on the line? Is Subco on the platform?
Yes,
Mr.
Chairperson. Good morning to you, Chairperson, Honorable Letty, your members, the Minister, DG, and fellow presenters.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
My name is Chris Ndlela.
The president, the chairperson.
Yes, the chairperson of the organization.
Yeah, let's
But
do
I
this.
want to come again.
You can open your video so that on the platform we can see you. And then you close it after.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hope you can see me now, Chair. I've opened it.
We can see you, and then next time you must just inform us. I'll help you to name your gadget correctly, because this one of numbers We're not accepting earlier because we don't know who's 715204. But you can continue, Chairperson.
Thank you. I will do so, Chairperson. You'll appreciate that this is my very first time I am appearing before your committee. I also want to, in advance, Chair, indicate that in my company is also the Secretary General of the organization, Dr. Mtapo. Chair, the structure of our, as we try to put it on the platform, of our presentation is broken down into provinces. And that in itself can eat a lot into your time, but we have summarized it. But I want to start by presenting as we have submitted to the portfolio committee. On page 1, Chairperson, there are 3 provinces, 3 colleges from the Eastern Cape. And when you follow up, we'll also find few others. We want to say, Chairperson, in terms of the breakdown of whether all colleges have student accommodation, the answer to that is no, but some have. Obviously, it depends on the college itself. With regards to question number 1, from one of the colleges, that is Buffalo City, if you allow me to go through that kind of a presentation, Chairperson. We are therefore saying, when it comes to that, I suppose, Chairperson, you're giving me permission to present it like that. In terms of the first question, where we need to respond on the funding for student accommodation in the TVET sector. In the main, it is the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. But to a minimum degree, you will find some sitters coming to the party, as well as obviously self-funded students. With regards to the Eastern Cape, it's more or less the same, Chairperson. East Cape, I meant to say Midlands. Then Port Elizabeth, these funds are not sufficient, Chairperson, to turn facilities into a vibrant living environment. But in terms of who funds, we still adamant that it's only those. Go to the next slide, Ms. Ngema. No. I'm sorry, Chair. Go back to page 2, Mangema, please. We want to go to the second question, Chairperson, in terms of the structure. Over there, we're talking to the role of the TVET colleges in overseeing and regulating student accommodation. We do participate as different colleges on a minimal basis, particularly around issues of the monitoring of the welfare of the students, the conditions of the accommodation, maintenance, repairs, you name it. When it comes to a role of TVET colleges in accrediting private student accommodation, Chairperson, we don't play a role, let me say a primary role, but we do provide support. For example, because that is the purview of NSFAS. We do find ourselves as different colleges accompanying them for geographical reasons, which they are not familiar with, but also to also make our own notes in terms of what would have been accredited for us, not necessarily to take decisions, but to have that information at our disposal. Remember, Chairperson, we act in loco parentis as the principals or the staff members of different colleges in the absence of the parents physically within the premises. I want to move on, Chairperson. The responses are more or less the same in most of them. And when we go to the very same province, around issues of the perspective on the NSFAS student accommodation cap, they differ from one college to the next. For example, in the case of the Buffalo City, we are saying it's not enough in urban areas, considering the standards set by NSFAS. And that obviously tells you that geographically, those kind of considerations will have to be factored in, obviously following serious and meaningful consultation. With regards to Port Elizabeth, an increase will also go a long way in offering colleges an opportunity to constantly improve the state of the facilities. Of course, that is a subject of discussion and engagement. On the proposals for creating access to safe, quality, and affordable accommodation in the PSAT system, I just want to go to the East Cape Midlands alone in terms of the Eastern Cape. The College of East Cape Midlands proposes a coordinated approach between DHET, NSFAS, TVET colleges, municipalities, and private accommodation providers to increase access to safe, quality, and affordable student accommodation. I'm going to this one because it's elaborative in terms of the views coming from this college. The following measures are recommended. One, increase the availability of purpose-built student accommodation in areas surrounding TVET campuses, particularly where there is a significant shortage of suitable accommodation. Strengthen partnerships with private accommodation providers through a transparent accreditation and monitoring framework to increase the pool of compliant accommodation providers through a transparent accreditation. I meant to say accommodation available to students. Review the NSFAS accommodation funding model regularly to ensure that the accommodation allowance remains aligned with prevailing market conditions and regional variations in accommodation costs. Encourage public-private partnerships to facilitate the development, refurbishment, and management of affordable student accommodation. Strengthen municipal involvement to ensure that accommodation providers comply with applicable building, zoning, health, safety, and fire regulations. Develop campus-specific accommodation needs assessments to determine the number of students requiring accommodation, the availability of existing accommodation, and the additional capacity required. Establish and maintain a reliable database of approved accommodation providers so that students can easily identify accommodation that has been assessed and meets the required standards. Prioritize student safety and easily identify accommodation that has been assessed and meets the, I'm repeating now. Prioritize student safety and well-being, including adequate security, sanitation, fire safety, occupancy standards, and access to essential services. Provide safe and affordable transport solutions where suitable accommodation is not within reasonable proximity to campuses. Develop a long-term national PSAT student accommodation strategy that treats student accommodation as an integral part of access to education and student success rather than a separate support service. The college believes that addressing student accommodation requires a sustainable, adequately funded, and coordinated approach that balances student affordability, accommodation quality, safety, geographical realities, and responsible use of public funds. I'm moving to the Free State, Chairperson. In Free State, only two. Perhaps I should have said this earlier, that not all colleges submitted, so we're not presenting a full picture from the side of our colleges, but a substantial number have given us information. We are therefore presenting as such. In terms of Goldfields and Maluti, TVET colleges, both of them agree that the responsibility of providing student accommodation funding by TVET colleges is through NSFAS, and to a limited extent in the case of Maluti, sitters as indicated earlier. With regards to the colleges of the responsibilities or role of the colleges when it comes to overseeing and regulating, we are saying in the case of Goldfields, supporting students with accredited accommodation is the only level of involvement when it comes to information. And that is the support we spoke about earlier on, Chairperson. But I want to move to Maluti with regards to the role of TVET colleges in accrediting private student accommodation. We are saying, Chairperson, Maluti TVET College is not directly involved in the accreditation of private student accommodation, as the accreditation process is managed by NSFAS through its appointed solution partner, which in the case of Maluti TVET College is mentioned. We move to the CAP parts. I will take Maluti first and then take the proposal for creating access in terms of what Goldfields is saying. I'm starting from the bottom up, Chairperson, this time around. The current cap amount for non-accredited accommodation is sufficient to sustain students' basic needs for the academic term. The matter remains with the safety and well-being of students at the properties, as they are not monitored. No accessors evaluated the properties if they align with the norms and standards set by DHET. With regards to the proposal for creating access to safe, quality and affordable accommodation in the PSEP system, this is what we are saying from the side of Goldfields. Each college will have on-site accommodation facilities. It helps, it addresses the issues of safety and also even time spent doing individual work by the students. They've got more time because there is no traveling. When the accommodation facility is in close proximity to the lecture rooms, there's more time students will spend studying than doing any other things, in particular walking to where they reside. We take the Gauteng Province, Chairperson. I will indicate in Gauteng that from the few colleges we spoke to, they do not have student accommodation in their respective colleges. Those are the Central Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni West, and Tshwane North. But with regards to the other responses, they are more or less the same. I'll take Ekurhuleni West with regards to student accommodation funding by TVET colleges in the sector. This is what we are saying as far as Ekurhuleni West is concerned. The college works with NSFAS accredited accommodation providers to ensure that students have access to safe, suitable, and accredited housing that complies with the national student accommodation standards. Accommodation funding is generally paid directly to approved accommodation providers, thereby reducing the financial burden on students and their families. And it's highly appreciated, Chairperson. We have to say that as we move to the Central Johannesburg with regards to the role of TVET colleges in overseeing and regulating, they are saying by way of accreditation and regular inspection evaluation, no quality of services provided. That is the level at which they provide support in terms of overseeing and regulating. When it comes to Tshwane North, we look at the role of the TVET college in accrediting private student accommodation. We are saying here the college does not accredit private students accommodation. You will notice, Chairperson, that is a common response with regards to that. And when it comes to CAP and the perspective of SAPCO, the individual colleges are saying this in as far as that is concerned. Central Joburg is saying the current rate should be reviewed in order to align to the prevailing market rate, particularly in the urban areas. Ekurhuleni West, TVET College Chairperson is saying on the same question, the NSFAS cap must be in line with CPI of each year. Then on Tshwane North, we are saying actual accommodation and rental costs regularly exceed the maximum NSFAS subsidized allowance, leaving unpaid balances. and it's an inconvenience from what Zwane North is saying, Chairperson. An inconvenience that leads to other serious impacts and obviously concentration of students, possibilities of deregistration and all those things. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that one, Chairperson. I'm moving to the next, what's name, KZN. On the side of KZN, Chairperson, most colleges that have responded have their on-site student accommodation. But when it comes to the second question over there on the student accommodation funding by TVET colleges in the TVET sector, in the case of Coastal College, NSFAS funded students, funded seekers, and self-paying. The self-paying, Chairperson, interestingly, is the lowest in all the colleges. I think for a number of reasons. It's the level, it's the catchment areas where our students in the TVET sector are coming from. Most of them are coming from poor backgrounds. Deep rural areas, you will also find them. But in the main, it's the level of poverty you will find over there. That is why it is easier to come to the TVET colleges, and they benefit, as I rightly indicated earlier on the NSFAS. What's name? On the case of Mnambithi, Chairperson, with regards to the role of the TVET colleges in overseeing, Mnambithi is saying they are house parents employed by the college. Students are fed 3 times a day. Maintenance is done, but we are lacking behind due to major vandalism as well as allocation of funds. These vandalism are in the main as a result of students not taking good care of the space they are occupying. On the role of TVET colleges, I'll take only one, and that is Coastal accrediting private student accommodation. The accreditation of private student accommodation is a function of NSFAS, as we indicated earlier on. But later in the very same paragraph, we are saying, Chairperson, on behalf of Coastal, TVET colleges do not have the authority to accredit private accommodation. Chair, still on KZN, I will take Tashan, a college you will find in Vryheid, Nongoma, Ulunji, you name them. The picture is more or less the same as indicated above, except that when it comes to role of TVET colleges in overseeing and regulating students, we are saying over the safety of our students is a priority. We first allocate college accommodation before opting for any other accommodation options available. We rely on NSFAS rules and guidelines when allocating allowances. So if we had means, probably most in general of what we are presenting, we will all be having site-based student accommodation funded by NSFAS to make our work and the work of the student, safety of the students, a first priority. When it comes to Thekwini TVET College, Chairperson, when it comes to the last question, very minimal on the accrediting part, very minimal participation you will find from the side of Thekwini, because TVET colleges don't have full access to private residences. I will move on, Chairperson, to the next one. The next question I want to take is around the perspective on the NSFAS student accommodation cap. And I'm here taking the Coastal College, where it is saying sub-corp representative must provide their view. We're still battling to come up with a coherent and unanimous kind of a perspective with regards to that. That's what Coastal is saying, and it's to a certain degree true, considering that we are presenting individual perspectives. Then when it comes to Mtashan, placing the cap might disadvantage students, especially when opting to use accredited private accommodation, since the rent expected might be higher than the actual amount to be paid by NSFAS. I deliberately indicated that when you talk about Mtashana is a deep rural college, and over the demand and supply leads to more being paid for accommodation because there are fewer facilities, and therefore that competition will only be won through escalation of prices so that only those who can afford get space. With regards to proposals for creating access to safe, I want to take Coastal also when it comes to that. They are saying access to safe, quality and affordable accommodation can be improved by expanding student housing infrastructure near campuses, strengthening collaboration between NSFAS, TVET colleges and accommodation providers, and improving efficiency of accommodation accreditation and payment processes. Whereas when it comes to Tegwini, on the same question, colleges should be involved in the accreditation process. Periodic assessment, Chair.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. I'm moving towards the end on the Capricorn part, which is a college in Limpopo. We are saying TVET colleges with regards to role in accreditation process. TVET colleges should assist in identifying and monitoring private accommodation providers near their campuses and ensure that accommodation complies with applicable minimum norms and standards. And in the case of Lipalali, it's very clear no role is played by the college. Neither is it the case with Litaba as well as Mopani TVET College. We go to Spokuni. When it comes to Skukuni, TVET accommodation funding by TVET colleges in the sector, Skukuni is saying TVET colleges do not fund student accommodation from their own institutional budgets. All accommodation funding is provided through NSFAS, SITAs, and of course, self-funded students, as is the case in most of the colleges that we have presented on. Let me also go to Waterberg. Role of TVET colleges in overseeing. This is what Waterberg has to say. Support, supervise, and administer all student residencies activities, including providing meals. The challenge is the model did not yet provide posts on organizational structure. The model referred to here, Chairperson, is the organizational structure in terms of the PPN CIC. We found that the allocation of staff for the residences is not a priority and it's not featuring, and therefore it makes it a little difficult for the colleges to maintain the residences to the level they are supposed to as a result of constraints when it comes to employing the personnel to take care of that, making it difficult to provide staffing for the residences in the TVET sector. And let me go to the last one with regards to Waterberg. Role in the accreditation process, none done by contracted NSFAS service provider. This poses challenges as some accredited providers accommodation does not or do not meet minimum standards. Chair, let me skip the entire Limpopo when it comes to the last two questions. Go to the to the Western Cape. No, let me start in Mpumalanga, page 16. That's Karatsibandi, Chairperson. On student accommodation funding, this is what Karatsibandi is saying. Student accommodation is funded by NSFAS. Or, let me say, or SITAs through student allowances in bursary funding. Then on Northwest, I'm taking only Boselela. I'm taking the third question. NSFAS has appointed an external body to accredit private accommodation provider. Then the last one, which is, of course, the Western Cape, Chairperson. I will just take the North link as well as the South Cape. On the North link, they also emphasizing what we've already been hearing. And you'll notice, Chairperson, that in some cases, we only talk about NSFAS when it comes to accommodation. Nothing about SITAs, nothing about self-funded. It could be indicating the rural nature of that particular space the urban nature, the peri-urban, you name them. So in the case of not linked on the NSFAS funds, when it comes to role of TVET colleges in overseeing and regulating student accommodation, higher education, managing student placement and accommodation allocations, addressing complaints relating to student accommodation, protecting students from exploitation and unsafe conditions, working with DHET and NSFAS to ensure standards are maintained, implement existing policies and procedures for student accommodation. I'm going to the South Cape. I'm taking only the last question with regards to the participation of TVET colleges when it comes to student accommodation accreditation. None. NSFAS assumes management and full oversight of private student accommodation. Lastly, the college does not regulate private accredited accommodation. This is managed by NSFAS and its partners. The college's role is only to create awareness among students and landlords and encourage landlords to apply in accreditation. Chairperson, we want in respect of time constraints to stand down as we thank you. I'm not sure whether there is still a minute for Dr. Mtapo to make an addition. Maybe he'll find space when we go the route of discussions. My
Yes.
sincere apologies for taking longer, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to student voices. Saus. And then Safedza, please prepare your presentation as well.
Sibonge kakhulu Dalo Wesiceme. I'm not sure how to operate this thing of our devices. So if it could be possible, Chair, if Secretary of Parliament can be able to flight our presentation on our behalf, if it's possible.
Okay, Anele, please flight for South.
Sorry, Chair, I'm still looking for that presentation. I'm not sure if the SG cannot flight it.
Oh, I'm not sure if iyakwazi ukuvela.
Yes, we can see it. Just put it on presentation mode.
Okay.
The one on the slideshow. No, towards your right. Right, your right. No, not like that. Go back to where you were. Yeah, next door. No, come this way. One by one to the right. Yes. Then go to play from start. Yeah. Yes. You can see it now. You can start, President.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the colleagues, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of, honorable members of Parliament, USAF, SABCO, our sister organization, SAFETA, and Human Settlement, and all the other stakeholders that are present in this colloquium. Igama ke uSiyabonga Moses wakaNkambako Handsome, the president of the South African Union of Students. So, Chair, when we had received an invitation as the union, we were asked to cover two questions what is the perspective of the union and accommodation cap, and how it should be redesigned so that students are protected without creating a blank check for landlords and institutions. And the second question was, what are the practical reforms that can be used to expand access to accommodation that is safe, quality accommodation, affordable, and developmental across the PSET system? And Chair, I think it's equally important that we also raise the fact that what we have written in our presentation, it comes in as a resolution that was taken in our commissions that were held 3 weeks back with all the SRCs, all the stakeholders that we had invited in our student accommodation in Daba in July. So the resolutions that are here, it's resolutions that were submitted by the SRCs across all 26 universities, since all of them were invited to partake and make submissions. And we can further confirm that the lines of reporting to the union, and with those lines of reporting and making submissions and proposals, they are included in the slides that we are presenting. And as SAUS, we can equally confirm that we have not received any submissions, be it on emails or any written submissions on emails, on the proposals that speaks on the accommodation cap and what should be done on the accommodation cap, and resolutions or the way forward that can be taken by the union for them to be implemented. However, through noticing that there has been some media outroar that were discussing the issue of the accommodation cap, we also saw it best that we come up with resolutions and also discuss the accommodation cap in our student accommodation in Daba, where all SRCs were allowed to make submissions. However, through the commissions that we had discussed 3 weeks back, this is what we had to come up with, whereby we all inclusively agreed that we should not offer a blank check to accommodation providers or institutions to come up with their own prices, more especially when it comes to charging all of the NSFAS funded students, and including students that are self-payers. And when we speak about students who are self-payers, we can speak about students that are coming from the rich families that can be able to afford accommodation fees. And we are also speaking about students who are no longer funded by NSFAS, who have fallen off because of the N+ rule as a result of the different issues that they might face within our institutions of higher learning, resulting into them being defunded by the institution. And we are also speaking about students that are usually defunded towards the beginning of the year or towards the end of the year or mid-year by the National Aid Financial Scheme, and including their bursaries. And these are students whom, when we are speaking about the cap, we also need to think of or rather consider when we are speaking about increments to the cap or getting rid of the cap and allowing landlords to make their own charges when it comes to student accommodation. Meaning that those students will no longer be able to afford accommodation simply because they are not funded by NSFAS or funded by any bursary. So we also need to think about those students as well. So what we are saying as the union, as per the resolve of our student accommodation in Daba Commission, that a cap does remain necessary to prevent price inflation, profiteering from institutions that are offering accommodation. That's why we are saying the accommodation cap does remain necessary. But what we can do is to think about the lines of redesigning the cap, and that is there at NSFAS, where we are able to look at the costs that are associated with each and every institution that is providing accommodation for students. And we fully agree with the sentiments that have been shared by Yusuf to say that we need an evidence-based cap that can be imposed in the sector to institutions or rather to even landlords as well, because not all institutions are affected by the cap, or rather not all provinces are affected by the cap by NSFAS.
We are also saying that there must not be any student top-ups that are supposed to be or that are happening within our residences, whereby we receive quite a number of complaints, whereby a funded student must never carry the gap between an approved public tariff and the provider's price. We are saying we do not want any deposits, we do not want any admin fees, or any hidden utility charges that are coming from accommodation providers. In the inspections that we have been conducting with NSFAS and with universities, because they've been forming part and parcel of these inspections for some of the institutions, we also saw that even the number of laundries that are provided to students are being charged 50 rands just to wash your clothes. You are also charged 50 rands or 20 rands for you to go and dry your clothes using the machines that are provided by landlords in their buildings. So these are all the utility charges that are hidden by landlords where they are charging students, and it's even written in bold that they're supposed to pay an X amount of money so that they can be able to utilize the laundry machines. What we are also saying is that we need to pay for verified value, a value that we can also be able to see that whatever it is that an institution is offering based on the accommodation standards that they have, it's suitable for the amount of money that the student is paying. We need to also be able to pay for value that we are also able to see that landlords are offering when it comes to accommodation for students. So that whenever payment is being made, we know that we are paying at an open heart because we see the services that is being rendered by landlords and institutions. The rates must follow the location. It needs to follow the quality of accommodation that is provided by landlords, the services that is offered. Do these accommodations that are offering the services have computer lens for students who have been marked their laptops, students who have broken their laptops? Do they have labs for students to be able to utilize so that we can address the issue of traffic later where students are traveling to on-campus libraries and lands so that they can utilize the computer labs that are there? Do residences have such? Verified occupancy with the audits that is there in that building, or rather that the audits that NSFAS has in terms of the specs that have been provided to be offered by the landlords. The grading, is it an A grade, B grade that you are paying for since students are residing there? They deserving to receive that A grade. Transparency in contracts that are being offered. Are landlords keeping to the contracts that they've signed? In the contract of NSFAS that is provided by NSFAS, is there a strict rule that speaks on the issue of top-ups and deposits? And if a landlord is making students pay top-ups and deposits, what are the consequence measures that are supposed to be taken by NSFAS or even taken by the institutions? Because we know that some of the residences that are provided by institutions, there are also top-ups and administration fees. What are the consequences that are going to be taken by universities and NSFAS where landlord is demanding all of these top-ups? Is it there in the contract in terms of the consequence management? And what are the sanctions for the abuse of power that is being provided by landlords or by institutions whenever we have managed to catch up that there's an abuse of power, students are made to pay? So these are things that are needed to be enforced in all contracts that are being issued out, be it by NSFAS or by institutions. Chair, the problem is bigger than the number on the cap. Through the residence inspections that we conducted, we saw that there are so many unsafe and poor quality residences that still receive accreditation and high grades, pointing out to all the systematic failures of the people that have been conducting our inspections within the institutions. More especially the list that Honorable Loans has asked for. There's so many companies there that are over 25 or 30 that are dealing with the inspection of residences, and they've given people gradings that they do not fit or that are not deserving because of how their residences are poor and they are unsafe for students. No security certificates, no guards on the gates, but students are residing there. Some of them, we have even had incidences of rape within the very same residences, where landlords are sitting there drinking alcohol together with students. Residences are found that there are taverns underneath them, situated in places where there are casinos and so forth. And these are all the issues that came with the inspection that we had conducted. Students are reporting illegal top-ups, deposits, utilities charges, and eviction threats that are coming from landlords. And there are no consequence management that are coming from the design that NSFAS has came up with, not only NSFAS, but including universities that are run and leased by institutions of higher learning. Universities are often excluded from oversight, although they remain responsible for the student welfare and the crisis response, of which we need to come up with ways in how we are going to now include universities in conducting an oversight and in also coming up with ways in the selection of all of these buildings that are taken for students to reside in. Not just only universities, but SRCs as well. As I heard Prof. Dr. Matutu making a presentation that there must be a collaborative effort. And then she left out students in forming part and parcel of that collaborative efforts. And we want to state it clearly now that we are going to reject each and everything that does not include students and their voices in whatever decision that has been taken, which speaks to the issue of accommodation and where students are supposed to be residing, because there mustn't be anything for us without us being involved. There is poor data integrity. Poor data integrity enables double counting, overbooking, and weak tracking of funded students. And Chair, another thing that we had noted is that between universities and NSFAS, there needs to be a decision that's taken, whether it's NSFAS providing accommodation or it's universities that is providing accommodation. Because when it comes to the issue of red data being sent, you'd find that the student is allocated in a university, and at the same time, the student is also allocated in an NSFAS run accommodation. And then it will result to book allowances being withheld for a student or meal allowances being withheld for a student simply because both parties have decided to claim for the student. That's causing a problem and trouble for the student, then having them become affected. So we need a clear distinguish whether it's NSFAS taking over accommodation or it's universities that are continuing with running accommodation. I know now that DUT has issued out a tender process, and at the same time, NSFAS is saying they are carrying on with their process of accommodation. Then you'll find students being evicted left, right, and center in accommodation simply because they are not getting paid by the institution. When they go to look for rest at DUT, they are being told, no, you are not supposed to be housed by us, your money has been withheld. Then the student remains stranded. So a decision needs to be taken by NSFAS. There's been payment failures that destabilize providers, and the consequences are passed on students. The NSFAS payment system, you'll see that landlords will be saying to students that we have been fully paid. And this is an issue that's currently ongoing right now in Mpumalanga, in KZN, where SRCs have raised that landlords want to evict students because landlords are saying they've been fully paid their money and there is no need to house students for the remainder of the month because NSFAS is saying they will not pay. And there are also those disputes that are existing between NSFAS and landlords, which end up resulting to students being disadvantaged in staying in residences. And right now they're at the verge of writing a test within our institutions where they are studying on. And this will have a major consequence, or rather a major effect on the student being able to perform at their best maximum within the institutions. Chair, the cap recognizes geographic spread, but not enough cost variation. This is also something that we have also noted, that it does recognize the geographic spread, but it doesn't recognize the cost variation of accommodation in some parts or the other areas. And this one, it also speaks to what was raised by Yusuf, to say that we need evidence-based tariff frameworks so that whenever NSFAS is making a determination on the cap, and mind you, when the determination on the cap is being made, it is not only going to affect NSFAS funded students, it's also going to affect students that are being funded by bursaries that are not able to match the 52,000 rands. I know for SETAs, they can only provide 3,500 rands for accommodation, meaning that already students funded by the SETAs are going to be largely disadvantaged. Students who have been affected by the N+ rule and no longer going to be able to pay for their own tuition fees and accommodation fees are going to be disadvantaged if we do not pay careful attention to this thing of the cap. In 2025, we knew that non-accredited residencies in macros, they were 52,000 rands in terms of the cap. And then there was 42,650 rands for non-metros. And this information, it's something that we had gathered since there's reference towards the end. Everything that we do, it has to be referenced since we are scholars. It's information that we have gathered through research to say that this was the cap that was being offered, where for some instances or other areas, the 42,000 rands on the non-metros, it's considered to be extremely high. And whenever we're making a determination, we also need to see what is it that is being offered within those areas, whereby the cap it must be considered as high. And when we make a determination in areas like your Cape Town, Johannesburg, where the accommodation is relatively considered or seen as if it is high in terms of cost, evidence-based material needs to be provided in front so that an informed decision is also made. And there must also be timelines when we are dealing with this issue, because there are burning issues that are happening currently on the ground, which speaks on the cap. And the accommodation cap is sitting at around 52,000 across all institutions. However, what we also need to look at, because this thing, it also comes with so many disadvantages. How much is each institution claiming in the country when it comes to the amount of money which goes towards accommodation? Are they really claiming the 52,000 rands? The standards of accommodation that they are offering for students within their institutions of higher learning, does it match the 52,000 rands that they are claiming? We also need to go back to look at the contracts that are being leased to accommodations outside. The claim of 52,000 rands, is it the amount of money that they are paying landlords where they've leased the accommodation? Is it high or is it less? And if it's considered that it's less, institutions must consider bringing back that money to NSFAS so that NSFAS can be able to fund even more students outside in the country. And if it's also seen that the amount of money where students are residing in those lease accommodations, institutions are charging less than the 52,000 rands, and there are already students who have been overpaying or rather overcharged, leading up to that amount of money going towards the historical debt, then institutions will need to decrease the historical debt that is being owed by that student. So these are all investigations that are needed to be conducted. And we also agree as well that there is also a policy gap that is also existing, whereby one metro, non-metro splits cannot capture major differences in the rentals, utilities, transport, and security and compliance cost. And this is as a result of the policy gap that is existing when it comes to student accommodation as a whole, not just only on NSFAS. And this policy gap can only be bridged by the Department of Higher Education and Training through an evidence-based research that's going to be conducted in terms of how we're going to address the issue of the cap, how we're going to address the issue of students that are not funded by NSFAS but are paying a large amounts of money when it comes to your accommodation that is being offered by landlords or offered by our institutions of higher learning. We also need to move from a blunt ceiling to a regulated, evidence-based tariff framework while preserving the hard rule that students do not pay. Students do not pay the difference that is remaining from the accommodation cap or the charges that come with the accommodation cap. What we mean here, Chair, is that we are expecting for this year that every NSFAS funded student that is funded by NSFAS, they must not owe any institutions of higher learning, and all of their qualifications, they need to be released to students. This is not for negotiations, Chair. This is something that a decision that needed to be taken by the department together with universities to release all of these certificates so that they can stay with NSFAS and deal with all the shortfalls that NSFAS is owing, simply because the students who had applied for NSFAS, they applied because they come from quintile 1, 2, 3, 4, they do not have money to pay. It's highly impossible for them to pay all of these shortfalls. Therefore, we need to give them their qualifications and allow them to register next year. And those decisions are needed to be taken now before we reach next year. And failure to do so, we'll go back to students to have them do whatever it is or assist us in taking a decision that they see fit to address these issues.
The extra 5 minutes, President. Let's move slowly.
On these slides, it's a differentiated tariff based on the location, quality, and the services, which is what we are proposing as the union. High cost metro nodes, we need local efficiency rent benchmarks, plus some essentials that are offered by the accommodation. A higher ceiling only with verified evidence that the landlord or that accommodation or institution, it deserves to receive that amount of money that they are charging. I think this slide you can be able to share with colleagues detailed. We do have it slide on terms of how we see this thing. What should determine the tariff? It should be the efficient rents or the capital cost incurred by institution or landlord, the municipal rates and utilities, security and access control, the maintenance and compliance, connectivity and lending space. In connectivity and the lending space, that's where we are speaking about your labs being provided by landlords. We are speaking about your gym facilities inside the accommodation. We are speaking about your recreational spaces and so forth. Transport where required. We need the resident life support. We'll cover this one on the last slide in terms of what we see best should happen within our institutions of higher learning. Stop accommodation gaps becoming our student debt. Student rule number 1, when NSFAS funded students occupied and approved accommodation and complied with the funding rules, a tariff dispute must be resolved between NSFAS, the institution, and the provider. It must not be converted into a student debt. That is wrong. We highly reject it. A debt reconciliation. We need to create a national reconciliation window for the historical shortfall. We need to verify occupants of that student, the funding status of the student, the approved tariff, and the unlawful top-ups needs to be reversed. And invalid student charges and settlement legitimate claims, all of them, they need to be reversed. And we need to adopt a sector protocol, Chair, where accommodation disputes attributable to the cap or administrative gaps should not block the graduation, the transcripts, or the qualification release while reconciliation is underway. Genuine student liable debts remain recoverable, but not through a student, but through institutions, which is your NSFAS institution and the accommodation provider. Those issues are needed to be left with these 3 parties up until they are resolved. We need to protect NSFAS and institutions from exploitations. 1 student, 1 verified bed, 1 institution, and 1 payment record for each and every student. 1 provider, 1 institution allocation rule unless a controlled exception is jointly approved. Joint inspections, Chair, they are mandatory. And with these inspections, they must be NSFAS, they must be an institution, they must be SRC, and SAUS will continue to oversee. We need a DHEAD representative. We need housing tribunal from human settlement since we've been working together with them. And we need compliance specialists, of which the Housing Department of Human Settlement can be able to provide them. Not these 39 accreditation companies that have been doing very bad work in the sector. There will be 3 outcomes: compliance, there will be conditional approvals with deadlines to fix whatever issue that has been observed, non-compliant, or de-accreditation if a landlord is not doing as per what it's supposed to be done by the landlord. And I want to move quickly towards the solutions, Chair. What we are looking for, because there is also time frames that we had added. Unfortunately, I cannot cover all. We as the union, Chair, we are saying that we need to expand supply without sacrificing affordability. There we fully agree with yourself. We need to prioritize university-owned and public purpose beds where long-run cost is lower and governance is stronger. For landlords that wants to charge higher, since NSFAS has taken over accommodation and the department having a buy-in, we need to leave those landlords who want to charge higher and move to landlords that are willing to be within the reasonable prices for student accommodation in the country, in the sector. For accommodations within the institutions of higher learning, if they also want to charge higher, NSFAS has the obligation to go and look for accommodation outside that's willing
to charge within the amount of money that they are offering for those landlords. We need to use the state's university private partnership for new student villages with affordability covenants tied to public support. We need a joint task team chair between public works, since they have buildings that are abandoned, human settlements, the Department of Education and Training, NSFAS, SAUS students, DPSA, construction sitters, Ministry of Finance, and SALGA, which is involved within the municipalities, where we can be able to negotiate municipal tariffs so that there won't be overcharges when it comes to these tariffs. Municipalities should accelerate zoning and release suitable unused buildings or land for the conversions or development of student accommodation.
Thank you very much, President. We do have a very tight schedule. Safeta. Sorry, President. We do have a very tight schedule. If you can stop sharing, we do have your presentation. We have went through them. Safeta.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. Let me greet the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, the DG, the DDG, and SACO, USAF, also our sister union, SAUS, all departmental officials and invited guests. Chairperson, let me allude that we really appreciate this colloquium because student accommodation remains one of the most critical aspects of students' lives. We can talk about curriculum and placement, but if students do not have a safe place to sleep and study, their learning becomes disrupted. However, we are not here to complain, Chair. We are here to add to the solutions that will ensure students' academic success and safety. I'm not going to go over our background. I'm going to move to slide number 5. Saveta's perspective is that NSFAS is a primary student funding that makes education to be accessible by most of underprivileged prospective students and students in general. Its impact goes beyond tuition fees. The system cannot afford to fail due to operational hurdles, as this does not just disrupt administrative timelines, but it directly presents the academic well-being of students, especially in terms of accommodation. The gap between the enrollment and the beds available within institutions must merge the enrollment, because this becomes a major program which exposes our students to many incidents and exploitation by landlords. The introduction of NSFAS student accommodation was to eliminate such aforementioned problem and provide eco-friendly living and learning spaces for students. However, our students still face harassment in the accommodations that they're staying in. There is no security, which exposes them to a lot of gender-based violence. Many of our institutions do not have campus. Most of our institutions have campuses in both urban, metropolitan, and rural communities where living conditions are identical. The separation of CAPS metropolitan at 52,000 and the 42,000 non-metro serves as a discrimination clause as students experience the same inflation. This disparity shifts the financial burden onto the underprivileged students, causing them to be the ones that are left in debt to settle the payment that is owed to the landlord. It is also evident that the standard of accommodation in either of these areas are more often becoming similar in terms of their quality and their hospitality. If the living conditions are the same, then we say that the funding must also reflect that symmetry. This cap also led to funding shortfall. The challenges that we have highlighted is that the cap has at some point not reliably paid, which necessitate the in-flight between landlord and students. Most of our college-owned residence remains one of a major challenge in terms of the infrastructure, because the infrastructure is old and is not renovated. This leaves students forced to stay in substandard living conditions, and they aren't able to complain about the living conditions that they live in because the accommodation is institutionally owned. Their accreditation and grading worsen because the shortfall of availability of beds, as some of the accredited facilities aren't conducive for students to be living in. NSFAS needs to ensure that colleges are fully part of this process to verify that indeed the places the student occupy matches what's on the student portal. And we've been experiencing the mid-year defunding crisis, of which in the beginning of the academic year, Chairperson, NSFAS had confirmed to many of the students that they are funded. However, in the middle of the year, the system abruptly just revoked the funding, and this sudden reversal leaves the student liable for contracts they cannot pay, facing eviction during their critical academic period. NSFAS needs to ensure that once it has made a decision, a funding decision for a student, it continues with it, because our students aren't able to focus on their academic excellence due to being evicted in the middle of their academic year or when they are busy writing their exams. As part of SAVETA's proposal for creating access to safe, quality, and affordable student accommodation, we propose that there should be a blanket cap across both metro and non-metro based colleges. Also, the revision of the current cap to cater for the 11th month period, standardization of rooms specification, including amenities, strengthening evaluation methods and tools, unscheduled mid-contract monitoring, off-take lease agreement to providers and prospective providers, standard security measures, and accreditation that protects students and not landlord. Chairperson of the session, we thank you for giving us this time. Thank you.
Thank you, President of SAFETA. We really appreciate. I am cognizant we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 presentations. Maybe let's take Competition Commission. I'm sure you've had everybody's views. We asked you to do a presentation for us on the role and mandate of the Competition Commission, the role of the Commission in investigating prices charged by private accommodation providers in the PSAT system, and proposals for creating a safe, quality, and affordable accommodation in the system. So, Mr. Andile, you will take us through.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, fellow presenters, guests, officials, and everyone on the platform. We are quite excited, Chair, to be part of this important colloquium on the discussion on safe, quality, and affordable student accommodation. Our presentation, Chair, will highlight the role and mandate of the Competition Commission, the purpose of the Competition Act, the core functions of the Competition Commission, the work of the Commission in relation to student accommodation, Chair. The Commission is established in terms of the Competition Act 89 of 1998 as amended. The Commission is one of the 3 statutory bodies constituted in terms of the Act. The Commission investigates complaints, assesses measures, evaluates exemption applications, undertakes market inquiries in order to achieve equity and efficiency in the South African economy. One of the important areas, of course, of the Act is the outline of the purpose of the Competition Act, which Chair highlights amongst others. I won't go through all of them. The promotion of efficiency, adaptability, and development of the economy. And this, of course, includes, Chair, a clear focus on consumers. It also looks at the issues of employment and advancement of the social economic welfare of South Africans. In particular, Chair, it also looks at expanding opportunities for participation of South Africans in world markets and recognize the role of foreign competition in the Republic. One of the important elements, Chair, I need to mention is the area of SMEs who should have an equitable opportunity to participate in the economy, and of course the promotion of a greater spread of ownership, in particular to increase the ownership stakes of historical disadvantaged persons. The core functions of the Commission, Chair, are illustrated here in what we call the core toolbox. The first element of the toolbox is, of course, the enforcement element, which basically looks at issues of prosecution of anti-competitive behavior, including cartels, abuse of dominance, and other prohibited conduct. This area, Chair, also looks at exemption applications where parties apply for exemption to provisions of the Act. We also have an important function of the regulation of mergers and acquisitions. This in order to prevent concentration through merger control, to review merger applications, and of course also approvals where we provide approval with conditions and prohibitions of those transactions. We also have another tool, Chair, which is the tool of market inquiries. This tool basically looks at the general probe into the state of competition in a market without investigating a particular firm. The last tool, not least, is the tool of advocacy, which we are using for pro-competitive conduct, for case or sector advocacy, stakeholder relations, policy reviews. This is a tool, Chair, that is one of the most potent tools in terms of achieving outcomes in markets without necessarily utilizing enforcement and other instruments. With respect, Chair, to private student accommodation, we currently are investigating a case following a complaint from DHED against private accommodation providers. And this is that provides services to students who are funded by NSFAS. The complaint is about the alleged collusive behavior in the market for the provision of student accommodation, particularly the provision of student accommodation to NSFAS-funded students. DHED alleges that private accommodation providers are charging the same prices that is the rental rate for student accommodation, which amounts to price fixing in contravention of Section 41B1 of the Competition Act. The Commission continues to investigate this complaint and will conclude it in due course. What we have done as the Commission is to initiate a process of advocacy, so that as we are busy with the investigation processes, we do try and achieve certain outcomes in the market. And in this regard, Chair, we have looked at advocacy interventions to improve awareness and compliance with the Competition Act. And some of these initiatives stem from the various complaints, which includes issues around the charging of excessive prices for student accommodation, issues around NSFAS accredited accommodation providers charging similar prices for students per room, and also exclusive and long-term agreements between higher education institutions and certain accommodation providers. The Commission has identified, Chair, the need to raise awareness, empower consumers, guide accommodation providers and higher education institutions, and all stakeholders involved in the provision, accreditation, funding, and regulation of student accommodation in South Africa about competition policy principles and why they matter in the student accommodation market. In this regard, the Commission has developed a practice note to promote awareness of the Competition Act and pro-competitive practices in the market for student housing. I must say, Chair, that this note does also is also linked to the cases that we are investigating, and this note will focus on raising awareness insofar as informing market participants and other stakeholders, that is including students, accommodation providers, association for accommodation providers, higher education institutions, NSFAS, and all stakeholders involved in student accommodation about the competition principles and why they matter in this market. It will also look at empowering consumers, that is, equip students with knowledge to identify anti-competitive practices such as price fixing, exclusive agreements, or excessive pricing. It will also guide providers and education institutions in relation to educating accommodation providers and higher education institutions on how to comply with the Competition Act and adopt fair, transparent, and inclusive business practices. Finally, it will guide NSFAS on promoting a fair, accessible, and efficient market for student accommodation, particularly in the context of increasing demand, public-private partnerships, and the need to access affordable student accommodation. The practice note, as we've said, Chair, will apply to accommodation providers, to associations for accommodation providers, higher education institutions, NSFAS, and all stakeholders involved in the provision, accreditation, funding, and regulation of student accommodation in South Africa. This note will also seek to ensure accommodation providers, higher education institutions, and stakeholders comply with the Act, promote competition in student accommodation market to ensure affordability, innovation, and quality, prevent anti-competitive practices, including excessive pricing, collusion, and exclusive arrangements, encourage the entry and participation of SMEs, women-owned businesses, and firms owned by historical disadvantaged persons, and encourage interagency collaboration between the Commission, NSFAS, accommodation providers, and higher education institutions to maintain healthy, competitive environment that benefits students. So the practice note, Chair, will be implemented with the participation of the stakeholders. We do highlight the implementation approach and some of the key roles that different players play in this regard, including our role that will publish the practice note. We will be conducting workshops, we'll monitor complaints and provide further guidance when necessary. We hope that the other parties will play their role as articulated, including aligning accreditation, payment, portal and communication processes with the principles of transparency, fairness, affordability, and non-exclusive access to student accommodation. We hope it will also facilitate the review, accreditation, procurement, and placement policies to promote student choice, fair access.
We say that one day was vegan. Chicken.
Dolls.
Doesn't make a difference. No.
Dolls.
Thank you, Chair.
Remove you from our meeting, please. You can
And
continue.
these, Chair, thank you, Chair. These, Chair, are the key issues that we'll be looking at in this important advocacy project. I think, Chair, what is important to highlight in this regard is that the Commission is utilizing both its enforcement and advocacy tools to address competition concerns in the student accommodation market. By enforcement tools, Chair, we are looking at issues related to removal of barriers to entry, the promotion of participation of HDPs in the market, ensuring that the market is competitive, and ensuring that we support the key objectives of our parent department, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, in relation to fostering economic growth and ensuring that we support industrialization. We also, of course, Chair, as the guardians of the Act, we'll be looking at the enforcement of the Act in relation to the conduct of market players. We also possess, as we had indicated in our toolbox, the ability to look at market-wide interventions when this becomes necessary, Chair. And although the investigation is still ongoing, the Commission continues to make great progress in identifying the competition concerns that can be resolved through advocacy, hence the development of the practice note. And we hope the practice note will provide the market with much needed awareness and guidance, which would improve compliance with the Competition Act and promote competition in the market. The Commission will publish the practice note in due course, and this will be followed by workshops, campaigns to raise awareness across the industry. I think, Chair, at this point, we will leave it here. We will take up the further deliberations and discussions later on. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, you can. I'm sorry, you can continue. The property practitioners regulatory authority can continue.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Portfolio Committee members, and the DGs and DDGs present, and all the organizations and the stakeholders, all protocol observed. I'm going to present two parts of the slides, Chairperson, if you allow me, and the rest will be taken over by the CO, because most of the things are what she does on daily basis. I'll start. Can you move the slides to the purpose of the presentation? Okay, the purpose is to brief the Portfolio Committee on the perspective of the PPRA regarding the regulations and the NSFAS accommodation cap and access to student accommodation. Let's move on. The role of the PPRA and mandate. We are a Schedule 3A public entity established under the PPRA Act of 2019. Our mandate includes regulating property practitioners, promoting compliance, protecting consumers, supporting education and training, and advancing transformation in the property sector. PPRA regulates conduct in property marketing, renting, letting, hiring, managing, financing, sale and purchase transactions. In the student accommodation context, the PPRA interest is mainly where registered property practitioners, the landlords, the managing agents, or accommodation providers participate in letting, managing, or marketing accommodation. Chairperson, we had to adapt our approach based on the fact that we had the benefit of listening to all the presentations before us and identified a lot of common threads throughout the presentations, which what we have, and we recommit ourselves to implement our act.
Chairperson. President. Remove them. I don't want people who are going to disrupt our meetings. Thank you. Sorry, Chairperson, you can continue.
Yes, I was just concluding that there's a common thread between all the submissions that were made and recommendations. And as the PPRA, we are really committed and pledge ourselves to implement our act, the PP Act, to implement it and effect remedies where identified, where they've been submitted by various groups. Without much ado, Chairperson, I'll hand over to Ms. Ramaila. Ramayidi. Over to you, CEO.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee members present here today, and everyone who's on the forum. And thank you once again for the opportunity to present as the PPRA. Chair, I think it's no secret that student accommodation is more than providing a place to stay. It is a critical factor in whether students are able to access higher education, remain enrolled, and succeed academically. And students deserve accommodation that is safe, affordable, well located, and conducive to learning. And when suitable accommodation is unavailable, the consequences are significant. And the speakers before us did allude to this issue, Chair. We see overcrowding, unsafe living conditions, poor maintenance, unfair lease practices, and students traveling long distances at additional cost. And addressing these challenges requires collaboration between the Department of Higher Education and Training, NSFAS, universities that are on the platform today, municipalities, regulators such as ourselves, accommodation providers, and student representatives. So no single institution can solve this alone, Chair. And as PPRA, we do recognize the intention behind the NSFAS accommodation cap. And this cap was introduced to improve affordability and prevent excessive rental pricing charged to students. However, accommodation markets differ across provinces and municipalities, as we all are aware, and the cost of operating a residence in Gauteng is not necessarily the same as in Umtata, for example, Polokwane or Gqeberha. So these operating costs vary because of municipal rates and utilities, security requirements, building maintenance, financing costs, and the location and standard of the property. So if the cap is set below the realistic cost of providing compliant accommodation, providers then may reduce investment, delay the maintenance that, again, the previous speakers were speaking on earlier, withdraw from the market, or students may be pushed into informal and unregulated accommodation. On the other hand, if the system is not properly monitored, students may still face hidden charges, overcrowding, or poor quality services despite the cap. So the key message here is that affordability and sustainability must be balanced. From a regulatory perspective, we as the PPRA have identified several risks affecting students. The first is misleading advertising. Students are sometimes promised accredited accommodation, nearby campuses, or facilities that do not actually exist. Secondly, we encounter unfair lease agreements between the lessor and the lessee, the students in this case, including unlawful deposits, unclear cancellation clauses, and unexplained additional fees. We also see poor maintenance, inadequate security, overcrowding, and living conditions that compromise student safety and dignity. Another serious concern that we've identified is the participation of unregistered or non-compliant property practitioners in student accommodation transactions. Students and parents often do not know where to lodge complaints, making them particularly vulnerable to exploitation. But this is one area, again, as the PPRA, we are deliberate on in stakeholder engagements. We hold webinars to ensure that parents out there and students know where they need to come to when they have suffered a loss, and also for recourse. And then, Chair, one of the biggest challenges is that student accommodation falls under several different regulatory systems. It involves higher education funding, like I alluded to earlier, property regulation, municipal planning, building safety, and consumer protection. And as a result, responsibilities are often fragmented. Students may be referred from one institution to another without receiving assistance, while providers must comply with multiple oversight processes. So we as the PPRA believe that stronger coordination between us as stakeholders is essential. A shared database, as an example, coordinated inspections, and a formal referral mechanism would improve oversight and allow complaints to be resolved more efficiently. And we have 5 useful strategies that we are suggesting to this forum today. Firstly, creating a coordinated national framework that harmonizes criteria for consumer protection, safety standards, funding, and accreditation. Secondly, making sure that property professionals or practitioners participating in student housing are appropriately registered and compliant, and bolster the verification of accommodation providers. And that's another leg that we believe we can do in collaboration with NSFAS. Thirdly, making sure that students are aware of all the terms of their rental agreements, including deposits, cancellation policies, and extra fees, by implementing standardized lease forms and explicit disclosure standards. Fourthly, creating a collaborative complaints and referral process with NSFAS, universities, ourselves, local governments, and other pertinent regulators. And lastly, take into account differentiated pricing standards when flexibility is justified by regional operational expenses while preserving affordability for NSFAS funded students. And as PPRA chair and members, we are ready to contribute in several practical ways. We can strengthen consumer education by informing students and parents about their rights, lease obligations, and available complaint channels. We can provide guidance to property practitioners on ethical conduct, disclosure obligations, and compliance with the PPA, the Property Practitioners Act, that governs us as an entity. Where registered practitioners engage in undesirable conduct, we as the PPRA can support enforcement through our regulatory processes. And lastly, we are committed to collaborating with the Department of Higher Education and Training, NSFAS, universities, once again, to strengthen compliance standards and improve referrals between institutions. And Chairperson, we as the PPRA really recommend that the committee consider the following actions. Firstly, clarify institutional and regulatory accountability across the student accommodation value chain. Secondly, support the establishment of a national database of accredited accommodation providers that is linked to compliance records, inspections, and complaints. And thirdly, promote minimum disclosure standards for all accommodation advertisements and lease agreement, which once again, we are very much happy to assist in this regard. And fourthly, encourage evidence-based reviews of the NSFAS accommodation cap that take regional cost differences and quality standards into account. And finally, Chairperson and members, we recommend formalizing collaboration between the PPRA and all post-school education and training stakeholders to strengthen consumer protection and market conduct. And just to sum it up, Chair and members, we as the PPRA are in favor of a student housing system that is equitable, that is open, compliant, and student-centered. Funding is insufficient to provide safe and reasonably priced housing. However, coordinated regulation, ethical business practices, efficient enforcement, and solid collaborations between the government and the higher education industry are all necessary. And we believe that together we can establish a housing environment that safeguards students and encourages long-term investment in high-quality housing. And just to conclude, Chair, our presentation on regulation, the NSFAS accommodation cap, and student housing access should be noted by the portfolio committee. We do appreciate your time, and we are grateful that myself and the chair had the chance to interact with the committee, and we welcome any inquiries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, PPRA, for your presentation. Colleagues, it is 1:25. Let's take a comfort break, lunch break. And when we come back at 2:15, we'll start with the Private Student Housing Association, and then we'll go to South African National Student Accommodation Association after that, and then we'll then have conversations between members and participants. Thank you very much. We're on a lunch break.
Where is the lunch, Chair?
Lunch.
Lunch is in your kitchen.
Yazi loo ziyahlupha man. Hey, Moses.
Chairman,
How are you?
I am good. How are you, Chairman?
Good. How did you feel after we muted you there when you were trying to ignore us?
Hi. Okay, so Chairman, at the end, my views, they will
your presentation. If you can take us through your presentation, Mr. Kagiso.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, Director General, colleagues, student leaders, and fellow stakeholders. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Chairperson, before I begin, I think I would like to convey the apology of the Chairperson of the PSHA, Mr. Ndumiso Davidson, who is unable to be with us today due to a bereavement in his family. We extend our thoughts to him and his family. However, I'm joined today by Ms. Tandile Meiswa, a member of the PSHA board, Ms. Amanda Duma, representing Adowa Properties, one of our PSHA members, and Ms. Mabatu Subake from the PSHA management. Chairperson, PSHA has the benefit of listening to the contributions made throughout the day. And rather than repeating them, I think I want to use this evidence that I'm going to present today to show where there is already substantial agreement and where we believe a practical solution can emerge. The minister made two important points this morning. He said we need a pricing framework and we need transparency. And the DG located that discussion within government's responsibility for standard access, quality, and sustainability. But I think what was even more important was that human settlement reminded us that before the rent is rental, there is land, infrastructure planning, construction, and finance. And I was happy that NSFAS demonstrated the significance of that public expenditure that is already accommodated to student accommodation. And we agree with all this that have been put to us. That's why my first slide, Chairperson, if I can operate this, it looks like it's not moving. Let's see. There we go. Honorable members, I want you to look at this graph before you. This shows that the purpose-built student accommodation bed supply delivery has been growing. The first two slides, which I will show, starting with this one, they matter to us because the evidence base is everything for us, and it will show what follows. The analysis draws on an important market work, including the IFC research and underlying research work done by the JLL. And the JLL research and UWC, they've done this research. And I just want to first acknowledge them because they have given us their research, even though it's not yet published. For the purpose of this presentation, we were allowed to use their first two slides. So look first at this trajectory. So in 2020, approximately 3,497 beds were delivered. That trajectory rises. Delivery strengthened into 2021 and 2022. And by 2023, we reached the strongest point in that period that is shown. That tells us something very important, Chairperson. It tells us that South Africa can deliver student accommodation at the scale when the economics allow projects to proceed. Now, look what happens thereafter, the delivery contract. The slide marks two major developments in that period. The first one is the revised minimum norms and standards, which was in 2022, and the introduction of the NSFAS cap in 2023. PSHA is not opposing the standards. The reason I'm putting this here is that students deserve safe accommodation. They deserve security, connectivity, an environment conducive to learning. And SAUS itself today said publicly that public expenditure should produce a real bed, a safe environment, and a learning environment that is conducive of a space, and we must be accountable for that. So we agree. But once again, does the funding framework recognize that cost? So now come back to this graph. If the cost of the required standard increases while the income available to sustain that investment become constrained, projects are recalculated. A project already under construction may still be completed, but the next project may be redesigned. Another may be delayed, whereas another may fail to reach the financial closure. So the impact therefore appears later as fewer beds are realized. That is why our heading says the availability gap is becoming a supply and investment question. Now, if you look at the right-hand side of this presentation, there's a prospective recovery after 2027, but there is also around 7,000. And if you look right at the bottom of this slide, I mentioned that there is a SHIP work that they've done. And from what we've seen, there's been about 7,000 approved beds from the SHIP model. Chairperson, the next slide, I want to then say what happens during the period when the bed delivery was increasing. The answer is on this slide, where I want to show that what is happening beneath the trajectory. Please look at the first on the capital commitments. Before one student move into a residence, someone must first fund that development. So there is a land issue that must be secured, professional teams must be appointed, planning and approvals must occur, while construction must be financed. Furniture and equipment must be installed, and the capital must remain committed for many years. Now look at the example on the slide. The RISE student living commitment increased from approximately 500 million to 1.2 billion. And while Growth Point Properties have launched a 2 billion investment student fund, and we have heard earlier that the SHIP project under DBSA has reached significant delivery capacity. And these commitments to us translated into a fiscal delivery. So the slide records approximately 12,555 beds delivery by 4 major players in 2023. So I want members to see the relationship between the capital commitments, constructions, and ultimately the beds. So this tells us that South Africa does not have necessarily a finance problem when it comes to funding projects of student accommodation. There is capital, there is pension fund, there's development finance institutions, there are banks, and there are developers capable of delivering this. So I think maybe the question is, how do we mobilize, the capital that supports all this? And I hope that through this, we will be able to answer that question. Chairperson, this slide is important because it's showing who PSHA is. It's not simply an association of landlords. If you look at these categories, we represent property owners and accommodation providers. We represent institutional and private investors, and we represent financial institutions and fund managers. We represent accommodation and property managers, and work with strategic industry partners. That means our membership spans the delivery value chain. Some members provide capital, some they develop, some they own, some finance, some operate, some maintain. So when PHSA offers the support to government, we are bringing access to a much wider ecosystem than individual accommodation providers. And one of the most significant capabilities within PSHA is that ecosystem that is long-term institutional capability. Chairperson, please look at these institutions represented on the slides. Student accommodation is a long-term infrastructure asset. A building may operate for 30, 40, or 50 years. That makes it appropriate for patient institutional capital. So our members work with all this that appears here: pension fund, provident fund, institutional investors, funders, and these institutions already exist within the PSHA ecosystem. And if the IFC report recognized as far back as 2020 that the public-private partnership would be crucial to meeting South Africa's student housing demand. So the question is not whether capital exists, the question is whether student accommodation is structured in a way that makes investment efficiently predictable. But capital is not the end of the objective, Chairperson. The objective is affordable and safe bed for the student. And that takes us to the balance of the economics. You know, Chairperson, if you look at these three realities on this slide, the demand is rising and the public funding is constrained and the accommodation shortage remains unresolved. Now, look at the pathways. First, we need to protect this affordability for students. That must retain central to our mandate. SAUS made it clear that the student should not simply carry the difference between allowance and the cost of accommodation. So PSHA agrees with that. Second, we need to restore investability. If the projects cannot sustainably be financed and operated, new supply eventually stops. And the third part is we need to mobilize private capital to expand supply. So we need all these three things, Chairperson. And so how do we reconcile affordability with sustainability? We first need to understand what actually makes up the cost of a compliant bed. And Chairperson, this is one of our key slides. You know, we're talking about the four centers here: build, finance, operate, and maintain. Those are the four underlying costs. If you build, we're talking land, planning, professional fees, construction, furniture, and equipment. Finance, we talk debt, equity, interest, and the cost of long-term capital. Operate, we talk about electricity, water, security, staff, connectivity, and administration. While on maintenance, we talk about repairs, life cycle replacement, safety, and statutory compliance. And what is interesting is that SAUS said today that they've identified many of same things, such as the tariff determinants, cost, our capital cost, municipal rates, utilities, security, maintenance, connectivity, and resident life support. So there is a possible consensus here, Chairperson. The tariffs should not start with what someone wants to change. It should start with the efficient, verified cost of delivery the required standards needs. So PSHA supports verification. If a cost is claimed, it should be capable of scrutiny. If an operator is an outlier, that should be interrogated. And if public funds purchases a service, the student should receive that service. And having said all this, Chairperson, we have established the cost drivers. So I want us to explain why we need to also compare accommodation models properly. This slide compares two different products. One on the left is a conventional residential lease. One on the right is managed purpose-built student accommodation. So a conventional apartment may be unfurnished. Utilities may be separate. Connectivity may be separate. The landlord's responsibilities are different. The lease is typically longer. Purpose-built student accommodation, on the other hand, normally introduces furniture, in security, connectivity, management, and other student services. That does not justify any price whatsoever. It means we need to compare like with like. If security, Wi-Fi, utilities are included in one product and excluded from the other, simply comparing the advertised rent can be misleading to all of us. This slide puts actual numbers behind that comparison I spoke about, Chairperson. The headline NSFAS amount shown is 5,200 per month. The illustrative amount reaching the operator after the current fee and irrecoverable VAT is approximately 4,533 rands. Now compare that figure with the full occupation cost of an apartment. Once finished, utilities, connectivity, and other costs are included, the comparison changes materially. So again, let's compare the whole service with the whole service. That is the type of transparency we believe the minister's pricing framework should provide. And beyond the headline rental, these student services have real recurring operation costs. Chairperson, our model uses approximately 2,300 per bed per month, including VAT, as an operational cost assumption. That is approximately 27,600 per year. Now, if we look at what is included here, you'll see utilities, security, maintenance, management, student support, Wi-Fi, insurance, as well as contracted services. And there is an important structural issue here. The accommodation funding period may be 10 months. The building's costs continue for 12 months. So USAF identified many of these same costs already. SAUS has identified them as well. So they are real components of the student housing environment, as this we all admit. But PSHA also accepts the responsibility that providers must pursue efficiency. And if a service is funded, it must actually be delivered. So we took time and took these individual costs and subjected them to a cost benchmarking exercise with the Department of Higher Education and Training. This distinction is important, Chairperson, because this is not simply what PSHA is asking providers what they want to change. The exercise was undertaken with the Department of Higher Education team, and it was based on the minimum norms and standard assumptions. I must make a disclaimer here, Chairperson. When the department called the private accommodation providers and the sector to make comment on the draft minimum norms and standard, we approached the department and say, can we do a cost benchmarking exercise for these minimum norms and standards? And we put our team of QS, and the department put its own team. And we did this exercise together. We tested a 1,260 bed high-rise development. We also tested a 252 bed low-rise development. So the model includes development costs, operating costs, financing, the current NSFAS fee, the VAT, and the required investment return. The methodology here was very simple. What we did was that government must set the standards. We need to benchmark the efficient cost, then test whether the available funding can sustain delivery. So this is also consistent with the principle that SAUS presented today: standardized cost, benchmark ranges, and scrutiny of outliers. So let me now show members of parliament what that benchmark produces in actual development cost per bed. Chairperson, the high-rise model is 1,260 beds. Look at the configuration: shared rooms, communal ablution, communal kitchens, minimum norms and standard compliant. This is designed for efficiency and not luxury. So development cost is approximately 223,300 300 rents per bed, including VAT. The total cost is approximately 411 million. So before one student pays 1 month's rent of accommodation, 326,000 has already been invested to create that bed. Chairperson, members may reasonably ask whether that is simply a high-rise urban problem. So the next slide tests a very simple different 252 beds, 3-story, approximately 81 billion in total development cost. And yet the development cost per bed is still...
I'm giving you extra 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I think what I would move to, which is important, I'll move to these 2 slides in my last minutes. This slides, Chairperson, shows that there is a funding gap between what NSFAS is giving and what is paying, what is costing the landlords to operate. So the funding gap is 13,275 and 12,719. So what we are saying here, Chairperson, is that that gap of 25.5% doesn't have to come from government. We have pathways here which we are proposing. We are saying, can Can planning and approvals be accelerated? Yes. Can specifications be optimized without compromising safety and security? We are saying yes. And then we are saying, can DBSA and other financial institutions participate? We are saying yes. And if we take all this, including the operating costs and the maintenance cost, we then want to propose to a chairperson for this, that all these 4 cost drivers can be reduced if we look at these commercial levers, if we review the minimum norms and standards, and we can also engage SALGA and other entities responsible for municipal rates and tariff rebates, we can reduce that 25%. It does not have to come from the state chairperson. And then we believe there can be a concession. We believe that government and institution can work together. And in supporting the minister in my closing remarks, I'd like to say, chairperson, that the problem, yes, is bigger than the number of the cap, as SAUS have said. We propose that there should be an establishment of the government-led multi-stakeholder technical forum on the student accommodation pricing, supply, and sustainability. And as the private student accommodation, we are prepared to help mobilize financial resources to support that independent research, technical modeling, and cost benchmarking that is needed. The department and government doesn't have to use that money. We can provide those resources to help the minister and NSFAS to come up with a proper framework that will assist in resolving this issue. Thank you, Chairperson. There are supplementary slides that provide context in much more detail for any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PSHA. Can you now go to SANSA?
Chairperson, can you see my screen?
I can.
Perfect. Just for noting, Chairperson, before we start, we will have 3 speakers, being myself, Duncan Monks, then Samantha, and then Julian to follow. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, colleagues, and stakeholders, thank you for this opportunity to address you. The South African National Student Accommodation Association.
Okay, Duncan, I wanted to say to you that because I don't remember if you had introduced yourself, can you please open the video so that we can see you and your substantive position at SANSA? I muted you. Okay, let me unmute you. You can unmute yourself.
Hi there, colleagues. It's Duncan Monks. I am the chairperson of SANSA. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. You can go to your presentation now.
Chairperson, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it now. Yes.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, colleagues, and stakeholders, thank you for the opportunity to address you. The South African National Student Accommodation Association, SANSA, is a federation of accommodation associations from across South Africa. We do not recruit individual landlords. Our members are associations that came together under one national structure to give the private student accommodation sector one unified voice. Through our affiliate associations, we represent providers housing more than 300,000 students nationally, from small landlords like myself with only 11 beds, to emerging providers and large operators, some of whom's representative managers represent more than 10,000 beds. We represent providers serving universities, TVET colleges, and the broader pro-school educational sector. And we continue to welcome associations from across the country to join us and strengthen under one national voice. Our mandate is broader than NSFAS. We represent providers housing both publicly funded and privately funded students. SANSA was created out of necessity. Over recent years, we have faced policy instability, accreditation uncertainty, delayed payments, changing requirements, and increased financial pressure. But behind every policy delay and every funding failure is a student. Every year, landlords open their doors, while NSFAS is determining whether someone will ultimately be funded. We often house students without even knowing whether they will ever be funded, simply because the administrative process has not been concluded. Yet that student still needs a bed. They still need water, Wi-Fi, electricity, and security. And they need somewhere to live while they pursue their education. When funding is delayed, when funding is delayed or ultimately declined, many landlords continue housing those students, often at discounted rates, or making alternate arrangements because they understand that removing that student from accommodation can ultimately mean removing that student from the education sector. But in many ways, accommodation providers have become the buffer between administration instability and the student, and that buffer cannot hold forever. Providers are increasingly questioning whether they can remain in a model where costs continue to rise while payments, policies, and funding decisions remain uncertain. And if enough providers leave, this stops being an accommodation provider crisis and becomes a student accommodation crisis. That is why we exist as SANSA. We are not here simply to oppose government or institutions. We want to be a constructive partner to Parliament, DHET, NSFAS, institutions, and student leadership. We want a stable, accountable, and financially sustainable student accommodation model. We will protect the legitimate interest of accommodation providers, but our central principle remains simple. The end client of this entire system is the student. Our goal is a sustainable sector that gives students access to safe, dignified, and quality, affordable accommodation, a system in which a student does not have to fear whether there will be a roof over their head or food in their stomach, and one in which every stakeholder is accountable for making the model work. That is the voice that SANSA was created to bring to Parliament. Thank you, leaders. I'll be handing over to Samantha. Samantha, please proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, can you please put that? Can you just want to fly to my presentation? Thank you. Chair, can you see my presentation?
Not yet, Samantha.
Sure. Okay. Sorry about this. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Share entire screen.
We can see it now. You must just make it full screen.
All right, sorry about that. My name is Samantha Jennings, and today I'll be presenting on the student accommodation cap. Honorable Chair Letsi and members of the Portfolio Committee, ministers and the Deputy Minister of DHET, members of Parliament, student leaders, colleagues in the property sector, and all stakeholders present here, good afternoon and welcome. I'm a SANSA member, an SMME and student accommodation provider that operates in the Eastern Cape. I service the Walter Sisulu University region in Mthatha. So I'd like to thank the Chair and the Portfolio Committee for granting SANSA the opportunity to present our perspective on the student accommodation cap and what we perceive to be the real value of student accommodation. So student accommodation has historically always been a part of the NSFAS model, but it was offered predominantly by public institutions and a few larger players. With the introduction of the free education system, a shortage of beds occurred, and government called for partnerships to address the shortage of beds in our country. People responded, and ordinary citizens stepped forward. There was increased participation of women, and most importantly, retirees who invested their pensions into transforming the sector for the previously disadvantaged child. Daughters and sons left corporate to become SMMEs and entrepreneurs and to join their families in running these new establishments, and they played their part in developing their economies. Student accommodation has diversified overnight, where SMMEs developed and bought properties for the first time. Others converted their back rooms into student flats and apartments. Ultimately, people opened their homes and buildings to our students. Why? Because we believed in the future of our young people, and empowering the youth, after all, supports the future leaders that will run the economies in which our children will participate in. Ladies and gentlemen, we became a part of South Africa's infrastructure. Chairperson, it's important to note that one of the key indicators of success in this model is understanding that being a student accommodation provider leans heavily on our humanity. It is unfortunate, Chairperson, that student accommodation providers have been labeled as people that are disrupting the sector, as people that take advantage of our students. And yet, very often of us are parents. In the smaller residences, we've seen a culture where the landlords, they foster a relationship that is based on mutual trust and respect from the point of arrival. It is important to note that some of these students, when they come in, they come from very volatile environments and just need a place of escape. Some are daunted by new environments, and some are just plain homesick. Most importantly, some student accommodation providers give back and provide employment for the youth, which we know is one of the highest in the country at the moment. So this is not only a situation of us providing beds, we also are part of South Africa's economy. And we also step in heavily during periods of defunding as well to support the students. And we've seen an increase in suicides. We are the ones that help the students run through this process. And we always need to remember, ladies and gentlemen, that behind every student number is somebody's child. We have taken that responsibility and continue to do so to this day. So we invested to meet the standard, and this was the minimum norms and standards as we know it. But it is also important to understand that a fully functional residence has security, Wi-Fi, electricity, and water with backups for both of these. We have relevant furniture and fittings that have to be bought before the student can be moved in. And most importantly, an environment that is conducive for learning and enhances the student experience. And when we look at what is actually required, we see that this standard was mainly developed for on-campus residences and the larger players. And when we benchmarked, we saw that it is comparable to other forms of managed accommodation, which include quality self-catering accommodation, and in some respects, services are associated with hotel-style accommodation. And pre the 2024 pilot project, student accommodation caps were set by institutions, and there was no classification of the metro and non-metro rates as we now know it. Investments were based on this model, ladies and gentlemen. The introduction of direct payments from the pilot project, they also promised great opportunities for all, and it was a more direct route to sustainable student accommodation. Ironically, in 2023, the funding environment changed and caps were introduced. This was also the same year the country experienced the worst case of load shedding that some providers are still not able to recover from to this day. The picture completely changed. And when government called for partners to address the shortage, we responded. When the cap was changed, many immediately experienced negative returns on their investments. Yet government failed to do one thing, ladies and gentlemen, to consult the very accommodation providers that they called to address the shortage. And this has been an ongoing battle for many associations across the country. If we go to my region, which is in the Mthatha, and we look at the Walter Sisulu pilot project, we see that from 2024 to 2026, we've had a 40% loss in revenue. And that is mainly because we have a 5% admin fee. We are now paying transport that was never part of the rate that we currently paid. When we moved from the institution and we moved to NSFAS, we had a decrease of 18%. And also being classified as non-metro, we have decreased by 12%, which gives us the 40% loss in revenue. And what we have done is just absorb the losses. And it's also important to understand that our operating costs, they are constant over these 12 months, even though we got paid over the 10 months. And this has what has resulted to the national crisis more so in these regions. And however, we are still saying that providers need a voice to assist. Our participation in the sector has not decreased by 40%. We do not abandon students for the most part. We have no choice, ladies and gentlemen, in some respects. And regardless of this, our dedication remains high. So if we look at the 52,000 cap in context, we understand there's a 5% admin fee that's been paid to the solution partners. And what we've done is we've had to compare the rates of these managed accommodations, and we had to convert the cap into a now daily rate using the 10 months as a basis. So if you see in the bottom section, you look at a entry-level accommodation in the sector, which is typically a hostel and a backpacker. And their pricing is usually about 300 Rand for a 300 Rand to 350 Rand per night sharing. If we've taken that over the 10 months and the 12 months, it remains at 300 Rand. But if you look at what this amount comes to per month, it comes to 9,000 Rand. But if you go to the student accommodation providers in the metro and the non-metro rate, it's important to see that the daily rate now reduces to an amount of 156 Rand over the 4 months for grade A, and in the non-metro to 128 Rand 28 cents. And you can see that if we take this operating cost over the 12 months, because it is important to understand that our operating costs do not change. Students, TVET students, for example, move in January and leave December. Other academic activities like accreditation, inspections, special examinations, they happen outside the paid 10 months. And it is dire to see that with the non-metro, the rate there, it reduces to about 100 Rand. And the and the benchmark it's important to note that the benchmark is the same. So there's a clear misalignment in the rates that have been charged and the minimum norms and standards, and which is what has been said in this platform, that we do need to change this because it has become highly unsustainable. In 2026, we have seen that our cap has remained frozen amid changes in the consumer price index. Water, electricity, rates, and storage are all important cost inputs to this model, and they have increased, yet costs are continuously being absorbed by our providers with no recourse in this. And obviously, with the fixed income and rising costs, the model automatically becomes unsustainable. But now the sad thing about this, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's ultimately the student who pays the price. And for universities, some who claim full cap and above, we see that violent protests are still emanating in instances where students are calling for better living conditions. Our sector is in a crisis, ladies and gentlemen. And in all of this, our student pays the price, and it will affect the living and learning environment. It is common knowledge that NSFAS inefficiencies experienced on this pilot project have strained major facets of this model for both students and providers alike. Let us be frank, ladies and gentlemen, the reality is the cap was and is never fully received by a lot of providers in this sector. And all payment failures, we know that they deepen the crisis. And most importantly, it strains the relationships between providers and students who are looking to retain each and every student in the accommodation for at least the period that they are funded for. But because our payment challenges happen on an ongoing basis, you find that we are fighting amongst ourselves, and ultimately we are the bad person. And also, as mentioned, in the defunding stages, a lot of students' well-being is affected by the provider, and most importantly, the provider is not made aware. The provider is not made aware of defunding, and payments just get cut off. But because we know we are housing someone's child, we will absorb the cost and will help the student during the appeal process until we have no choice but to release them. These strained relationships, they directly affect the bed occupancy rates for the next year, which is in constant decline. This is not what our people fought for, nor is this what our students deserve. So SANSA's position on the cap is to align funding to the standards, to provide evidence-based NSFAS cap. We need to review the cap now because we can see it's clearly below the benchmark. Our annual CPI adjustment is overdue. Our investor confidence is low, especially in the sectors where student accommodation is not at the numbers where it should be. Unreliable payments, it means that the true cap is not received. And that is why we are also here to support the findings that PHSA has made to move to higher funding, to a higher cap. So census ask, Chair, is that we do form a true partnership. And we ask that SENSA and other accommodation providers form part of student accommodation and form part of a student accommodation independent body. My colleague will go into more detail on this. We need accurate on-time payments. We need to finalize the drafts of the minimum norms and standards that were published last year and the student accommodation protocol. We need to reconsider the metro and the non-metro classifications and remove them completely. Conversations need to be had to provide evidence-based cap that is linked to inflation and the required standards. Conversations need to be had to determine the best course of action to promote fairness for all. And finally, our students need us. We invested for them and we are here for them. We need to reset, we need to reboot, and we need to restart so our students can thrive. Thank you, Chair.
The last person is about 2 minutes, but I'll add 5 minutes. So they've got about 7 minutes.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, members of Parliament, representatives of DHET, NSFAS institutions, student leaders and fellow stakeholders. Julian King here, representing SENSA. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to address the colloquium towards creating safe, quality and affordable student accommodation in the PSET sector. It is important to understand, Chairperson, that a student cannot perform academically when they are sleeping in unsafe conditions, traveling long distance late at night, living without reliable water, Wi-Fi, security, maintenance, or the dignity that they deserve. A student cannot focus on assignments when their residences is uncertain, their funding is delayed, or their accommodation provider is threatening closure because payments have not been made. Chairperson, the 2015 minimum norms and standards correctly recognized that student accommodation is broader than merely providing heads on the bed. It is about creating living, learning, and social communities. It further states that the proper accommodation must be adequate, fit for purpose, and reasonable quality, and must promote at all times the academic success of students. That principle, Chairperson, must remain the heart of every discussion we have today. This afternoon, Chairperson, I want to bring in the minimum norms and standards. And pillar number one that I want to raise with this commission is the fact that there is policy uncertainty. The current binding policy frameworks, Chairperson, are from 2015. That policy, we all know, was designed for public universities. It was important for the time, but the sector over the past 10 years has moved. The PSET system has changed. Student accommodation markets have also changed. And now the TVET colleges are now a major part of the accommodation conversation. Chairperson, in 2021, the draft revised policy recognized this and expressly stated that DHET look over management of the 50 TVET colleges. And in 2015, the need emerged for one single housing policy framework for all institutions of public learning. It is important to note that with the policy changes, it was important to then ensure that the finalization of the 2021 minimum norms and standards was addressed and the final policy document was released. It is important to note that the sector currently, Chairperson, is unstable and student accommodation provider is a peripheral part of the PSET sector. They are central because the student accommodation providers are the ones that carry the beds, they carry the risk, the maintenance, the safety obligations, the students' complaints, and they're often operating in policy environment that is not kept pace with the realities on the ground. Parliament here must therefore call for an urgent deadline for the finalization of the minimum norms and standards. The second pillar I want to bring into highlight is the issue between DHET and NSFAS and the instability of these two institutions creating a damaging impact on both students and providers. DHET is the custodian of policy, and NSFAS, in its retrospect, is the major funding partner. When both are unstable, the entire accommodation value chain collapses. The portfolio-owned committee's invitation to this colloquium identifies that the funding caps, funding and accreditation, cost determinant, and regulations in the PSET systems, conversation can no longer be delayed. It is important to understand that when NSFAS payments are delayed, students become anxious. Providers cannot pay for security and the various services such as municipal bond installments and their staff. When accreditation systems are unclear, Chairperson, compliant providers cannot plan for investment. And when funding caps are changed without proper consultation, it squeezes the sector and quality in this space is then compromised. When policy is delayed, the sector becomes reactive instead of development. Chairperson, as a solution and in closing, we call for a sense an independent national student accommodation body. South Africa needs an independent national student accommodation body to oversee and stabilize student accommodation across the PSET system. This body should not replace DHET, should not replace NSFAS, the universities, the TVET colleges, or the providers. It should bring them into one structured national platform with clear responsibilities, consistent standards, transparent reporting, and sector-wide accountability. It should include representatives from DHET, NSFAS, universities, TVET, student leadership, private accommodation, municipality, built environment, professional safety and compliance experts, the PPRA, competition community, to name a few. The mandate is simple, Chairperson. One, supporting the finalization and implementation of the national minimum norms and standards. Two, creating one national interpretation framework for compliance in student accommodation. Three, advising on realistic cost determinants and annual accommodation funding reviews. Four, monitoring accreditation consistencies across universities and TVETs. Five, creating a national student accommodation risk register. Six, ensuring student voices are the central part of implementation and policy. Number seven, supporting dispute resolution before crises become protests, evictions, and closures. And finally, Chairperson, we should advise Parliament annually on the state of student accommodation in the country. Chairperson, the question before us today is not whether South Africa needs more beds. The question should be what kind of beds, under what standard, at what cost, funded through what stable mechanism, and governed by whom. It is important to understand, Chairperson, that we should not allow another academic year where students suffer because policy is delayed, leadership is unstable, and stakeholders are not coordinated. The student here, Chairperson, must be at the center of it all, because when we give a student a safe place to live, we give a student a fair chance to succeed. I ended to say, Chairperson, that student access must always ensure student success. And I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Sansa, with your political statement there at the end. Really appreciate. I want to take this opportunity to thank all role players that have presented here. When I started the meeting, I had indicated that the purpose of this sitting is to get all role players into the same venue. Because we don't think the solutions that we must come up with can be done by a single person or a single entity. It requires a coordinated approach, and that is the reason why we decided to bring this all of you into this colloquium. There's a fine line that I believe that we keep on missing. When we speak about student accommodation in South Africa, we often reduce the conversation to NSFAS. And maybe that is understandable because NSFAS is the largest public funding scheme, but it is not the whole funding landscape in South Africa. The reality is that higher education system supports students through multiple funding streams. Indeed, we have the largest, which is the NSFAS funded students, whose tuition, accommodation, learning material, and other approved allowances are covered according to the NSFAS policy. Secondly, we also have self-funded students, young people and families who make enormous sacrifices to pay fees from their own income, own savings, or they take loans. Their contribution is just as important. And they do deserve a system that is fair and affordable. As I'm speaking to you now, there are families who can't afford their children to stay in student accommodation, whether university owned, leased agreements, university accredited, privately owned. The price of student accommodation is just unaffordable for those families. And the discussion today should also include those families in the equation. We also have students supported by university bursaries and scholarships, SITA bursaries, government department bursaries, private companies bursaries, municipalities also have bursaries, charitable foundations also have bursaries, and NSFAS, or rather the National Student Financial Aid Trust, and other philanthropic initiatives. Together, this form the broader student funding ecosystem in South Africa. So when we look for solutions should be looking at all these other people. Saus presented to us today that SITA funding pays up to 3,200 per bed for their students, which creates a big problem. So the real question here is not simply how do we fix NSFAS, and we agree that NSFAS must be fixed. But the question here should not be about how do we fix NSFAS. It should be how do we ensure that everyone, every academically deserving student has a sustainable pathway to fund their education in South Africa, regardless of where that funding comes from. As policymakers, our responsibility, obviously, is to build a funding system that is equitable, that is transparent, that is efficient, and one that leaves no student behind. Whether they are NSFAS funded, bursary funded, scholarship funded, or self-funded. The call by some that the solution to this problem is just to scrap the cap, lacks or fails the test as it comes to those that are self-funded, bursary funded, and other fundings. So the scrap the cap slogan, for a lack of a better word, is not solving the problem. It's actually creating a problem. And the reason why another reason why we called this meeting is that student accommodation must be regulated. They must be regulated, and we welcome the Department of Higher Education initiative to refer student accommodation to the Competition Commission. Because as we speak, there are NSFAS funded students who can graduate, who will not register at the beginning of next year, because the university accredited a private accommodation provider, placed an NSFAS funded student in that accommodation, and that student now has debt. And universities, they don't go and ask or make concessions that says, if you have not paid this amount of money by this time, don't even bother coming to school at the beginning of the year. Such decisions, how they are taken, have cost us. Don't blame them alone. NSFAS must apportion the blame. The department must apportion the blame. Everybody in the system must apportion the blame. And we fully understand that universities, because they've got bills to pay, they need to recover some of the monies. But how decisions get to be taken by these institutions leaves a lot to be desired. Last year around this time, we had a huge strike at the University of Fort Hare that cost the university over 300 million rands of damages. 300 million rand, including losing the admin block and critical information lost. Why? Because the university management there took a decision about students without students. They simply refused students to hold to hold SRC elections, and they wanted to install other students to represent the students. A decision that was very detrimental to that institution. This year, 2 weeks ago, the same happened at CPUT. Students striked for a decision that they indicate that the university took without proper consultation with the students. The results, some buildings torched, some students injured, unnecessary. So these NSFAS funded students, the university signed a lease that is 9,000 or 8,000, where there will be a gap. And then they take this NSFAS funded student, they put them into that accommodation, and that student then incurred it. The call for scrapping of the cap, it's not something that we will adhere to, or we will agree to, or be amendable to. Because let me tell you what is the risk of that. The risk of that is that we are simply saying, let's give institutions, private accommodation providers, a blank check to student accommodation. In 3 or 4 years' time, for a student to stay in accommodation, they might be forced to pay up to 15, 17, or 18,000 rand. So there must be regulation to guard against this. And probably the current leadership of our institutions, they mean well. but you don't know who comes after you. And you don't know the decision that they will take. And that is why we need policies, we need regulations and acts that will be able to protect the system beyond us being in charge of these institutions. So with that, I want to welcome all the presentations. I think your presentations did one thing that is very impressive. You came here, you presented not only the challenges, but you also gave us what you believe are the solutions that you must look at. And for that, I want to congratulate you that you understood the assignment, all of you. You did not come here to create a problem. I see there's a message that SASAPA is not presented. I will check with the secretary because on my program there was no SASAPA, but I will check. I'll check with the secretary. So members, allow me to give you. So one thing that we must all agree on, members, is that we will not have enough time to finish this discussion today. I will bring proposals towards the end on how I believe we must go with this thing, so that including putting it on our program of the fourth term, where the proposal, maybe I must just put it now, is that we may need to have a parliamentary inquiry on this issue of student accommodation, where we bring in entity by entity, depending on the focus areas that we want to deal with. When we speak to the Competition Commission, hopefully their report will be done. We'll look at that. Maybe we'll take some of the suggestions as the way forward from the institutions that have presented here about the task teams that must be there to look at this thing, so that once and for all, we agree that this will be the cap that we'll agree on for this particular area, because here's the science behind it. This is the cap we'll agree on this particular area, because the science agrees with that in that particular phase. So members, if you can raise your hands so that I'm able to note you. Like I said, we'll not finish this thing. Or members, you are covered. You don't have any issues. Or you want me to note you for you, as I normally does. Let me see who's on the platform, so that whenever Honorable Mrs. and I said, raise your hand, you now are saying I must point you at number 3. Let me see who else is on the platform. Anela, if you can just respond quickly, did SASAPA give us their presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chairperson, is true. But initially we had invited them to participate in the meeting as opposed to presenting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Who is Mulalo?
Good afternoon, Chair. My apologies. when I relog in all the time, it changes my naming. It is Maro from Sasapa.
From Sasapa.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I was just dealing with that matter now. With the committee secretary, has indicated that the invite to yourselves was on had invited you guys. Maybe I can give you 10 minutes to hear yourselves. Let's hear. I don't know who's going to speak. I see Kalanes also has his hand up. So let me give you 10 minutes and hear what you guys are going to say.
We appreciate it, Honorable Chair. Without any further ado, can I just quickly... There we go. Chair, we thank you for this opportunity and a good afternoon to the honorable members, our colleagues in the student accommodation sector. Without, maybe I should just start by saying that today's theme that brings us together would be that we are moving towards accessible, affordable, safe, and sustainable accommodation for all PSET. What I have noted with our fellow colleagues, or all the presenters today, is that we do have shared sentiments with the hope of achieving what would be safe and sustainable accommodation. But what I would like to probably highlight on, without repeating what the other colleagues have said, I think this whole stakeholder relationship also starts from a contractual basis, like a commercial legal contractual relationship. I find that all these issues that are being presented with the hope of a resolution or an intervention should start by addressing the contractual lease that we have or we entered into with the students with NSFAS as the funder. We find that for us to give sustainable and affordable accommodation, there are certain aspects that would need to be touched on the lease or on the private accommodation providers and accompanying standardized fixed term lease agreements. We find that there is a disproportionate financial, operational, and contractual risk for us to provide the accommodation that is required or that would be deemed to be of past standard. So we have found that we need to first look at those because there is a contractual imbalance for all accommodation providers, including those that are your universities, us as private accommodation providers. There is a contractual imbalance where it creates an unusually one-sided allocation on the commercial risks. Us as accommodation providers, we are required to maintain accredited accommodation to comply with the minimum norms and standards. There is finance, maintenance, and repairs, providing security and essential services. We need to comply with the inspection and audits that come forth with this service. And we continue accommodating students during these disputes. We are the party or the stakeholder that always absorbs all the operational costs, regardless of payment delays. So my point, or as SAPA, our point is that we need to start from the contractual aspect, strengthening the obligations on all parties, because we find that NSFAS does not really undertake equivalent. And as you had said, Chair, it's not only about NSFAS. There are other key players, as into your bursars or your university giving these, or your seaters giving these bursaries or student accommodation bursaries. But we need to look at contractual obligations that will not be one-sided. We need to look into improving or reviewing the fixed payment deadlines, because that's the most crucial point. And I think Asante has mentioned that when there's delayed payments, we are unable to service or comply to your municipality regulations, having to pay our levies and rates. This creates a disparity and it weakens the service that we need to provide to the students, giving them sustainable and affordable accommodation. So we feel that the compensation for delayed payments needs to be looked at. We need to look into recovering consequential losses. We need to get financial guarantees once students are placed. Those are the issues we are facing. And we go into the issue where there was, before the whole pilot program, there was no metro and non-metro distinction. Now with the metro and non-metro distinction, we feel that there needs to be a feasibility study that needs to be put towards that, because the cost that comes with providing student accommodation differs from all regions, all across South Africa. Our cost and municipality costs are not the same. We would also maybe implore asking SALGA in terms of municipalities coming forth with as a stakeholder to come in joining with all stakeholders in this sector into what can they come with to assist us as accommodation providers that are paid through public funding. How can they come into play into assisting us in terms of levies and rates? Because we find that we, in terms of compliance, we ought to convert or rezone into business or commercial, which then puts our rates at a higher rate or a higher par. It's often difficult to be able to service those levies when there is delayed payments. So going back to the point that our contractual framework needs to be reviewed, that it strengthens obligations on all parties, because we often find ourselves as accommodation providers being on the back foot, not being able to consistently provide these services where the theme says accessible, affordable, and safe and sustainable accommodation. But this is only enabled if there is financial guarantee of funding. There is timelessly payments and a recourse into the leases, because we often find now that there is this whole gap, the gap funding investigation. We are obligated, or we are imposed that we need to keep the students in-house, house them during these disputes until they are resolved. Come 8 months during the lease, you are told that the student is defunded. The accommodation provider has lost income in respect of that student or a few students. We are unable to recover such funds. So what I'm trying to say is that we are not going to repeat on the caps and all that, because I think information has been sufficiently given, but I just wanted as a SAPA and maybe other accommodation providers or associations to also consider the fact that this starts with the lease. The lease needs to be revisited to strengthen both all stakeholders within this sector. And with your permission, Chair, could I kindly just invite our colleague, Mr. Zubenati Sopazi, just to touch on other aspects?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The 2 minutes to do that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and the colleagues. Perhaps my colleague have covered a lot of points, because, Chair, I'm thinking of the time. But one thing that I think we must just also raise here in this platform is that one of the challenges that we're facing as accommodation providers is the issue of essential commercial regulations that should include the payment dates, because that is one of the challenges that we're facing. The payment dates that consistently since the pilot system have actually affected many small businesses, because we are also an organization that represents those small entities that if ever you do not get the payment on time, perhaps going to the next month and the third and the next the month after that, you are not going to be able to sustain paying your workers for the whole year. So otherwise, issues around the framework and the regulations, I think we are all captured. Then should we get a platform to discuss this further, then we are going to enter in that. The last part is that let us not be treated as one, let us not treat institutions of higher learning as one, because I would be specific on this point. Walter Sisulu University accommodation providers are underpaid, if I may make it or put it like that, in particular in the rural areas, whereby out of the accommodation fee, they must also pay for transportation fees, which NSFAS is saying that it is not within their policy or it's not regulated. That is one of the challenges that I think many accommodation providers in Mthatha and Butterworth and Queenstown, East London, they are facing. So if ever we can be able to, perhaps through this platform, to treat each and every area and the province differently, we do a feasibility study on how do we deal with these issues, not only dealing with policies. When we are in this platform, we can deal with policies and regulations, but we need someone to go to the ground and see what is actually happening in each and every area or institution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So SAPA, I've given you guys 12 minutes. We'd agreed on 10. Members, Dr. Christians, I'll start with you. You'll be number 1. You'll be followed by Honorable Lonzi, followed by Honorable Msezane, followed by Honorable Ngubane, and followed by, I know that there's 2 members who has asked that I must, or 3 members who have asked that I must confirm them at the end because they are on a flight. Honorable Gabo and Honorable Pagama, what is the issue?
Good afternoon, Chair. I just wanted to raise something on the integration of
Who are you
the
representing?
line. Sorry,
Who are you representing?
SAPSA, Chair.
Did SAPSA not present here?
They've presented, Chair, as
Why?
SANSA.
No, please. Please, let's not abuse our platform. Please. So I'm going to give Honorable Christians 1, Honorable Lonzi 2, Honorable Msezane 3, Honorable Ngubane 4, Honorable Khabo 5, Honorable Low 6, and if I've not covered, I'll come in there as number 7. Honorable Christians, I'll give you 20 minutes now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm in a very rural part of the Northern Cape. So if you'll indulge me, I'll keep my video off, please. Chairperson, thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I think that what we heard today, especially with the minister's briefing, is that we really do have a huge problem with the accommodation in our country. And, we really empathize with the students that have to face this on a daily basis. And in my opinion, the question is no longer simply whether the accommodation cap is too high or too low. But really, Chair, we've seen that the problem is actually much deeper, that it's actually a structural problem with really the consolidation and working together of DHET, NSFAS, accommodation providers, universities, etc. So we really have a funding institution performing functions that, in my opinion, extend far beyond funding. For example, universities and NSFAS, they're really doing overlapping work. They are operating on accreditation systems, and it's really just an overlapping system that they are busy with. So providers are saying, on the one hand, that the current model is threatening the supply. The students, on the other hand, is saying that they are carrying the debt and the top-ups, etc. We are seeing from DHET side that there's serious infrastructure shortages. We've heard about beds that are really built, but students can't use them because they are not in acceptable conditions for use. And so we see different parts of government regulating different pieces of really the same accommodation system. And what really concerns me, Chairperson, is that everybody appears to carry some responsibility. DHET is carrying some responsibility. NSFAS is carrying some responsibility. The students are carrying some, landlords are carrying some responsibility, but nobody appears to carry the responsibility of the final outcome of the student. And that to me is the problem. A student that doesn't complete a degree, a student that doesn't get a certificate at the end of the day, a student that is sent home because NSFAS has defunded them midway through a particular course. And so I'm not sure if the minister is still online, but if he's not, I mean, I'll use it as not maybe questions, but if someone from the HET is willing to answer, otherwise I'll submit afterwards, Chair. But I think that the minister also appeared to broadly agree then in his initial statement to us that there should be a hybrid model where NSFAS returns primarily to funding and payment, because we've seen that NSFAS is unable to really handle this overlapping accreditation system. And so the minister spoke about a hybrid model where NSFAS should return to only funding and payment, while institutions then will assume that greater kind of responsibility for accreditation and placement and verifying where students live, what kind of accommodation they are living in, whether the accommodation is suitable. And so, you know, the question really then is that, you know, we have to accept that NSFAS is unable to carry the load of this responsibility, and that some of these huge accreditation responsibilities should be placed back to the institutions. And as a committee and a sector, I think we need to understand from the minister what, in his presentation, what this new kind of architecture will look like, this hybrid model that he spoke about. Who is going to do what will change, and when that will change, Chairperson. So if the minister is still online, Chair, that is my first question, but if not, I'll have it stand over and carry on with the rest.
Thank you very much. I think the minister had indicated that he had other responsibilities, and then I asked him to come to open the colloquium. So he's not on the platform with us as we speak.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I completely understand that. And I will then submit that, because I think it's very important for us to understand the hybrid model that the minister is speaking about, because essentially in my mind, what the minister has referred to then is a decentralization model where some of these functions have to return to the institutions where they belong, the institutions that actually have this relevant information, and NSFAS then sticks to the funding process. I think, Chair, for me, I want to go to DHET because I'm sure the DG and the DDGs are online. And, you know, the most concerning thing for me is that in the presentation, or the information that we've received from DHET says that there are 9,907, I think, university-owned beds that are unavailable because renovations remain outstanding. Now, Chair, this is huge amounts of money that have been spent over a number of years where beds have been built, but where perhaps contractors have not completed it or renovations have not been kept up, and they've deteriorated over a number of years. We've also heard that TVETs only have 9,968 institution-owned beds, and that 39% of responding residents were assessed as poor. Now, that in itself is very concerning. So 9,900 university beds are unavailable because renovations are outstanding. 9,968 institution-owned beds, where 39% of them have been assessed as poor. So this is really extraordinary for us to have presented to us here, because we are simultaneously then talking about spending billions to create new capacity while we have current owned beds by DHET, which are not kept intact for students and are sitting there and are not being used. So to DHET, to the DG of both higher education and TVET, of universities and TVETs, I think before we can even begin to discuss building thousands of new beds, why are 9,900 existing university beds standing unusable? And what would it cost to return those beds to service? And would it be possible to recover those beds?
Chair, it's Tandy here. The DG is not on the platform. He also had other commitments.
Yes, go ahead, Tandy.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, Dr. Christians, Honorable Christians, just on the hybrid model, I can just provide a very short answer. I think it's something that we probably need to answer in more detail. But I think you're quite correct that a hybrid model is about building back the ecosystem where universities do have a role to play. And it's also about cutting costs.
Sorry
You want me
to
to answer that question?
sorry to disturb you, Tandy. I just received a message from Parliament TV that they are streaming the meeting, and they would prefer when you speak, please open your video. Dr. Christians, she's from some plus there, so she can't do that because of network. But others, please let's open our videos if the bandwidth works. Thanks, Tandy. Sorry to disturb you.
No, it's fine. I'm in Johannesburg, so I think Johannesburg is still relatively okay with bandwidth. So I think I think, Chair, that in terms of the hybrid model, just the idea that I think one of the by the way, I think the presentations today have been really eye-opening for all of us, and a really good opportunity to really get a sense of the extent of the issues in this space. And Chair, I think that, as Honorable Christians is also pointing out, a lot of the issues that require attention are in the policy environment and therefore fall squarely within the responsibility of DHET. So I think the issue around how accommodation gets accredited and how students get placed, previously we have had a model that shares between the institutions. NSFAS took over that in 2023. I think we've seen that some of the costs have increased as a result of that. But I think that what we wouldn't necessarily want to go back to is a model where there isn't proper accountability built in. So what the minister was referring to, at least to the extent that I understand some of what he was saying, is that we need to move back to a hybrid model where different roles and responsibilities are in place, but where proper accountability is there as well, so that there are guidelines and regulations in place that guide that relationship. And I think what it would look like is something that we haven't seen before. But I think the when is urgent. I think that my understanding of what we had presented is that as a department, we need to immediately look at things that could be put in place for the 2027 academic year, obviously where the capability and capacity exists so that we can do it properly. But obviously some of the work will take time, maybe over the next 2 years or so that over time we build a proper hybrid model. Chair, I'm not sure so much about the TVETs, and I'm not sure if DDG Zungu is still here. But the TVET sector has always had very few beds, partly because TVET colleges and what they were before FET colleges are many multi-campus institutions that are intended to be located and more accessible to communities. And so they were never conceived of initially as residential institutions. That has obviously changed with the areas of specialization and things. So in the longer term, it's an area that we are trying to address. In terms of the 9,900 beds, my understanding is that those are institution-owned beds. But you will know that in many of the universities, there's very old infrastructure, And my understanding is that those are beds that are currently under renovation or under very, very serious maintenance and repair. And there's some institutions that have very, very old infrastructure that need to do that. So that is my understanding of the 9,000 beds. I suspect that every year there's a certain proportion of beds that are in that pocket. That's my answer for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know if TVET is online to answer, the DDG of TVET, because really, I mean, I can make an example of the Northern Cape TVET College, and it's so disappointing that Northern Cape is such a rural province. And as it is, NSFAS is battling to pay all the accommodation providers in and around the Kimberley area. Yet the TVET College, the Northern Cape Urban TVET College in Kimberley, has actually closed down their accommodation, their DHET provided accommodation. They've closed it. And to my knowledge, there's nothing wrong with that accommodation. They've just closed it and they've outsourced their entire accommodation. And Chair, I mean, these are the things that we should be following up, especially with these TVETs that pronounce that they don't have sufficient beds for our students, and the burden is left on outside accommodation providers who are not paid on time. I mean, I have submitted in recent months, I've submitted a number of outstanding payments for accommodation in and around Kimberley, and it's really unacceptable, Chair, that the system is being run so poorly and our students are left really in the dark and left to themselves and to return home and to drop out of their respective causes. But I'll leave that there, Chair. I really want to come to the Competition Commission.
Or you leave it, I've paused your time.
I just wanted to know if a TVET could maybe answer if they are, but it doesn't seem they are here, Chair.
I've not seen them. I want to magnify your point. Allow me to ask Prof. Kunene, are you still online?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. Do you by any chance, how many of your residents at university owned are not accommodating children or students this year?
Our residences.
Yes.
About 3 that are under construction, that are going to be under construction. Yes.
The plus minus, how many students are those?
Then I will need to check the numbers, but it's each one of them. I didn't write each one of them. Let me just check.
If we say 1,000,
no,
I'm not trying to catch. I just want to show Dr. Christian something.
Okay. I'll raise your hand just now. Let me check the numbers.
Okay. Whilst you're checking, let's go to VUT. I saw Ntate Mahlalela.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, I see you're just coming now. I had indicated that if we do have...
Hello, Chair.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
I was saying before you came in, I saw the system had kicked you out. I said because we are on Parliament TV, if you could open the mic and the face and the video so that we see you. I just needed to check how many beds at VUT that are not in they're not being used this year, that are university owned.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. This is my face. I have changed from the T-shirt that I was wearing in the morning, not because I'm naughty. It is becoming hot here. But yes, in terms of the beds that are currently not in use at VUT, we're in initially just over 700 beds, which were out of circulation for many years. But we've just completed one block of 101 beds. It's going to be coming back to use now in September, because we're going to move the students into that facility to begin repairing the other facility. All these remaining other beds are currently under renovation as well, with timelines of December and early March, some of them, to bring them, all of them, back to use, meaning the balance of the 600 beds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I had adopted a VUT Dr. Christian, so I would go to VUT every second Monday. And when Dr. Mahlalela says those beds had been out for many years, it's not an understatement, including university-owned residences there. They were out from 2020, not in use from 2020. And no proper work done on them. In fact, if you remember, on Wednesday, we had the SIU presenting to us in Parliament, and one of the projects that the SIU pointed was the project to renovate some of the residences there. Some of them, the SIUs are recouping the money because they'd given in. There was 1 year where we went at the beginning of the year during our oversight, and during the presentations, the university was telling us that they are ready to accept students at the time. After presentation, we said, no, let's go and do oversight at this ready to accept student accommodation. When we got there, there were no shower caps, there were no doors on, including this sliding things there at the showers. So I was just making an example. Those are the two that I've seen, or I see Prof. Moshabela is also here. But I was just trying to show you that even at universities, it's not only TVETs. Even at universities, we do have this problem where university-owned infrastructure is not taken care of. And I can't speak for Zululand, but at least at VUT, the allegations at the time, I've not really followed up there, but the allegations at the time was that it was lucrative for some people to accredit private accommodation providers personally for them than to make sure that university-owned student accommodation is in good shape. So what then happens is, if it's not commissioned to accept students, it means there will be students must then be put to private accommodation providers. And the allegation there was that in order for you to firstly be accredited there by the institution, this was long before the NSFAS accreditation came to pass. In order for you to be accredited by that institution, you pay a lot of money. Like I made this point again on Wednesday in the committee about the people who once called me student accommodation providers, who called me from Vanderbilt Park. They were telling us that this is, in order for me to be accredited, I need to have 3,000 for that accommodation, 300,000 for that, 700,000 for that student accommodation. So it was lucrative for some people to neglect institution-owned accreditation because they are getting some cold drink or energy drink from some unethical accommodation providers. And I'm emphasizing some because I don't want all these associations here to say I said they are unethical and immoral, but I'm saying some members, and they know these things exist, that they are expected to pay certain officials of certain institutions certain cold drinks or energy drinks. So I thought I must just to augment your point, Dr. Christian, that you are making. Maybe let me bring in the university aspect of it, so that at least you've got a bigger picture. Prof. Kunene?
In total, there are about 300 beds.
You have 300 beds.
Yes.
No problem. Honorable Sezana is on the line. I'm sure he will ask you certain questions about some of the residences where students stay in currently there at University of Zululand. Thank you very much. You can proceed, Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I hear you. And, you know, that is exactly the issue that we need to drive a little bit further, because at the end of the day, I think we should be asking ourselves why, for example, a university accommodation is not maintained as it should be maintained. Surely they should be, you know, in possession of yearly maintenance plans. I mean, where a residence has really remained closed for several years, basically because of procurement or failure in project management or whatever the case may be, who are we actually holding accountable? Are we holding DHET accountable for withheld funding? Who must intervene, etc.? And I think those are the questions that we need to ask. You know, an important question for me, and I come back to the Northern Cape TVET College. Why was that accommodation residence closed? And those are the type of questions that we need to interrogate to assist our students further. But Chair, I'm going to go on to the Competition Commission's presentation. Now, we know that there was an active investigation following the DHET complaint where it was alleged that there was collusive behavior with price fixing amongst private accommodation providers serving NSFAS students. So the Commission also reported that these complaints then involved excessive pricing, similar rates, or exclusive long-term arrangements, etc. So I just want to know by the presenter, you know, the person who presented the report, or if the Commissioner is here, at a market design level, have you seen evidence suggesting that the NSFAS cap, for example, the cap itself may inadvertently become a reference price, and that is effectively pulling lower priced accommodation maybe upwards towards the maximum public allowance? Because I think that is particularly interesting, because we also heard the Minister himself identified that that is actually a risk. And then also, would perhaps a differentiated benchmark pricing, you know, based on independently verified costs, make the market more competitive, or could it simply create several new price references? And if so, what safeguards would you then recommend for the sector?
Competition Commission.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I also have my colleague on the platform, Silelo, who will help with the answer. Honorable Member, I think the first thing I must say is that the investigation is still ongoing, and I would prefer not to comment on an ongoing presentation. I mean, on an ongoing investigation in case we compromise its outcomes. I do want to say, though, that the issue of pricing, I can confirm that the Commission is looking at it in its broadest sense, and the risks that the Minister has highlighted and the impact of that is part of what will be evaluated in the course of the investigation. But I think, Chair, there is a risk that in how I answer in this public platform, we may delve into the nitty-gritties of the investigation. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if Silelo wants to make an addition, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Andile. I don't have any additions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I completely understand. So I think it is important for us to finalize this investigation as soon as possible. Can you then give us a timeline as to when exactly your investigation will be complete? Because I think, in light of next year, in light of 2027, and the fact that we're going into a new academic year and we need students to have that peace of mind when they register, and even accommodation providers as well, they're also sitting on a ledge where they need to have some kind of way forward. So when will your investigation be complete? Do you have a timeline to present that report of the outcome of your investigation to us?
Chairperson, through you, I must say that we do not have a timeline except to say that the investigation is at an advanced level. We do hope that it will be concluded soon. But Honorable Member, as I indicated in the tools that the Commission has, we do not necessarily limited just by the enforcement work that we do. We also have prioritized student accommodation as part of our advocacy program. I do hope that that work can at least deal with the issues that students, providers, institutions, and NSFAS and the department would be concerned about, as we had indicated that we are gearing up for an advocacy program that will deal with those issues. So whilst the timeline of the investigation cannot be confirmed at this point in time, the engagement with stakeholders is something that we are gearing up to participate in, to respond to the issues that Honorable Member is raising. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would like to move over to Yusuf, because I feel that they've also made a very valuable presentation to us. And we saw that Yusuf said that university-owned beds are insufficient. And I think we've determined that because we spoke on that. And we've also spoken on the fact that maintenance is not done on time and that there are beds sitting and students are unable to use them. And it also reports that 1.1 million, that there's 1.1 million university enrollments, and that universities have probably about 136,000 beds, and that they rely heavily on private accommodation, as we all know. So I think the crux of the USAF presentation was that with us and with everybody else, they acknowledged that the accommodation cap had shortfalls, and that essentially that then became student debt, and that was a roller coaster, as we all know, the roller coaster events that precede that and comes after that. So to Yusuf, I just want to ask them, if universities are asking government to recognize the actual cost of accommodation, will universities or are universities equally prepared to subject their own accommodation charges to transparent cost benchmarking? I think that's a very important question for us to hear here today, because, and I'm including here the actual cost per bed and what those services include. So I'll just repeat that. Are universities equally prepared to subject their own accommodation charges to transparent cost benchmarking? That has been a huge problem, we all know. And then, would universities support the publication of comparable accommodation costs across all 26 universities so that we as the committee and students can see why apparently similar accommodation costs materially have different amounts? So, and I think that's important for us because we've visited, we do oversight very regularly, and we've come across accommodation that looks fairly similar, but their costs materially differ around campuses and around provinces. So the question there is, will universities then support publicly giving us those costs or making those costs transparent across all 26 universities?
I'm not sure, Chair, whether I'm supposed to respond without being given that permission by you.
Oh, no. It's a conversation, Dr. Matutu, between yourself and the member on the platform, and you can proceed to respond.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I do think that we have explicitly stated within our presentation that the factors affecting accommodation are numerous, and among those is the model of costing within the university. So if one has to look at the nature of the accommodation, the services, as we have mentioned, and also the staff complement which is being provided for, then the only differentiator becomes the funding model within a particular university. So those are the factors. We are prepared to, firstly, before any of that gets done, not at a national level, but at a local level, these factors be taken into account before we can talk about the cap. And then the second element to it then can be why a particular residence is costing more. And if we are talking about the university models, where certain universities would separate completely accommodation from other sources of funding, and others would use other sources of funding for assisting with accommodation costs. So those kind of models, one would have to accept that there's that element. And if there is then intervention to say, well, this council should perhaps reconsider this model because it's not working effectively while understanding the autonomy of the university. So those are the key factors. There's the accommodation factor, and also there's the funding model factor, and which resides within the powers of councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christians. If you have the last question.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just think that I'm not 100% happy with the way the question was answered, Chair, because I do think we need to interrogate this particular question more deeply. I think it's important for us to understand that should universities want accreditation back, what would they actually be accountable for? And across provinces, that will make a huge impact on a family's household income, especially for those who are not NSFAS paid. We often talk about the missing middle, etc. And we must keep thinking about those students as well. So, and I just think lastly, maybe to Yusuf then, if the answer is unclear, would Yusuf then support a national audit of every one of those 9,907 beds that are in limbo, actually, so to speak, with a cost and a deadline for returning each to service? I think that will be my last questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yusuf is prepared to accept any form of study which is involved. However, one has to fund the study, and there needs to be clear criteria for the study. With the 9,000 beds which are unavailable, one can immediately check within DHET how many of those beds are being provided back to the system, and how long will it take for them to come back to the system before one can talk about a study. Because the maintenance of residences is something which is a standard life cycle of infrastructure provision and infrastructure development. So according to my understanding, there is an anomaly when one talks about 7 years of beds not being in circulation. However, I mean, that happens. These universities are are centuries old sometimes. So a study, there's nothing wrong with a study, provided it's clear what it is that is being studied and who's financing the study and what the methodology is. Thanks. And Prof. Mushabela would like to add to that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Matutu, Prof. Mushabela.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to just confirm with Dr. Christians, and I'll speak as Vice Chancellor to say that as universities, we are public universities, and university-owned accommodation is not designed to generate profit. And for that reason, we work with costs. And as long as it is understood that the cost is not just simply the cost of a bed, that it actually is a cost that includes other aspects that are designed to support the students' rest life and also to support academic success. So for all of that, if it is understood that the assessment of the costing model and to be transparent about it, that is the context in which it will be done, I would be very happy for universities to make sure that that is made transparent. I just want to make sure that you understand that I'm willing to answer that question directly. And also, as Dr. Matuti said, to say that, we welcome a study. I think what is just important is that we make sure that the process that is put in place is a fair, independent process that can be trusted by all parties concerned, because as you have indicated, there's a lot of mistrust that happens because of other problems that we have seen elsewhere. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Prof. Mushabela. Don't worry, I know you trust me as a fair person, so maybe I must run that process. Competition Commission, quickly. Are you of the view that, I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong. Are you of the view that student accommodation in South Africa should be treated as a market commodity, or alternatively, maybe as a strategic public interest service that will require us to have a specialized regulatory framework on it? What is your view on how a student accommodation must be viewed?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, one must first look at the genesis of student accommodation in South Africa, that in the main, it was provided by universities. But also, Chair, one must understand that there is a limit to what the fiscus can do. There is a limit to the resources that are available to the fiscus to be able to respond to a high level of shortage of student accommodation vis-a-vis the importance of student accommodation in supporting throughputs and success rate in the system. We therefore, Chair, if you would see that we talk about a private student accommodation system, which then becomes a market. We also speak about a public student accommodation system, which is a public good. The differentiation, of course, is what we are finding, and it looks like it is what we are going to have. What is critical for the Commission, Chair, is whether the private accommodation system is a competitive market, because it would therefore become a market. Is it a competitive market? So that's the first thing. But the second thing, in line with the Act, relates to the public interest issues that go with that system. Whether the issues of participation of historical disadvantaged persons, whether the barriers to entry to that market are reasonable, and so on and so on. So my short answer, Chair, is that the history has brought us to a point where you will always have a differentiated system. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I was just trying to check to quote on the minister's speech earlier on, but he did speak about them looking at a pricing framework. And that pricing framework, amongst others, it must have a price discipline. I just can't get it on his speech. It's just on my notes. So I was asking you in that context. But it's okay, I hear you. So you are saying we must look at, we must decide what we want to do, and then so that the whole system is not against or for one kind of group. And I heard you when you're answering Dr. Christians that you don't want to speak about the merits of your investigations. But can you talk about the progress? Do you know how far you are as far as that thing is concerned, the investigation? And when do you envisage that investigation will end?
Honorable Chair, I can say that the investigation has progressed a lot. As I did say, it is a little bit difficult to say what the timelines look like, but I can also confirm, Chair, that this is one of the investigations that we have prioritized, given its impact on a low income or poor households and students. So we can indicate, Chair, when we have completed. I think we will inform the portfolio committee once we have reached that milestone of completing the investigation. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. And I suppose you are not going to be able to tell us how widespread are these alleged anti-competitive practices, and maybe also which provinces are most prevalent. You also can tell us that one.
And not at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, but have you engaged with NSFAS, DHET, universities, and some of the providers during your investigations?
Honorable Chair, we are engaging with different stakeholders. I know for a fact engagements with NSFAS have been ongoing. Yeah.
So you have engaged with them, no?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. PSHA. You gave us a cost assumptions, and you indicated that the gap is 25%. Who independently verified those numbers for you? PSHA?
Thank you, Chair. Am I expected to put the camera?
Yes, yeah, we are on TV, so it makes good TV if the cameras are on.
My apologies. I just need to know how.
So you had put it on earlier on.
Okay, here we go. Yes,
Yeah.
Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. As I have indicated that the PSHA DHET cost benchmarking exercise was done when the department published the norms and standards. So we as PSHA appointed independent quantity surveyors, and the department as well had a team of independent quantity surveyors. And we did, and I'm not sure whether we did the high-rise building, which I showed, or we did the low-rise. But between us and the DHET team, each chose which building to assess. And we came with that a gap. So it was between us as PSHA and the team of the department. Thank you.
Okay, and the department has this report.
Yes, the department received the report. And I must also say this, that when we did the exercise, the department was very clear to us that their scope of work was to revise the minimum norms and standard. It wasn't to attach the cost associated with delivering the norms and standard. And for the exercise purpose and for the evidence-based knowledge, we had agreed that it would be a research that PSHA can use the way they feel they could use it, and the department reserves its rights on how to use it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and did you guys do an analysis of this cap put on the investment or cancelled project specifically because of the cap?
No, we haven't exactly, but I know when I started at PSHA in 2023, 2024 as a CEO, there were a couple of our members who had to close down. I think there was one in Mpumalanga that went under liquidation, and there were some around UJ, but I can provide that detail later to Parliament through writing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So if this cap was to be removed tomorrow, with the current numbers that are there on the system, have you guys done a cost analysis or the financial implications on the fiscus and NSFAS? Do you know roughly how much we'll be talking about?
Not yet. We have embarked on a search on triple P model. I couldn't add it in our presentation because it has not been completed, I'm happy to share that analysis once we are done, but PSH's position is very simple on this issue, Chair. We do not believe that a cap should not exist. You know, we are support everybody around the cap existing, but I think our argument in my slide 1 was showing that when it was increased, it kind of stifled the market, and it made difficult for operators to operate. So what we're proposing is that I think let's put our heads together to say what is the right cap. And I think arriving at the right cap, we should be able to say what are the cost drivers of the rent being high. And one of the things that we have identified, and we believe Parliament can help us in NSFAS, is the between 30% in non-metro and 40% in metro of the NSFAS rent goes to municipal rates and taxes. So it's a huge amount. Now, if you look at eThekwini, for example, student accommodation is rated, is categorized as a commercial property. In other municipalities, you'd find that it's residential, which allows much lesser rates. In Cape Town now, as I speak to you, Chair, we've engaged the city of Cape Town where some of our student accommodation were misclassified as commercial, which attracted the commercial rate as opposed to residential. So if we do it as PSHA alone, it becomes difficult and we are always on the back foot. But if we are led by the department and maybe Parliament, I think local government can be able to assist in that, in reducing that. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think that's a brilliant suggestion, not only on the zoning or rezoning point, but also on having a special rate. So if we all agree that education is a country's need, then we have a responsibility to also make sure that the municipalities treats accommodation providers as a country's needs. Anela, if you can just write that maybe we must consult with the portfolio committee on COGTA and the ministry on COGTA to assist us, because it's not it's a South African problem, and maybe once that is done as part of the conversations that must be had between department, ministry, yourselves, USAF, SAUS, SAFETA, SAPCO, will then have an understanding that when we were charged a price of commercial, this is how much we were asking. And when we were charged a price of residential, this is how much we're asking. But now we're also getting a special dispensation from municipalities to pay, instead of paying R1 per liter of water, we're paying 65 cents per liter of water. And therefore, we're then able to put, the cost of student accommodation to be lowered. So if that can be done, you are saying to us that that's a discussion you are willing to have with ourselves.
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson. And only maybe in addition to this is that in Braamfontein, for example, and in Hatfield, together in Potchefstroom, 90% of those student accommodation belongs to our members. And when they were constructing those, they engaged with the cities and they built, so our members developed what we call district improvement plans that shows that they will make the pavements, they will put street lights, like in Potchefstroom, I know our members put street cameras for the safety of the students. That is what private accommodation providers do extra in developing the economy. But I forgot to mention one thing, Chair, that prior to a cap being introduced, we had most of our buildings, especially in Cape Town and Hatfield, were built based on pre-cap. And the returns on our investors, like I showed you, some of our investors are PIC, and these are pension funds of our public workers and yourself, Chair, as Member of Parliament. These are your pension funds. After the cap was...
Please.
Oh. Yeah. So as a result of that, it became very difficult for those investors to say, after 2023, should we still give money towards student accommodation, because a cap has drastically changed and it was not backed by any data. So I think this new model and this framework that should come will also give the investors more confidence, the ones that I've listed, that once whatever the cap price is we come up with, it will actually help in channeling more funds towards student accommodation. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Sansa. If this special dispensation was to come into effect, what would be your view, Sansa? Anybody from Sansa?
Hi there, Chairperson. Duncan Monk speaking. Sorry, I'm just trying to put the video on. Myself and then Julian King will come in. In relation to this, we are interested in the new model that has been spoken about. And I just would like to raise one thing you did raise earlier, Chair. There are landlords who have exploited this model, and we're not for that. At the end of the day, the purpose of this model is to support the student. Anybody who is stealing or misusing this model needs to have the consequences of the law put against them, or anyone who has offered any bribe in this model. That is not what this is about. This is about bringing equality to our country and about the next generation. And as Sansa, we are proud to invest in our country, and we want to continue to do so, but we want to do so in a route where corruption is rooted out, where the money goes to the students and ensures that our children, that our futures will be supported by the next generation, because they will be leading us. In relation to this model, we are definitely in support of it. We believe that bringing any form of accountability back and bringing any form of investor hope back into the model, that will create the opportunity to actually grow and protect our students. But while saying that, there are a lot of services that have been removed from students when the new pilot project was brought in that has put significant risk to the student at the end of the day. Things like transport in many circumstances were also removed, and ambulance services. And the hope is that that could also be brought back to this model to ensure that there is the ability for the safety for the student. There is the ability to ensure that there is success within their education. And finally, Chairperson, if possible, when looking into this, when we're looking into defunding within the model, there's two forms within student accommodation. There is the NSFAS bursary, and there is also the missing middle bursary. But defunding doesn't automatically take a student who's been defunded because they earn too much into the missing middle category. If the application changed for the student, it would reduce the defunding and allow NSFAS to actually incorporate.
Yeah, when we ask you questions, colleagues, we're not asking you to give us presentations. We're asking you specific questions. Sasapa, if on this specific issue we're asking, if that were to come to the party, what would be your reaction? Where we get a special dispensation framework for student housing, for education being a country's need. What would be your reaction? So Sapa, you don't have views? Okay. Let me ask PPRA. Honorable Sazana, are you on the platform? So network keeps on, I've readmitted him about 3 or 4 times in the space of 3
Yes,
minutes.
Chair. Yeah, I'm just trying to go to a different place because I think it's the network where I was at. So I'm just trying to get another spot. Sorry about that, Chair.
So you need more time.
Yeah, just a little bit more time, Chair. My apologies, but I won't be long in any case because, Chair, you have indicated that we're going to propose that Parliament grants us that opportunity to have time so that we can interact with all the stakeholders at least one by one, because definitely we cannot do justice with all the issues that we need to present and interrogate. So I'm just asking for a bit of more time. Otherwise, Chair, we'll have to submit our submissions in writing and yeah. Okay, sure.
PPRA, in the meantime, I know Honorable Ngubane is still in the other committee where he serves, so the ethics committee is deciding your behavior as members. PPRA, if you can just tell me, do you have an idea of how many complaints you have received relating to student accommodation? And if you remember, just the common issues that are being raised with you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I was
Yes.
hoping that the CEO would be here to answer because that is what
No,
oh, there she is.
Yeah, but she has not
Because-
opened. Yeah.
Yes, because I didn't want to give a generic kind of response because they've got a branch, a section that deals with complaints. But I'm sure she'll be on board now. Apologies, Chair.
CEO?
Yes, Chair, I was trying to open up my mic. Good afternoon once again, Chair. I was saying that of the complaints that we have in the last financial year, of the 1,400 complaints that we have, I will have to come back to this committee and tell you the exact number that pertains to student accommodation, Chair, but mostly it's around really FFC issuance, Chairperson. Thank you.
If you can just repeat, most is around what?
Chair, I was saying that most of the complaints are around FFC issuances, and then also consumers who have suffered a loss, whether they've paid a deposit to a landlord or a sale transaction, Chairperson. So they come to us for recourse where we've got a fidelity fund that they can then make those claims on, Chair. But maybe during the course of this meeting, I'll just contact my staff to find out the exact complaints pertaining to student accommodation complaints, Chair. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. And what enforcement action has the PPRA taken against non-compliant accommodation providers or property practitioners in the student accommodation space?
Not a problem, Chair. I will come back to you. I'll raise my hand once I have that information. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So you are suggesting that I move to somebody else? You'll
With
come back.
a humble request, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Ngubane, are you in a space to ask questions now? Dr. Christian, oh, okay.
Yes, Chairperson. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think as well, like Honorable Sezana has put it, the presentation were huge. There were a lot of them, and it needs much more time of interrogation. So I'll ask some, Chair, quickly, and then we take it from there and see. But I request as well, as I concur with Honorable Sezana, that if we can get another opportunity to do justice to all these presentation that we received today. The first thing, Chair, I will start on was the presentation of the DHEAD. What I would like to ask from the demand is benchmarked against the 2019 University Survey and the 2018 TVET survey. My concern, Chair, on the department's benchmarking was that these benchmarking surveys are very old. They are 2019 and 2018. Why is the 2026 committee being made, committee being asked to make a decision on a very stale benchmarking surveys, 7 to 8 years old demand data, and well will a refreshed audit be tabled? So that's what I would like to ask from the department, because sometimes these things of working with an old data, it tends to even mislead you when you've been even asking concrete things. And then the second one, Chair, if a university is still on the higher education's presentation, if university demand was at 381 beds, and the supply is now at 500,000, what's happening on the shortage gap? Is it solved, or is the real problem affordability and quality, or not bed count? And again, Chair, I have a problem with these things of saying the number of bed. How do they match the number of bed supplies versus the funded student? Which one do they use to calculate the demand and supply of the beds allocation to student? Do they use the funded student, or what it is that they use? And then, Chair, the other issue that we spoke about was this tribunal thingy. The housing, Department of Housing, we didn't got the statistics of what is their tribunal statistics, what grievances have been received from them, complaints, and what it is that they've solved. And, the data couldn't come up from their presentation. If we can get the data from their presentation, Chair. Let me ask the last one so that I can get answers and move to the others while I still have time. And then on the ship, delivery and value for money, the slide 5, it's not slide 5, it says SMU delivered 1,000 of 2,000 beds and only appointed a replacement contractor in June 2026. What happened to the original contractor, and what are the financial losses? And has those financial losses been recovered? Because they're not telling us what happened with the delivered bed and the appointment that was expected to be delivered for 2,000 bed. If I can stop there, Chair, or for now for those questions.
Yeah. Who's answering?
Chair, it would need to be Ms. Gasa if she's still around. Unfortunately, I can't answer the questions about CHIP. Thanks.
Okay. It's okay. We will come to you, Tato, after the department. Megasa. Or maybe Megasa has got a network problem. She's on the platform here, but not moving. So maybe let's put it aside and ask others, because we'll get the department to respond to that one.
Okay, all right. And then, Chair, this issue of accreditation, I heard the university wants to now it wishes to take accreditation over and accredit itself, and as well this middleman of accreditation by the NSFAS, as well as the inspection. There seems to be a disjuncture there, Chair. Who's monitoring these accreditors if they are doing a proper accreditation and they are not probably misleading on their accreditation? And then I saw there was some element of reversing accreditation back to institution. So what is the transition plan if that's going to happen, the cost and the timeline? And what happens to students of the mid-2027 if the handover fails? So if we can get that information, Chair, because there was an element of accreditation issue as well. I think that question will be based on still Google department or any other one who will answer that. And then the other one is on the GBVF, is named as a national crisis. Yet the presentation contains no safety data, no compliance rate for existing residents, and no budget line for security. What is being done and measured about the GBVF that is happening in student res, Chair?
It also goes to the department.
Yeah, it also goes to the department, Chair.
Thandi, where does this one go?
It was on the department's presentation.
Yeah, it was also a discussion that I mean, strictly speaking, it falls under branch P, but obviously gender-based violence and femicide is responsibility of all of us that are working in higher education. I can attempt to answer the one question around accreditation of Honorable Ngubane, Chair, which is it relates also to the question that Honorable Christians had asked. And it's a really important question, Chair, about who is monitoring the accreditors. And I think it's really goes to the heart of the question of what a future model would look like. But unfortunately, we don't have the costs and the timelines of that, because that is a discussion that is underway at the moment, is if we are to move to a different model, and yourselves have raised this very strongly with the department in previous engagements. Oh, sorry, Chair, I'm supposed to have my camera on. In previous engagements, which is that your concern about going back to the institutions is who then is going to be monitoring what it is that the institutions are doing. And I think that's precisely the issue. Is Honorable Ngubane, is if we are to take away the accreditation function from NSFAS, and I think we all agree there are weaknesses there and there are costs there that have increased, is if we take it back to the institutions, who then monitors that? I think at the moment we can see, and maybe this is anecdotal, but we can see from a number of instances where the institutions are actually holding the NSFAS accreditation processes to account, because it is the institutions that are closer to the providers and closer to the physically also closer to the students, and therefore are able to raise issues on behalf of students where providers or NSFAS may be failing in their responsibilities. So I think the question that we need to answer is, if we do move it back, which are the roles and responsibilities that institutions would play. But I think the clear point that we are making is that NSFAS's role is to make sure that it is funding, that is providing the accurate funding to students, and that students are receiving their money on time in order to do what they need to do. And it must ensure that the funding that is providing is going to support the appropriate and safe student accommodation at the appropriate cost. So I think that we think that there's a need to relook at some of those things, but it's something that's underway, Chair. With regards to the issue of gender-based violence, this is something that universities have structures and partnerships in place with the South African Police Services. They have their own counseling services, they have their own health services, but they also have the support of Higher Health, which, as you know, is a sector body that supports. And actually Higher Health also provides supports to students that are not in university-owned residences, but who are students in the system. So maybe we need to provide a little bit more information, Chair, about that when there's time. Thanks.
Okay, and then the two cluster 2 project on the Kharsiba and the Majuba are still at a planning phase, with the 231 million rand and 214 million rand already allocated. When was this money committed, and what has been spent to date with nothing built on this? So what's happening on these 2 projects, the Kharsiba and Majuba?
Honorable Ngubane, I'm afraid I can't answer. The accommodation portfolio is not under me, and I don't want to give you the wrong information, but I think we will definitely get back to you with those answers in writing. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right, Chair, coming to the human settlement, I was concerned about on their tribunal's actual capacity. They are saying that all 9 provinces are described as active and functional. So if it is active and functional, what is the evidence of cases lodged, resolved, median turnaround time, and backlog per province? Are they assisting with this issue that we're talking about of accommodation in terms of managing the lodgement and resolving them? And then the tribunal's rulings carry the force of magistrate's court order. But who enforces those court orders, and how many rulings have gone unenforced? And how many have been overturned on the High Court review? That's another one. The tribunals cannot issue eviction orders. What protection does a student actually have when a landlord goes to court for eviction while a tribunal complaint is still open? So if the human settlements can give us feedback on that. And before they give us on feedback on that, on one of their presentation, Chair, on the NSFAS partnership, I don't know, I got it. They say that the MOU is contingent on NSFAS appointing a new CEO. Is there a deadline on that? And why can't an interim accounting officer sign those MOU? What is the cost of the delay in student cases? Why are they say their MOU with the NSFAS is waiting for appointment of a new CEO? Because I thought, Mina, MOUs are only with the institution. They are not on dependent on who's the current CEO, who's the current administrator. If I can get those response from the Human Settlement Chair. Is the Human Settlement still here?
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. It's Sean Blanzeli speaking. I trust that you can hear me. My video is on. I'm not sure if you can see me. You can see me. Okay, Chair. Let me first and foremost just extend our appreciation for the questions. Chairperson, with regards to the functionality of the rental housing tribunals, yes, we are indeed confirming that they are all functional. And tribunals, as we indicated in our presentation, are appointed by MECs. So the national minister thus supports those tribunals that have been appointed by MECs. Now, Chair, you wanted to know the number of cases that have been successfully handled by those rental housing tribunals. We can confirm that over 10,800 cases were successfully resolved by rental housing tribunals in the previous financial year. That's the data that we have. However, of those 10,800 cases, Chair, we're not in a position to say exactly how many of those related or how many of those cases were lodged by student tenants or students, as it were. But we can make attempts to source that data. Let me also indicate, Chair, that as it stands right now, the provinces that are largely experiencing challenges or disputes between student tenants and their landlords, in the main, it would be Gauteng. Most of the complaints are coming from Gauteng, followed by Mpumalanga as well as Free State, right? And in the balance of the provinces, the challenges between student tenants and their landlords are not that much, pronounced. However, Chairperson, what we have done is that we are working very much closely with NSFAS, SAUS, SADVETSA. We're working with the PPRA as well. So thus far, we've got a collaboration, as I said. There are terms of reference that our accounting officer, the DG, has signed off together with the CEO of NSFAS at the time that they signed. So we do meet from time to time. The intention is to develop an education and awareness drives, Chair, that we are going to be rolling out in all provinces. So the education and awareness drives are centered around the rights and responsibilities, the rights and responsibilities of both students and landlords. So that education and awareness drives are targeting institutions of higher learning. As I said, we have already discussed the plan to roll out the drives with our stakeholders that I highlighted. So yes, the three provinces that have been earmarked for purposes of the rollout of the education and awareness drives are it's the Eastern Cape, followed by Free State as well as Mpumalanga. That will be phase one of the education and awareness drives, which is going to commence in September. We're just awaiting the necessary approvals. But yeah, the plans are in place. I can confirm that. And as I said, Chair, we've done the consultations already with our stakeholders. Then phase one of those education and awareness drives is going to be rolled out next year in February. SAUS advised us that it would be best to roll out phase two in February next year in such a way that it does not interfere with the academic calendar of students. The other question, Chair, that you posed was in reference to uh, us as rental housing tribunals not having jurisdiction over evictions. Yes, that is indeed the case. The powers, as we indicated, Chair, that tribunals have are, of course, founded on the Rental Housing Act. So anything beyond that which is provided for in the Rental Housing Act, tribunals cannot do. However, Chair, if, for example, students are experiencing things like lockouts, by a landlord, a lockout would essentially, be a procedure that a landlord has followed without obtaining a court order. That means a tribunal can then assist that student for them to gain possession of the rental accommodation that they are utilizing. So, yeah, that is part of the messaging that goes out to students. Chairperson, I can also lastly confirm that what I'm talking about here, the types of free services that rental housing tribunals provide to members of the students, student tenants, and landlords, and members of the public at large who make use of rental accommodation. That service was also articulated at the student accommodation in Daba that was organized by SAUS in Durban from the 2nd to the 5th of July. I can confirm that the Honorable Chairperson of this committee was also in attendance at that particular student accommodation summit. So, Chairperson, I trust that we've responded to the questions that the committee posed. Thank you.
Yeah, and then the contingent MOU that, according to your presentation, it says you're still waiting for the appointment of the CEO. Why is it waiting for the appointment of the CEO? And to add on that, the NSFAS has listed that there are disputes on their website that are there. Are you guys as a tribunal, human settlement, get involved on those disputes that they have on their website?
Okay, Chair, I'm not entirely aware of the disputes on the NSFAS's website, but what I can confirm here is that yes, disputes involving NSFAS and landlords or students have come before tribunals. There is a matter that was resolved by the Gauteng Rental Housing Tribunal recently. That was also a dispute that involved NSFAS. So, in any other province, students as well as landlords are aware that they can make use of the rental housing tribunals for purposes of resolving their disputes. In relation, Chairperson, to the MOU, I think, Chair, you would appreciate that at some stage there was an administrator at the NSFAS, right? So the MOU is signed by the accounting officer of the National Department of Human Settlement, as well as the accounting officer of NSFAS, which in that case would be the CEO of NSFAS, right? So we were not sure exactly whether, as it stands right now, whether NSFAS's CEO has been reinstated, but I did see Mr. Karim in this meeting. So I can assure you, Chairperson, that while working with the legal services unit of NSFAS, we should be able to sign that MOU within the coming weeks or so. Yeah, essentially we are done with drafting the contents of that MOU. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And then some few questions to NSFAS, Chair. There was a session that says, I think Honorable Lonzi has asked this question, if Chair, we can be provided with those designated partners conducting inspection, which how were they appointed and on what contract value duration. I think that question was asked, Chair, if we can get that information on NSFAS. And then the next one on NSFAS is, what is the appeal route for a provider who disputes a grading? The presentation says the outcomes and reasons appear on some document. So for the transparency, if the NSFAS can explain us on that how do they manage the appeal route for the disputes grading? And then the next one, what happens to students that are already residing in a property that within the middle of the year fails accreditation? And then who bears the burden? How does NSFAS bail out students on that situation where the students is already staying on a residence, and in the middle of the year that property fails the accreditation? Is NSFAS here, Chair?
NSFAS? Yes, they should be here.
Good afternoon, Chair. It's Hina. I'm just using Wasim's laptop. We were sharing the laptop. To answer the questions, I think there were 3 of them. So let me start with the last one. The question on what happens to students that are placed in accommodation and then during the year that accommodation is found to not be fit for the students to be staying in. So we've had quite a few of those issues to date for this year already. What happens is it's usually brought to our attention that there are students living in an accommodation which is not providing the services that they should be providing. When we receive those notifications, we send out a team to that property to inspect what is going on. Is the allegations that have been raised by the students or the unions or the institutions, is everything that is being said about the property true? Because we have had instances in the past where we have had complaints about properties, but when we went out to inspect the property, there wasn't anything wrong with the property. And what it was accommodation providers enticing whoever it was in the system to rather bring students into their property and to move them away from other properties where there were no issues. In the instance where there are valid issues with the property, we then look for other accredited properties that are within the vicinity of the property that has been identified as being problematic. And we relocate those students from the property that is non-conducive to a property that is meeting the grading criteria. At the same time, those leases are cancelled with the accommodation provider who was providing the non-conducive accommodation. And when the students move to the new accommodation provider, the portal is open for those students to re-sign leases with the new accommodation provider. If leases are not signed and if students are just moved from one property to another, when the payment run is being made at the month end for that accommodation, the accommodation provider who is sitting with the validly signed lease agreement will be the accommodation provider that is paid. As I think it was last week or the week before, we had an issue where the accommodation was not conducive, there was no water, there was no electricity, and we moved the students out immediately. On that day, leases were cancelled, and on the next day, the new leases were signed with the accommodation provider at the place where we had relocated the students to. The first part of your question was to share the list of the accreditation agents. That list will be shared before the end of today with the list of those 39 accreditation agents. It is also, or that list has also been mentioned on the OTA report. So if anyone has that report, the list of the 39 accreditation agents are on that document. And just to explain the approval process on how they came about into the system. At the same time that a tender was put out for the solution partners, there was a tender put out for accreditation agents. So these 39 companies had applied via the tender process to have to be accreditation agents, and they followed the process and were appointed. Their contracts are valid for 5 years. And they are due to end, I think it is in 2028, if I'm not mistaken, in line with when the solution partner contracts are also due to end. And I think there was one more question, but I can't remember what the second question was.
Okay, Chair, I think Ngoban probably has a follow-up. Yes, Ngoban.
No, no. You are not chairing, Honorable Nguban.
Yes, Chair.
I saw the hand of Honorable Msezan, and you might be having a follow-up based on the response you are getting. And I don't have to give it to him first, unless if you're moving to another question.
Yeah, then I can move to another question, Chair. Yeah.
Then if you're moving to another question, you still have 24 seconds, and let me hear what Honorable Msezana's follow-up is here.
Thanks, Chair. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo.
Open the video. Parliament TV is playing you guys, so yeah.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. I'll have a follow-up on the response given so that I also don't waste time, Chair, when I do ask the questions that I'm prepared to ask. Chair, you'd remember on our all oversight visits that we've had a number of instances where we had identified and seen ourselves where accommodations that had been graded were below the norms and standards required by NSFAS, and some did not meet any standard for that matter. But I hear that the accommodation manager, Usisuhana, is saying that there's still 39 accreditors that are still in our system. Now, these accreditors, some of them have done a lot of injustice. I'd want to understand, obviously, we would have asked on accommodation A or accommodation B who had accredited them and what then subsequently happened to those people or those accreditors. So if we still have all 39 of them in the system, does that mean that in all the injustices that they've committed, we are still paying them money for the injustice that they've committed in the system? I just want to understand what has happened from the accommodations that have been found. And there are many, Chair. Maybe I'll touch upon a few when I ask my questions on accreditors. What has been done where they found wrongdoing? That's my follow-up on that question of the accreditors that seemingly are still in the system, Chair.
Thank you. And her name is Hina, not Hannah. Hina?
Okay, so to answer that question, there was a team that was within the student accommodation unit that was responsible for the monitoring and evaluation of properties around the country. The team was put into place towards the latter part of December, and they continued performing inspections from January to a period of June, where under the administration, that team was then not continued or brought forward while NSFAS was under administration. So at that point, we had identified properties who were not properly meeting the grading that they should have been meeting. The accommodation providers were given a list of remedial actions that needed to be put in place in order for them to meet the grading that they were. But when it came to the time for us to follow up on those properties, that part of the unit was no longer involved in student accommodation. So to answer your question, what has been done to those accreditation agents and those properties in its current state? Nothing has been done, as there's no formal monitoring and evaluation unit within student accommodation that's responsible for this. What we do have is, in instances where there are allegations of fraud, corruption, bribery, within our internal audit and our risk team, we send out individuals to inspect these properties where there are significant issues that are raised across institutions and student unions and student leaders. But I think we have to understand that from a resource and capacity point of view internally, it's not possible in its current state for us to visit every single property where there's a complaint about non-conducive student accommodation. And currently, those complaints are received across the board, be it privately accredited accommodation or accommodation that is institution managed, where we have found to be receiving a lot of complaints about non-conducive accommodation from the university managed accommodation. And to answer the question, they are still being paid, but accreditation agents are paid once off when they go out to a property to accredit. They are not paid a monthly fee for the bids that they accredit. It's a once-off fee on the accreditation performed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And then on my last question, Chair, for this conversation of a cap, the proposal, I think it's from USAF or some other entity, that they say the cap, they're suggesting that it must be removed. But we need to consider as well that once it's being removed, remember, it means anyone can charge any amount without any cap. The question is, what will be the limit then that will be justifying that this is a limit? And then somewhere, somehow, on the presentation of the USAF as well, it says several institutions report gaps between the cap and actual cost. How many is those several institutions, and how much is that cap, and what is the average and worst case overrun? As well, what will be driving that cap as well? I saw the USAF, it says it rejects a single national cap and rejects metro or non-metro as the sole determinant. So what exactly is the proposed alternative formula to manage this cap? Or no cost model or weighing or indicative rand figure that appear anywhere else in their presentation. So, or else we need to know the accommodation inflation and building inflation that are proposed as escalation indices, which published indices from which authority, both typically probably exceeds CPI. So what will be the proposed accumulative fiscal cost, probably of over 5 years? So with that cap that they were speaking about, the USAF, I think that will be my last question, Chair, and then the rest of the other questions from other entity will then submit them in writing. Thank you very much, Chair.
I will also give you the second bite if there's still time.
Okay, thank you.
Prof. Mushabela and Prof. Matutu.
Thank you very much, Chair. The University of South Africa supports a cap. However, what we are saying is that it can't be a single cap for at a national level. We are supporting a cap which will be geographically based, which will be based on the services which are being supported. And we did say that we are proposing a matrix which will enable the variation of all these services, the location, the quality of education, the quality of accommodation, services which are being provided, all these elements. So certainly there's a support. Within one institution, it's possible to have accommodation which is suitable and which can fall under the cap, and within other, a separate accommodation which will be above the cap. So that's why all these various criteria and variations, which are now represented through a grade process, and also, as it has been mentioned, the geographic location and also the quality of the buildings that we are about. Prof. Mshwela is also here. Thanks.
I know, Prof. Matutu, that people think you and I don't agree much. We agree. We agree with you.
Where we disagree, Chair, is when you call me Prof, whereas I'm Doctor.
Sorry, Doctor. And also where we disagree is when now you want to be the chair and give Prof. Moshabel when I'm still here. Those are the only two instances where we don't agree. Prof. Moshabel.
Thanks, Chair. I think that it'll be good for us to be allowed to collect the data that Honorable Ngubane is asking for in terms of the overruns for all the universities. And I know that I can give you the example with the University of Cape Town, but I know that's an outlier, so it doesn't represent the pattern across the other institutions. So at UCT, we don't have a residence that falls within the cap. And the difference between the cap and the residence cost ranges between somewhere around 10,000, and it can go all the way to about 60,000. And in a year, when we put it all together, we estimate that it reaches about 150 million. So we accumulate the overruns of around 150 million per year. And since 2023 up to now, if we just go up to 2025, so that'll be between 450 to 500 million. And then we will accumulate a similar number for 2026. And that's why it is so urgent and pressing for us. But I think we can get Yusuf to gather the information and give you sort of the sectoral overruns for the institutions that are affected by the cap. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
I think that's a very fair request, Prof, that you get the data in writing. I think it will really assist us so that we deal with something that we can all agree and see on the table. Honorable Msezane.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo, and thank you very much for your patience while I was struggling with network issues. Sihlalo, I will try to at least appreciate your guidance where I may raise issues that have already been ventilated by yourself or other colleagues. But maybe Hena, or should at least guide me a new chair, because also you come from a school that is similar to mine, a secondary. So I would not trust your pronunciation. Maybe Hena, you'll assist us in how to pronounce your name, my sister. But I just want to register maybe to yourself, but also would want to get perhaps sentiments from the CFO as well regarding this matter of accreditors. I'm not satisfied seated where I am that there are many credible people that could do accreditation. We have currently people in the system that have wrongfully accredited accommodations, and those accommodations are rendering services that are substandard or do not meet the norms and standards of NSFAS. And they are being paid monies month in, month out, and there are students that are trapped there. Unfortunately, I'm still going to get to the issue of the solution partners, which I think I would maybe spend more time in. But I just want to get an understanding that from last year, when you say you sent out a team to do this work of checking in these particular accommodations that have been reported to be substandard or to not meet the accreditation that is set to meet, those accreditors are written who accredited that particular accommodation. You are saying to us here now that none of these accreditors have faced any form of consequence management, be it that they were paid once off or not. It means that they were paid for work not done. So, and they're still in the system. It means that they would have done that last year, or from the time in which they got, I think 2 years ago, in which they got the contract. They've done it this year. They've been paid for work not done, and they're still in the system. Just make it make sense to, the students that are watching at home, and obviously yourselves as people that are paying for this particular service. Make it make sense to us as well, so that we know that you are accounting for the money that you are paying people that do not do work. NSFAS CFO, and then the manager in the student accommodation, Hena, if I'm saying your name right. Could you please respond to my question and concern?
Hi, sorry. In its current state, there has been no consequence management for the accreditation agents. There is a legal process that's going to be followed with them as well, in terms of the appointment, in terms of properties that have been found to be non-conducive, where they have been accrediting them and giving them grades of accommodation that the property doesn't deserve. It is a process that needs...
So what has been undertaken in what you are saying? Because you've said you've done what you call assessments, if I may put it at that, and then nothing happened. You said that unit that was responsible for that was subsequently ceased to exist. So is there still a process that is underway? Because that's not what you said in your response. Hence, I wanted to start there so that I get an understanding of what is currently happening.
So currently, there's a legal opinion that's being sought on the matter of the accreditation agents.
It's being sought?
Yes, it's currently with the legal team to sit with on the opinion of the accreditation agents. Internally, what we have done is have the monitoring and evaluation team go out to those properties where they have been listed as being non-conducive, to have our team internally go and check what's going on at those properties, and then to see if there's a pattern of certain properties always having, say, for example, a grade A, but not meeting the standard of a grade A. But it is something that has to follow the legal process as well.
Yeah, so my biggest concern is, I can tell you from where I'm seated now, because we interact with students. In fact, there's a case that I just gave to you, which I think obviously you're already pursuing, around another student accommodation in Newcastle as we speak now. But obviously I haven't seen it, but I can tell you in confidence that there are still many accommodations that we've seen that are still housing students today, which your teams have gone to them, but still there are students that are being housed in those accommodations. So whilst you wait for that legal process, what then happens in the interim in terms of what you found? Is there a report that is sitting with yourselves as NSFAS whilst you pursue the legal route of what then do you do to the accreditors?
So at the point where there was action that was going to be taken, NSFAS was put under administration. And as I mentioned, that team was disbanded. So there's currently no one that's following up on those issues, as I mentioned, other than when issues are brought to us, either via the institution or via the student leaders. And if you have been following recently, there has been teams internally who have been going out, and where the accommodation has been found to be non-conducive, we have made the moves immediately while we were there: cancellation of leases from one accommodation provider, re-signing of leases with the new accommodation provider, so that those types of issues are minimized.
No, thank you very much.
All of them have not been sorted out.
No, thanks. I'm very interested on whose interest was that particular team or unit disbanded. I think we would really definitely need a report as the committee on whose interest it was to disband teams that is supposed to ensure that the accommodations that are being paid are graded accordingly and the students are staying at conducive residences. We'd want to know whose interest it was, and we would definitely want a report to that effect. If you could just kindly note that, please. So I will not spend more time on the accreditors, because I think we'll do justice when you give us an update next time we meet in Parliament. I'm going to spend much of my time, because I wanted to actually, Chair, differentiate what I understood to be one responsibility of solution partners as well as accreditors, which for me, I wanted to at least spend most of my time there. In terms of the presentations regarding the cap, I think as the committee, we agree that there is no way in which we can support the fact that the student as the end user must always bear the consequences of overpricing, as it were. Yet those students have been declared, majority of them, that obviously as a NSFAS student, you do not afford to pay even a single 10 Rand more than what NSFAS is paying for you. So we would never agree to this thing of saying that the funding cap must be cut under no circumstances. But I think we did that at another time. I found time, Chair, over the past weekend to interact with one of the solution partners. So I want to put this to the test. At least I want confirmation and rejection from NSFAS or USAF on these, let me say, claims for now, because I wanted to understand, because I think we've had a lot of interactions and a lot of information that suggests that solution partners and accreditors seemingly are one package, which I understood it to be, which now I understand that it's not the case. So as I do that, maybe let me speak on the utterances that were, Chair, was that you?
Yes, let me help you. When we come back, we are going to, as promised, to have a meeting with the NSFAS and solution partners. So for people progress, I want to suggest that anything of solution partners, we pack it, we'll raise it in that particular meeting.
Okay, Chair. No, thank you very much, Chair. Because I think most of my questions would be regarding that, because one would have done homework on that. But it's fine, Chair. I will pack it. Perhaps for just the sake of my understanding, since USAF is here as well as NSFAS, I'll just ask one question on that, and then I'll ask maybe my final question, Chair, and then obviously be hopeful that meetings happen sooner so that we can deal with these issues, as well as the narratives that might be out there and our understanding to some degree, so that we confirm and also interrogate certain things regarding the solution partners and accreditors and the service that they are rendering. Maybe just to understand from USAF. So I have an understanding that you charge, so I know that not all universities in particular, as well as SACPO will also perhaps comment. I know that not all universities are using the services of the solution partners that have been appointed by NSFAS to render a particular service of giving yourselves a platform to monitor or to assist you with the platform for private accommodation providers. I just want to understand, for those universities that do not use the solution partners, which obviously grade, and as per the grading, then the allocation of the fees of those accommodations are then generated. So for yourselves, when you claim for your beds and accommodation providers at NSFAS, do you claim as per the grading of the accommodation providers that you have in your database? For instance, the grading of the solution partner of the accreditors, I think they range from A to E or A to F or whatever the case may be, which then determines how much they are paid. When you claim at NSFAS, because even your accommodation providers that you have listed have different gradings as per my understanding, do you claim what is determined by the service or the grading of that accommodation, or you claim the cap of NSFAS and then you pay that certain amount to the service provider and then you keep the rest for yourselves? If USAF can start, and then SACPO.
Thank you very much, Chair. Unfortunately, we don't have that level of detail. However, we can provide a written response. Thanks.
Chair, please, could you assist, Chair? There is no way in which universities do not know how they charge NSFAS for those that are not within the solution partner arrangement. They know if they charge NSFAS, the full cap of, if it's 5,000, it's 5,000, they charge 5,000 across the board. And then they do payments according to how their arrangement is. They cannot know that. I fail to understand what the CEO is saying if she says she doesn't have that information. I don't understand. Maybe, Chair, if you could just come in, if that should be an acceptable response for this meeting.
Yeah, I think as I do have the responsibility to protect you, I also have the same responsibility to protect those that we have invited. She's not, she's the CEO of USAF that governs 26 universities. And I understand her response to say she wants to submit accurate information. And Prof. Moshabela, who is a VC, said he might have the details of UCT, but here they're leading USAF, and they would rather bring in information that is accurate, that tomorrow we don't hold them accountable for something that they were not sure of. I think that is a fair request that we must grant them to do that.
No, thanks, Chair.
Said no, but Prof. Moshabela wants to say something. Maybe let's hear what Prof wants to say, and then I will take it from there. Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Msazani. I just want to confirm the point that the Chair is saying, Honorable Msazani, that one of the reasons I cannot answer that is because we don't use solutions partners, and for us we charge NSFAS whatever the cost is. I've got my residence person here who's in charge of housing. If you want the specifics, he can provide. But this is why I think it'll be good for us to allow the CEO to gather the information and provide it in writing across the institutions. So there's no bias there.
No, thanks, Prof. Chair, thank you very much for your guidance. Chair, the point I was driving to, obviously we'll deal with it when we deal with the solution partners and accreditors, but I would also hope that on that very meeting, Chair, we do invite USAF and SACPO, because I want us to make a determination of the services that the solution partners are providing to NSFAS, the services that the accreditors are providing to NSFAS, and what becomes what we believe as servants of the people is workable in terms of what assists the students, what assists the market or the accommodation providers, and what assists the entity that is the pairs of the students. So I'll pack it at that, Chair, with that hope that we'll be able to interact in that meeting. But also, I would definitely, Chair, request that information per institution is provided to the portfolio committee so that we are able to at least interrogate that versus what will then be interrogating when we meet the solution partners, the service providers, as well as the accreditors and the other stakeholders. Chair, I'm going to ask my last question, which I hope that the
Honorable Lonzi has his hand up. Honorable Lonzi. Did the system just kick him out?
No, thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, because I think what I know Prof. Musa is not representing UCT today, he's representing USAF. But I think there is value in what he has said there, because if UCT is able to process all its payments to landlords, to students, without necessarily utilizing your middleman schemes, I think there is something that both NSFAS and generally people in the sector can maybe have an engagement to do. So I just wanted to maybe further confirm that with Prof, that indeed they don't have, whether it's Fundi, because I mean, you know, in some universities, they'll say they don't have these solution providers, but you later discover that others have Fundi, others have IntelliMali. So I just wanted to be really sure that indeed UCT has got that internal capacity and they don't use any of these middleman schemes. Thanks, Chair.
Just also, I'll give you now, Prof. Honorable Loans is out of order because I know, Prof, you have said this to us before when we're interacting with UCT. I think what Prof Moshabela was saying earlier on is that, yes, he may be a Vice Chancellor of UCT, but he's here representing USAF. And let's not put him in a position where he might be accused of using the platform of USAF to market UCT or to unduly benefit the image of UCT. Having said that, this one will be the last one. I'll allow you, Prof. But I just thought, let's put it like that because you don't want tomorrow the executive doesn't deploy you anymore to come before Parliament because when you are here, you speak about UCT. When you are supposed to speak about the sector itself, you can come through, Prof.
Thank you for protecting me, Chair. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think for UCT, we really don't use solutions partners. We've got other relationships with Fundi for other things, and then for this part of the issue, we just use their database, but we don't necessarily have the solutions partnership with them. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Just to put members at ease, Honorable Lonzi. When we open, the first week or the second week when we open, either that week of, let me see, 16, on the 23rd or the 29th, or the 25th and the 1st, we are going to have a meeting with the solution partners. We are just looking at the Parliament program because they changed it yesterday. So, but we will have them appear before the committee so that we have a broader discussion. We'll also bring USAF, will bring NSFAS, will bring the department, obviously, and the ministry so that all these questions were able to, in our letters that we'll write to the department, the USAF, will make sure that at least information that we require for that meeting is able to be provided to us before the meeting so that we avoid the back and forth. Honorable Cesar.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe my last question, Chair, obviously anticipating that meeting arrives and we have adequate time and we have a physical meeting for those issues. Chair, I hope that DDG Gasa can now be able to unmute and respond, but also the DG if he's still here. At WUSU, if I remember very well, Chair, we learned that even when the institutions require or request concurrence or green light from the department in the form of the DG, they do not get it when they say they have accumulated funds through interest, which they would want to utilize for student accommodation revamping or building student accommodation. And they just don't get the concurrence. Secondly, the issue of Hertzeband and Majuba, Tibet College, we would want to get a progress report on that. We learned when we were in Mpumalanga that nothing has moved, no construction has started, yet the money has been in the accounts of the colleges. It cannot be that the department tell us about these great numbers as it relates to the demand for student accommodation, safe and conducive student accommodation across the sector. And where the department just needs to give green light, give concurrence, give go ahead, they take a lifetime, whilst they are the ones to tell us that this is the shortfall or the crisis that we have currently regarding student accommodation. So I just want to get really a clear response on why is the department taking forever to give concurrence and taking forever to ensure that constructions take place or starts when it's supposed to start, so that at least where we have control, we're able to start to deal with the problem and this crisis of conducive student accommodation across the PSET sector. Thank you very much, Chair. I think that's going to be my last question, Chair. for now. And I think we'll deal with the other issues, as I indicated, that there's no way in which we can do justice to these issues with the limited time that we have. Thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you. Department, triple Ps, and how long do you guys take? I know you don't sign triple Ps, they go to the minister, but I don't want to answer for you. Okay. So, Honorable Sazana, we will give the question in writing to the minister, just to be fair to the department, because it goes directly to the minister. The CEO of PPRA, there were answers that you wanted to give before I gave to Honorable Sazana. You can come through now.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, once again for affording me an opportunity to go get my facts in order. But a very important.
Still, Parliament TV, they still want the video if you can.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you, Chair. I was saying that a very important distinction that I failed to do earlier is just to advise the members that student accommodation itself is not automatically regulated by us as the PPRA. So we regulate the conduct of property practitioners. So where we would have jurisdiction over student accommodation is if the arrangement involves a registered property practitioner and the said lessor chair. So to answer your question in brief, in the last 3 financial years since the promulgation of the Act, we have received no complaints pertaining to student accommodation. No complaints were lodged. I'm told that such complaints have gone to the rental tribunal and not us, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Really appreciate. We'll give you some. There's one in KwaZulu-Natal who houses UKZN student who, if his friend, the friend of the owner of the property, sexually violated a student in his student accommodation. So we will give you, we'll compile all of them and then send them to you in writing.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable Lunzi, you have 20 minutes. I know you're busy with school. You may not have had. We have 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, we're trying this thing of a responsible life, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the stakeholders from the sector who are here. I want to start with the Competition Commission, Chair. I hope they are still around. What sort of red flags would the Competition Commission look for in the space of student accommodation, in specifically in relation to pricing? I know they said they're going to do an investigation, an inquiry, but I'm just interested in the methodology that they are likely to use to be able to determine whether or not we have uncompetitive behavior or anti-competition behavior in the student accommodation space.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I request, I don't know if she's still on the platform. I'll request Silelo just to outline broadly what our excessive pricing investigation looks like. Silelo, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Let me just switch on my video. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Chair. So with respect to excessive pricing, what we would look at as the Competition Commission is whether the service providers, the private accommodation providers, are charging prices that we are not able to relate to the cost of providing the accommodation. So a general excessive pricing test is an economic analysis looking at all the factors that are involved in the pricing of providing such services. So we will consider all these prices. However, I must emphasize that the current case that we are looking at, that is filed by the Higher Education Department, it's on price fixing against these service providers. So basically, the allegation is that these service providers are charging the same or similar prices, and they might have agreed on that particular price. And generally, in economic theory, a cartel price is usually higher than the price that would be charged in a market where service providers are competing. So basically, that's what we would look at as the Competition Commission. Thank you.
So because the department would have given you that type of a complaint, it means even your scope of investigation will be limited to price fixing. Or is there room for you to discover other things that may be taking place in student accommodation?
Thank you for the question. So there is room for us to discover all the other practices that may be anti-competitive. And in that case, we have a mandate to initiate a complaint, which would be our own complaint instead of the ones that are filed by other people. So we are able to initiate a complaint and look at all the other conduct that might be anti-competitive. I think as Andile indicated as well earlier, we also have an advocacy program. So we are not just looking at this in terms of the violation of the Act per se, but we are also doing a wide advocacy program to just ensure that some of these players in the industry do understand what competition law compliance is and how they should behave in the industry in order to not violate the Act. Because you would know that there is a lot of small players in the industry, and some of which may not be aware of the Competition Act. Thank you.
No, thank you. And then I think this is my last question on the Competition Commission. You forgive me if you were asked this before. I did step out of the meeting. What are your timelines typically in relation to investigations of this nature? I mean, we were under the impression that you were given this case a long time ago, but I think we just discovered recently that actually it only came to you now, even though people had promised that they are going to bring this matter of student accommodation to the Competition Commission. So what sort of timelines can we and the people of South Africa look forward to?
Thank you for that question. Andile has spoken earlier about it. We don't have specific timelines for this investigation, but we can provide them in writing. The Competition Act, however, gives us 1 year to investigate complaints. So in terms of the statutory timelines, it's 1 year. However, we do prioritize investigations, and this is one of our priority investigations, which we would complete quicker than a year. So we'll definitely prioritize it and try to resolve it much quicker. And we are doing the work concurrently with the advocacy work, as I've said. So some of the issues, hopefully, we will be able to resolve quicker with the advocacy program. Thank you.
No, thank you. My next question is to the... Oh.
Just to add, Chair, that we do understand that the investigation is quite extensive, and therefore it will go closer to those statutory timelines, looking at the number of respondents that we are looking at. Thank you, Chair.
My question is to the department chair. I don't know who will take it there, because earlier on when Honorable Msezane asked a question, it seemed like no one came. But I just wanted to ask them, I mean, do they also hold the same view that all of us hold, that in principle, someone who is funded by NSFAS can't be expected either to not register the following year or to receive their degree at the end of their qualification on debt that, in our view, they were not supposed to have in the first place. It's a problem not of their own doing. Whether it's a discussion that universities must have with the department, or department with NSFAS, or university with NSFAS, but do they hold our view that, at least at a principle level, all of us agree that the people who are now being made to carry that burden are not supposed to carry that burden to begin with?
Yeah, while Tandi is thinking of a response, I had allowed or agreed with the PPRA that at 6 o'clock they will leave because they've got a board meeting. So I want you to check on your notes if you've got questions to them. Ask them now because I will release them at 6 o'clock.
I was just going to say to the PPRA, Chair, because I think one of the reasons why they don't have a lot of complaints, maybe because a lot of people don't know that such a structure exists. So I was just going to ask, what type of work do they do to ensure that our communities are aware that we've got such a regulatory authority and bodies who can come in and intervene? So I maybe not really a question, but I think now that we know, we'll be able to write to them and report some of these things.
Yeah, from our side, I think what we must commit to is that we will facilitate an engagement between them and SAUS working with SRCs on campuses and central SRCs. They go do some work in popularizing the work that they do. What is it that they cover, from which point to which point, so that we don't have a problem that people don't know who they are, especially on student accommodation. We must work with the SRCs and SAUS. Is that okay? Okay, so can I then release them, or you wanted them to respond?
No, I think it's fine, Chair. Since they need to run, we can wait for that follow-up engagement.
Thank you very much. PPRA, I really appreciate. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for coming and giving us such an insightful presentation. We took you off your other work the whole day. We don't take it for granted. We really appreciate. At any given time, you can excuse yourself so that you are able to attend to your board meeting. Unless if there's something either the chairperson or the CEO wants to say, I will release you guys. Chair?
Thank you so much, Chair, and everyone in the committee. We've really learned a lot. That's all I can say for now. We really appreciated every minute we spent with you, and we hope there will be the second time around. Thank you, Chair.
My CEO, are you good?
I am covered by the chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are excused. As Madlanga normally says, we will reconvene again soon with you guys. Thank you very much. Tandi, you can respond to the question.
Thank you, Chair. It's a difficult question. I think that there's a legal answer. There's an issue of legality. In law, I guess the students do incur that debt because the debt is with the university or with the service provider. But whether it's fair or not, I think is the deeper question that Honorable Lunzi is asking. And I think if there was no other option available, then it is highly problematic for students to be put in that position, given what our policy framework is. But in terms of resolution, I think we do have to resolve this issue. It is a gray area, and it requires urgent resolution. I think that when the accommodation cap was first introduced in 2023, some universities, I think UCT included, were able to, for a period of time, to buffer the gap between the cap and the cost of accommodation. I think that's no longer been possible for those institutions. I think the big example, this is a really good example of why it's not a good idea to introduce policy changes overnight, why they need to be transitioned in over time. And I think that we need to work towards a solution that is fair and doesn't disadvantage students that are supposed to be on a fully subsidized scheme. So I would agree on the fairness issue. Legally, I don't know. I think that's a question that I can't answer as a non-legal person. It's a gray area. But I do agree with Honorable Lonzi that we need to urgently resolve these matters. And I also want to agree, Chair, that today has been extremely useful, especially for me, to catch up on the issues. I've learned a huge deal myself as well. And I want to thank the Portfolio Committee for that. Thank you.
Maybe let me not press you on the legalities, DDG. Maybe let's discuss it at a policy level, because the government policy says this is a bursary. This young person is fully funded. And given that this person, goes through their degree, there are no hiccups, they pass all the subjects, they've effectively done everything right. And the government has promised them a fully funded first degree. And then when they get to the end of their studies, or when they are supposed to move from first year to second year or second year to third year, they are told that they've now got a debt. And this debt is as a result of an entity that by policy, by government policy, is supposed to be fully funding their education. So maybe at a policy level, then would agree that it's a complete contradiction.
Yeah, it's not the only contradiction, but it is indeed a contradiction. And I think that you cannot treat students who are in that circumstance in the same way as you would treat a self-funded student, for example. Although the solution that we would want to get to would be a solution that would benefit all students. But Honorable Lonzi, I think it also talks to the fact that we are in a difficult position with a policy that has this particular aspiration, and in practice, we are struggling with the demand not meeting the available funding. And so, in a way, those are some of the issues that we need to deal with, because the cap, in a sense, was put in place, and those have been the discussions today, to deal with the fact that we can't just pay whatever an open market decides is an appropriate amount for accommodation. But we do need to get to a fair and reasonable set of policies. So I agree with you. That those, particularly those students, are caught in a very, very difficult situation. And I think we need to consider them in a different way. But in order to resolve some of these problems, we're going to have to resolve the bigger policy question around whether we can afford the demand and at what level. So it's not a solid answer, but it's the issues that we are grappling with, Honorable Lonzi, and we must. Yeah.
No, thank you. And then I've just got one question for you, Seth, before I go to the NSFAS chair. I'm interested to hear a comment from you, Seth, on what would have recently come out in one of the student accommodation managers. I may be misquoting the role, but essentially at the University of Johannesburg, someone was found to have been engaging in very unethical things related to accreditation and student accommodation. And the reason this frustrates some of us is because we are part of the people who are saying, take this money back to universities. NSFAS is mismanaging this thing. NSFAS is corrupt. NSFAS is this and that. Just give the universities, and the universities are going to be able to resolve it. And then we wake up the following day and we discover that even at the universities themselves, we've got these ethical gaps. I wonder if Yusuf has a comment on that. Maybe if you don't want to speak on the actual case itself, you can speak broadly on the sector.
Dr. Matutu? Or you also want to give it to us in writing?
Sorry, Chair, I've moved from that venue now. So can I just get clarity? My understanding is that the issue is who will supervise universities. There needs to be, in terms of the funding that is being provided.
No,
Is that correct?
No, it's a new question. Honorable Lonzi is saying, making reference to the UJ case about
Yes.
character that was working for on student accommodation or something.
Yes. Yes.
How does that kind of thing assist those like him who are saying NSFAS is mismanagement, this thing of student accommodation, take it back to the university? Maybe you might also add that SIU briefed us on Wednesday about almost a similar case at University of Fort Hare. So if you can, and that one was on university owned, I think, residences and not necessarily outside, if I'm not mistaken.
So my understanding, Chair, is that whenever there is a grant and there is provision of funding, all those programs do get audited. So the idea that there's no one overseeing the disbursement of funds of the magnitude of what Treasury would transfer to universities is unheard of. So this is not like your typical university kind of subsidy. And even within the university subsidy, there is a certain level of auditing which goes through that in terms of the funding which has been transferred, how it has been utilized, everything is within order, internal, external fund auditors to that effect. So if they cannot pick up or they cannot identify accommodation funding as part of their work, then there's a problem. And so far, the biggest shortcoming with NSFAS is that there hasn't been that process of auditing the funding which has been transferred to universities, and also ensuring that you can't give money without that level of auditing, particularly if it has been designated for bursaries and so on. Here, they have been the responsible party to it, and this is not okay. And that's basically what the SIU has had to sit down and do.
I think Dr. Matutu, you're muted.
Chair, because I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Lonzi. I think you confused Honorable Lonzi a lot now. I see when I see his face.
Yeah, I don't know if I think CO may have missed my question, Chair, because she was moving. Because my question was around that us public representatives and the public hold the strong view that we believe these funds are better guarded at the university and the campus level. But when we have cases like your UJ, your Investor Fort Hare, it doesn't sit well with us, because it would merely mean that the problem that we're trying to fix or replace at NSFAS is redefining itself even at the university level. But I think because she was traveling, maybe she may not have been able to catch that question.
No, sorry, Chair, I've just understood it now. any given point, if we're talking about grant funding, there needs to be some kind of a high level assurance of compliance with what the funding is meant for. And so I don't think the answer is different. There will always be criminals wherever you go, and you can't rely on people not being criminals for grant funding. And this happens for all the grant funding that we have as universities. We have lots, about a third of our income is from grant funding. And almost all of them, except for this NSFAS funding, have been they have been audited. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think my question is answered there. Thank you, CEO. To NSFAS, I did ask for that list, and I saw they are still working on it. I just want to understand when we met with NSFAS last time, Chair, and they were explaining this 5%. I won't go into the solution providers because I know we're going to have a meeting with them. But I'm trying to understand that the money that NSFAS spends on these middleman schemes, part of what they said is that there's a 1% in that 5% that supposedly comes back to NSFAS. So I'd be interested, what is that money used for? And do we have an amount of how much it is? Or do we even have that money? Is it part of the SLA, or it was a gentleman's agreement, or what is the story there?
NSFAS?
Yes, Chairperson. I'll venture a view. I think the way these things were structured, and I think, it's important to recognize that these contracts were structured under a different administration. But I think the understanding is that out of the regulated amount for student accommodation, that would ordinarily be paid over to the accommodation providers, the 5% became a deduction for the utilization of the online platform. I think it's also important to recognize that the majority of institutions also charge an administrative fee for managing student accommodation, which is deducted off the fee that's paid to accommodation providers, some as high as 8%. I'm not justifying or defending the position. I'm just giving a context of where we stand. I think the understanding is that 4% would have accrued then to the solution partner for administrating the service, whereas 1% would accrue to NSFAS here. So in effect, NSFAS is taking back its own funds. It goes back into the DHET grant account, which is then used to fund other elements, whether it be bursaries or allowances for students there. Up until, colleagues will remember that up until last year, the total amount due to accommodation providers would be paid to solution partners, and then solution partners would distribute it to accommodation providers. The legal review instituted by the board found that process to be not consistent with the service level agreements, and subsequent to that, it has been changed in the current academic year from the start of 2026, and therefore NSFAS only distributes 4% to the solution partners, whereas it retains the 1% then, which is then reallocated towards bursaries and allowances for students. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Do we have an amount for that 1%? Like, do we know how much it is?
Just give me 1 minute. I'll just pull up the records and I'll be able to give it to you now. Yeah.
And then has it ever been utilized? Like, I know NSFAS last or early this year would have gone to Treasury to ask for more funds. There are many issues, appeals, defunding, NSFAS cap, and if there's money somewhere, I would be interested to know if that money is being used and what exactly is being utilized for?
Yes, certainly. Through the chair, we certainly use those amounts to supplement the current year deficit that we do face as the institution.
Okay, I think the issue of the amount, you can submit it in writing, and we'll get that. The principle is the one we are looking for here. So I just want to understand you here. So in the SLA, there was nothing that spoke about 4% to solution providers and 1% going back to NSFAS. Or it's something that is written down there, and if you were to submit those SLAs to Parliament, we'd be able to scrutinize them and see them and see those clauses.
It is in the SLAs, so it is there, and we're very much happy to submit that to the portfolio committee. Just to indicate that the 1% for 2026 has thus far year to date amounted to 36 million, Honorable Lonsi.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think, Chair, if we can just get the SLAs, the list of the accreditation companies, the solution providers, so that even by the time we go to the meeting with those solution providers, we're best prepared for that particular meeting. I think I'll hold it there. Or you are muted.
No, I was saying you last question. The time has passed.
No, I think I'm fine, Chair. Because a lot of the follow-up questions I had are reliant on the information that we need to be submitted. I've just got a committee question that I'd ask you to give me a chance at the end, in case you don't want our visitors to check. It's not related to this subject, but it's about work of the committee.
Okay. Before I go to my questions, I've invited Mr. Mohammed Meir, the Chief Risk Officer from the National Empowerment Fund. And at this point, I wanted to check if, Mohammed, is there anything you wanted to say from the proceedings? Mr. Meir? Okay. I think there's a problem maybe of network. I wanted him to speak because there was a lot of earlier on presentations about the funding appetite towards student accommodation, and I felt that could have been a better help for us. There's been talks, I mean, possibly where we differ with Honorable Lonzi, is that this thing of student accommodation must be taken to universities, and it must be them only who do this thing.
Sorry, Chair.
What's wrong?
No, I just wanted to say I agree with you. I differ with the progressive on that one. I agree with you. We differ there with Tonzi.
Okay, you just want to disrupt me. Thank you, Honorable Msazana. The reason why we differ there is that universities were doing these things, accreditation and payment, on their own. I made an example about VUT on what we had uncovered there, but that's not the only one. We had universities were claiming a certain amount from NSFAS and paying a lesser amount to accommodation providers. They are here, accommodation providers. They can confirm that that is indeed true. And it was literally stealing from the state. And that is why, and this is over and above the fact that some criminal behaviors within the institution, not all universities or not all employees of the university are corrupt, but you do have those elements there that used to take advantage and rob the state by saying, I'm paying my list people 5,000, I'm making an example, and pay them 3,800. It's not thumbsucked, it's something, like I say, accommodation providers, they are here, they know that has happened. The reason why we had supported the move for NSFAS to play a role was because it was becoming very difficult. In fact, in any country, those who have studied economics will tell you that in any country, the economic driver or one of the economic drivers of a country's economy is small businesses. And these universities were refusing to accredit small businesses, and they were, thank you, Vuisa Malos. Vuisa says I'm correct. My statement is correct. So economically, any economic drivers of the country are small businesses. And universities were only working with big accommodation providers because they had the money either to help these few unethical people within our universities with either cold drink or energy drink, depending on the size of the student accommodation. So they were not only stealing from the state and stealing from accommodation providers, they were economically sabotaging the country's economic growth. And we said, NSFAS, there's no way. NSFAS must go and play a role. And then we said to them, Sakpo, Dr. Mulap and Dadendlel, I will release you. Then we said to NSFAS play a role with universities. What NSFAS did, they went and wanted to take over the whole system, which is not what we had asked them to do, right? They appointed, I think, 39 or 70 something companies to go do accreditation. When they did them, many of them very unethical. They go to this, we are saying they must play a role to go deal with the problem. They go there, they want to be part of the beneficiary of that problem. But with them, they were even worse because they were even taking money everywhere. Or when you wake up, you get a call. Yeah, these people are doing this thing. We reported them to NSFAS and we told them, NSFAS, your people are not going to help us. We told them in the committee meeting, please go vet them, remove some of them. Only deal with ethical people and tell them, should we get this thing, we're going to open criminal cases against you because now you are putting the name of NSFAS into disrepute as somebody appointed by NSFAS. NSFAS decided not to do that. So the view that says universities must take over, we don't agree because of what I've just mentioned. What is desirable or what has come out in this meeting as a desirable possible solution, which when we meet, we are going to meet. We are going to have a conversation, members, about our program. But when we are considering applying to Parliament for a week after Parliament closes. So that week, we're going to apply that they allow us one extra week Then we have a parliamentary inquiry on this particular thing. Because if we don't do that, we're going to go to 2027 with blurry lines. And the problems that were identified this year will not have been solved, or at least attempted to be solved. And that on those days, we'll probably have about 4 days, 8 to 5. And then we are not going to bring all at the same time. So we're going to have our team to work on a very strong approach, then bring all of you who have presented here today. We'll have a day where we're dealing with associations on your proposals. And let's see how feasible they are. But by that time, the department would have given us a report, because part of our resolution now is that the department must convene all stakeholders that are here: USAF, SAGPO, SAUS, SAFETA, associations, the Competition Commission, the PPRA, everybody who presented. Let's sit down and let's come up with a solution that will not prejudice accommodation providers, that will not prejudice universities, that will not prejudice NSFAS of the state, that will not prejudice the students as a most important point. So that we will do, but we'll let you know that we'll require, it's August now, will require that report department by mid-November. I will give you a date when we write to you that you'll give us a report on the work that has been done and the proposals, including all financial implications for everybody. Those must be part of that report. And the first meeting we'll have with the department to deal with the contents of that report. In our first meeting of our parliamentary inquiry, should the committee resolve that we go that route. We're also going to ask department-led testing that must do a proper research on student housing. The minister spoke about some of the points. What is the demand of student accommodation? Where is it concentrated? What are the risks of not having student accommodation in those places? Is it not possible that the department can engage National Treasury, the funding institute funding institutions of government, that their rates, their interest rates becomes lower when you are giving people who are going to build student accommodation, because some of the fees are high because they've got big interest rates that they must pay. So we're also going to ask that you have the task team that must seriously look at the funding, well, the student accommodation funding as one part, but also the demand. And that demand will determine the funding part. Where do we go to look for better interest rates of student accommodation? There must be a solution that those who have incurred cost now as NSFAS funded students, there must be discussions between the Department of Higher Education and Training, National Treasury, and USAF, especially with universities. You must include SAUS as students there. Let's have a solution about the students that have incurred debt, not out of their own doing, towards 2027. That we must have some concessions on how we deal with that particular problem. Because, in fact, later on, maybe next year, we might ask that we do a forensic on how many students from poor background that government classified them as poor have had to drop out of university, not because of their own doing, but because of these rules that we introduce in the middle of a program. And what is the social impact of that particular decision? So that is something that we'll need to, or resolving, that you must look into. There's a concern here that student accommodation in at least 4 institutions or 5 institutions, on average, is more expensive than tuition fees. Department of Higher Education is responsible for educating our people. The issue of student accommodation is very important, but housing has got a different unit called Department of Human Settlement. Department of Higher Education creates a vehicle called NSFAS to administer education, mostly tuition. There's 5 institutions which accommodation far exceeds tuition. University of Cape Town, their residences up to 120,000 per annum, tuition up to 89,000 per annum. Wits University, tuition up to 77,000 per annum, residences up to 95,000 per annum. Stellenbosch, tuition up to 82,000 per annum, residences up to 90,000 per annum. University of Pretoria, up to tuition up to 80,000 per annum, residences up to 85,000 per annum. So UJ, tuition up to 70K per annum on tuition, on residences up to 75,000 per annum. What does this mean? It means there are some students at these institutions who pay for accommodation, more for accommodation than what the mandate of higher education is about. It's about educating our people, and that's the mandate. But that's why we said there must be this colloquium to speak about some of these things. And it's not all residences that are above other, it's some. But I'm raising it as a concern. At the beginning of our presentations, NSFAS says they are paying over 18 billion rands on student accommodation in a 51 or something, 51 billion, 51 billion budget. What are the numbers there? Over 35% of NSFAS bursaries goes to student accommodation. And that must worry us, that we ought to have regulations on these particular issues. I understand that there are costs associated with running student accommodation. But some costs don't make sense, at least to myself. But there's another issue that, when we went to varsity, just or full-time, let me say full-time, just over 20 years ago, preference at residences was given to people who were far from an institution by certain kilometers, so as to control and make sure that those of us who come from far are given preference for student accommodation. Today, that looks like it's not there. a student who comes from Langa, who is 10 minutes away from what is that place, Lons? Observatory. 10 minutes away from Langa to Observatory. 10 minutes is given residence, been put in a residence that costs 75,000. So there must be a reform on how we administer this thing of student accommodation. The other issue we must do is that on accreditation of student accommodation, we must have all the role players who are supposed to be role players there. Universities must play a role. In fact, universities, Dr. Madud, I'm inclined to agree with your proposal on accreditation, that you do the accreditation, NSFAS comes and confirm what you have accredited. They come with the students. So at the beginning of it, when a university does accreditation, they do accreditation with the SRC of that particular institution. And then NSFAS comes to verify what you say is there, the kind of residence, the fee or the price that you are putting on it. They come with SAUS to come and do a verification of this thing. If that can be done, you will see, you'll not get a situation of us going to Nkandla and finding that there were people who accredited rooms there that don't even have beds, but it's beds who are being accredited. There were sponges. Students were forced to sleep on sponges while we are paying for beds. If we do that, if we have this checks and balances where everybody is able to guard everybody, the system will work well. So we're putting it to you that you must go consider this, this particular proposal, that as part of, and I think, I hope the PLO of the minister is still here, these are things that towards the ministerial statement, I think in November, the minister must really consider to say, these are the reforms we're putting, because these things requires immediate action. Universities will accredit their own residences and accredit those that they are going to lease. They will play the first part. In order for the lease for that accreditation to go through, it will need the supervision of NSFAS and SAUS. So universities with the SRCs, they do that. They agree with on the price. That maybe they must also work with the Competition Commission to help us understand if the price that this university says they need is the right price. And then the supervision, and then the accreditation is closed. It moves in that direction. So those are the few urgent things that we believe must happen urgently to resolve the problems that are facing us. There were a lot of questions which I wanted to ask, but I will not go to them. You see, the PLO of the minister is disrupting me, is telling me that he's in the meeting now. Thank you. So we need such. There are we are going to have that meeting, Honorable Lons and Honorable Mseza. It's one of the first few meetings that we are going to have, because this issue of 5%, 1%, their roles and what, we really have, we must really understand what's happening there, because UCT, for an example, says we are able to pay ourselves. And if anything, we could simply ask them to, to rent us their system that they are using. And then we put students' data there. NSFAS does that. I don't think they're paying manually. They're paying using some system. And that system could be, could assist, this NSFAS to do certain things on their own. So I thought members, student accommodation is very important. And I'm happy all the associations that were here, they've indicated that they've got such good hearts that they can't, from the bottom of their hearts, release students, even when NSFAS is paid. We want to thank you for that, because when you evict the students, some of them come from here in Gauteng, and they're in Cape Town or they're in the Eastern Cape. And if you evict them at night and they don't have anywhere to go, you make them extremely vulnerable. They don't know where to go. And if it's young females, then they become more vulnerable. And they become prey to some unethical older people in those communities. So we really appreciate the fact that you said you are not evicting them even when it's tough. NSFAS, please pay accommodation providers. When you don't pay them, they can't buy electricity, they can't pay municipality closes water, they can't pay Wi-Fi, they can't pay security. When that happens, students are the ones that ultimately suffer, because they won't have hot water, because there's no electricity, they can't pay. Some of them lose their properties because we don't want to pay. Can we please verify and pay those that, when you come to our meeting with the solution partners, you'll have to tell us if every money that you have given to them to pay accommodation providers were released on time and it was released in full. Because they send us messages every week on our emails. They did not pay me for 3 months. They are paying me for April and July. They are paying me half of they owe me. So we need to have, because when that happens, and NSFAS says I've sent the money to a solution partner. A solution partner comes with some excuse, says, no, I can't pay because they've not given me the right, the right invoice. They put the money in an interest-bearing account, and then they pay them 3 months late. By that time, it might be too late for these ones who have very small things, who have very small accommodation to survive. Indeed, students must go and write exams. How are they going to write exams? There is no electricity. They must now study through candles. There is no hot water. They can't bath with cold water in winter. So you not making sure that the services provided are paid for and they're paid on time creates a bit of a problem with our children. With our students. They don't write exams, or they write and fail, and then the following year you tell them about N+1. So we want you guys to go and reflect when you live here, that we must now go and do the right thing. Do the right thing at the right time to the right people. And maybe in closing, I'm very happy that everybody on the platform agrees that there must be a cap. We just disagree on how to get to the cap and how much must the cap be. I must say I'm very happy, because there were some voices that were beginning to rise that will say, no, scrap the cap. We don't agree with that, because it is not a solution-orientated slogan. If you have unethical people on the ecosystem, and you then say it's free for all, everybody can decide their price. It means in 3 years' time, would end up paying a minimum of 14,000 or 12,000 per bed because there's no regulation. We must regulate it. Not because we want to punish accommodation providers, investors, universities. No. Everywhere there must be regulations. Everywhere. And that must be done to protect the system. Should NSFAS collapse tomorrow, our universities are going to collapse. I can tell you. Some of them will not last 3 months. They will not pay salaries. They will not pay their financial obligations. So we must look at this funding scheme as something to protect, to better, to correct. Where there are wrong people, let's remove them. But the system must exist to protect the entire PSET system. Because if it dies, you will remember some of us will probably be in our graves and say, he did say it. We can't afford to have a system, a NSFAS system that can work. So our colleagues from NSFAS, when we call you too many times, it's not because like some people in the system who are very unethical, like saying about us, that we're calling you because we've got financial interest. We have absolutely no interest. We have absolutely no interest, financial interest at NSFAS. Our interest is that the scheme must work. And it must work for the current students, it must work for future generations. Because if it was not for it, many of us here will not have seen the doors of learning and culture. We will not be here. We can't pay 94% of accommodation and transport. 94% of those students goes to student accommodation. It's a recipe for disaster at universities. It's a recipe for disaster because it means only 6% goes to day students, those who travel. It means there's a policy issue we must look at. That maybe we must look at on the admissions. We must have a portion of the admissions being local students from nearby places. If, for an example, VUT is situated in Vanabale Park, and Vanabale Park has got Vanabale Park, Bopilong, Everton, Sebokeng, those areas, it means we might need to have a certain portion reserved for students who come from that area. Because if you have 94% of students being rest students and not day students, then it means all of them, they come from far. Tomorrow we'll have another fight that will come and say, we want this institution to be ours, which is not something that we want. Which is not something that we want. So we'll close it at that. We agree that the system must be expanded, but we must expand it with discipline. It can't be something that we just do and then it collapses tomorrow. Before I close, Honorable Lonzi, you want to disagree with me again?
No, forgive me, Chairman. I had thought that you will release our visitors, but maybe I'll just do it now because
No. We'll release them.
Or we'll have an engagement. Okay, because I thought you were closing the whole meeting. All right.
No, I will release them. So that's it, colleagues. Department by mid-October, mid-November, will need a response, a comprehensive response. We will write to you on the resolutions we're making that you must go and work with all role players to determine certain things. The accreditation of accommodation, the pricing of accommodation, working with all role players, including local SRCs there and SAHUs. We look at what could be a concession that must be made to make sure that all NSFAS funded students who owe are able to be allowed to continue. And you guys find a reason, a resolution to deal with that part. And every other thing, but we'll write to you on all of that. So colleagues, thank you very much. I am now going to allow you to go and be with your families. Thanks for being here until so late on Friday. I know some of you, you've got children that you needed to be fetched from school and all of that. We really apologize, but we appreciate the fact that you stayed with us all along. Those of you, no, there's a last part actually, because PPRA spoke about it, that they deal with the person and not necessarily the accommodation. That particular issue, I think members, we must resolve maybe, or we'll discuss it in our meeting, that these particular people who do all of these wrong things as individuals, they wake up tomorrow, they are found to be bad people. We only close or we only unaccredit the building, but we leave the person. He goes and opens another company, buys other buildings. So we must pay close attention to those ones. We must blacklist not only the company, but also blacklist the director. And we must make sure that during the accreditation process, all of these things people are able to look at them, because we don't want student accommodation that will put the children of this country, especially young women, in risk, and nothing is done. So I want to thank you, colleagues. Really appreciate your presentation. I must say that all your presentation were very positive. You did not come here to squabble. Well, maybe one or two, but you did not come here to squabble. You had solutions. We all agree that the cap must be evidence-based, but we also want your prices to be evidence-based. You can't say, I'm charging 8,000, and NSFAS must prove why they say 5.2. You must also prove and show us why you want 8,000. So it must be evidence-based on all sides. Having said that, good evening, colleagues, and have a great evening. We'll meet again, and all the best. I know that you will send us many emails again that you have not been paid. We will read them. We'll go to NSFAS to do what they must. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Members, we will just remain. Everybody else will be out of the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chair.
Chairperson.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. We will remain.
Why are you remaining, President? Leave.
Bye.
You see, those ones who are still here, they are not listening.
Wathandindaba.
Oh, they are not on vacation.
No, Chair, just clarity. This is a closed session now for members only.
Yes, members only SOPs.
Okay, all right. Understood.
If I can, I'll remove them one by one like this. Because they're not going to be removed fast. Hey, Guban, kushanga keeper now. Yo. I'm removing them one by one. I know this thing of having powers of what do you call this thing? Newsroom. So no clever. I'm removing the parliament stream, because how would it be a closed session?